Unsolved mystery defined. You're walking through an old house, a familiar space, yet you notice a faint, unfamiliar scent, a hint of something forgotten, a closed-off room, a muted sound from behind a wall. It tugs at you, not with alarm but with a quiet, persistent curiosity, a subtle pull toward the unknown, a story half heard. You pause, your senses reaching out, yet nothing solid comes forth, only a lingering question in the air. This feeling, this subtle pull toward the unknown, is the essence of an unsolved mystery. It's not just a puzzle waiting for an answer, but a space where knowledge pauses, where the narrative of certainty breaks off, leaving an echo of possibility. It exists within the gap between what you perceive and what you can fully comprehend, a quiet void where explanations simply do not reach. Psychologically, this state can evoke a mild form of cognitive dissonance, as your mind grapples with incomplete information, seeking resolution that isn't readily available. It's the human brain's natural inclination to seek patterns and closure, encountering a resistant void. As the philosopher Karl Jaspers explored, existence itself presents fundamental limit situations, experiences like death, suffering, or guilt, which resist complete intellectual understanding. Much like a true mystery resists a definitive conclusion. It's an invitation to dwell in the unknown, to sit with it, rather than immediately categorize or dismiss. Perhaps it's a dream that lingers upon waking, its symbols vivid but its meaning elusive, fading just as you try to grasp it. Or a sudden, unexpected gesture from a friend, leaving you wondering about its hidden motive or the deeper emotion behind it, a quiet enigma in a familiar face. It could be the faint, distant memory of a childhood event, fragmented and shimmering, never quite forming a complete picture, yet profoundly shaping who you are. Or the quiet, unspoken history within an old photograph, a look in someone's eyes that holds more than words can say, a story hinted at but never fully told, residing in the silent spaces. What if the beauty of life isn't always in the answers, but in the enduring questions? What if allowing certain aspects of your experience to remain unexplained can lead to a deeper sense of wonder, a richer appreciation for the subtle textures of existence? Does knowing every thread of the tapestry truly make it more vibrant? Or does the occasional knot, the unseen stitch, add to its profound, mysterious integrity, inviting a quieter contemplation? And so you gently turn from the wall, leaving the faint scent to linger, not as a source of frustration, but as a quiet hum in the background of your being, a soft whisper of something forever just beyond your grasp, yet deeply felt, a silent companion in the gathering dark. Evidence: missing pieces. Imagine you are meticulously piecing together an ancient mosaic. Each fragment you hold is beautifully crafted, radiating a story from a distant time, its colors still vibrant, its edges sharp. You carefully place one piece, then another, and the image slowly begins to emerge: a wing, a part of an eye, a hint of a flowing garment. But as you continue, you notice ever-increasing gaps. Whole sections of the mosaic are simply gone, vanished, leaving raw, open spaces where once there was detail. This sensation of having enough to see a shape but not enough to complete the picture defines the presence of evidence alongside its missing pieces. It's a dance between what is known and what is utterly absent, where the very emptiness speaks volumes, suggesting a story that extends far beyond your current grasp. The fragments are compelling, yet they highlight the vast, unseen canvas around them, the silent narrative of what is lost. In the realm of critical thinking, this situation often leads to the problem of incomplete information, where conclusions must be drawn from insufficient data. It's a challenge to avoid what psychologists call confirmation bias, where you might inadvertently favor interpretations that fit your preconceived notions, even when crucial evidence is absent. As the philosopher Karl Popper emphasized, scientific knowledge is always provisional, open to refutation, and built upon the best available evidence, which, by its nature, is rarely exhaustive. The missing pieces remind you of the provisional nature of understanding, the humility of not knowing everything. Consider an old family photo album where certain significant events are absent, represented only by blank pages or the sudden jump of dates, leaving you to fill in the unspoken gaps. Or a whispered rumor about a past event in your community, where snippets of truth float around, yet the full context, the complete narrative, remains elusive, lost to time or intentional omission. Perhaps it's a forgotten email thread, where a crucial decision was made but the initial, pivotal messages are gone, leaving only the later, fragmented consequences. Or even trying to recall a dream upon waking, where vivid images flash, but the connective tissue, the logical flow, is dissolved, leaving only disjointed, beautiful fragments, a puzzle you can never fully reconstruct. How much of what you understand about the world is built on inferences drawn from incomplete sets? What if the absence of information isn't a deficit, but an invitation to humility, a reminder of the boundless complexity that always surrounds the known? Does every story truly need an ending, or can the beauty reside in the tantalizing presence of what can only be imagined, in the quiet spaces between what is known and what is not? You gently lay down the last available piece of the mosaic, allowing your gaze to drift over the vast, empty spaces. The pattern you see is not just of what is present, but of the silent, powerful story held within every piece that is not, a quiet testament to the echoes of what once was, gently fading into the night. Occam's razor principle. You wake in the dead of night to a faint, rhythmic tapping sound coming from your window. Your mind, still hazy with sleep, races through possibilities. Is it a tree branch brushing against the pane, swayed by a gentle breeze? Is it a small bird, perhaps trying to find shelter, trapped and trying to get out? Even if it's over, this mechanism, principle, message, or attributed to the even medieval something philosopher William of supernatural Occam trying to gain your attention. A grand, mental intricate shortcut, that explanation for a simple sound, encourages intellectual economy. The Occam's razor principle quietly suggests that, when faced with competing explanations for the same phenomenon, the simplest solution, the one requiring the fewest assumptions, is most likely the correct one. It's a gentle whisper to your mind, guiding you away from elaborate constructs and back towards the most direct path of understanding. It doesn't claim certainty, only parsimony, and elegance in simplicity. This principle, attributed to the medieval philosopher William of Occam, is a heuristic, a mental shortcut that encourages intellectual economy. It's not a law of nature, but a methodological preference, guiding inquiry towards elegance and efficiency. Psychologically, it helps counteract the availability heuristic, where your mind might jump to the most vivid or easily recalled explanation, even if it's overly complicated. It encourages a disciplined approach to problem solving, advising against inventing unnecessary entities or convoluted narratives when a straightforward one suffices, a quiet discipline of thought. Consider a friend who seems distant. Is it because they are secretly upset with you, harboring a hidden grievance, a complex personal drama unfolding? Or is it simply because they are preoccupied with a deadline at work, feeling overwhelmed and tired, a simpler, more common human experience? Or perhaps a computer glitch? Is it a sophisticated hacking attempt orchestrated by unknown forces, or just a simple software bug that needs a restart? When your phone battery drains quickly, do you immediately suspect a complex virus or a conspiracy, or simply consider if too many apps are running in the background? In social situations, if someone seems withdrawn, is it a deep-seated personal animosity, or perhaps just a bad day, a common cold, or simple shyness? A more likely scenario. What if the most profound truths often hide within the simplest explanations, obscured by your own tendency to overthink, to seek complexity where none exists? Does a simpler understanding diminish the wonder of the world, or does it free your mind to appreciate the elegant efficiency of reality, the quiet perfection of the obvious? Can leaning into simplicity calm the anxious mind, allowing the noise of endless possibilities to gently recede, leaving a peaceful clarity? The tapping continues, a soft, steady rhythm, no louder, no more insistent. You close your eyes, no longer searching for grand, intricate answers. You simply allow the image of a small branch, swaying gently in the night wind, to fill your mind, a quiet truth settling into the stillness around you, a gentle sigh of understanding. You are walking through a bustling market, a kaleidoscope of sights and sounds, thick within the quiet of your home aromas. Trinkets were available suddenly elsewhere. Vendor, but you're selling an initial trinket rush of you've always wanted, but it's exceptionally rare, perhaps even the last one. Your mind immediately tells you it's the perfect find, a unique opportunity you must seize, a rush of urgency compelling your decision. Later, thick within the quiet of your home, trinkets were available suddenly elsewhere. Even cheaper, vendor, but you're selling an initial trinket rush of you've always excitement and perceived scarcity blinded you, subtly shifting your judgment. This subtle pull, this almost imperceptible nudge your mind gives you, shaping your perception without your conscious awareness, is the essence of a cognitive bias. Is the essence intelligence of a cognitive bias. Cognitive but unnatural biases are systematic errors in thinking that occur when people process and interpret information in the world around them. Pattern of thinking, affecting the decisions and judgments that they make. Tversky, a shortcut your brain takes to process the vast, overwhelming information of the pioneering world's psychologists, sometimes leading you astray from an extensively purely rational path. Research these mental shortcuts. Cognitive but unnatural biases are systematic errors in thinking that occur when people process and interpret information in the world around them. Pattern of thinking, affecting the decisions and judgments that they make. Tversky, a shortcut your brain takes to process the vast, overwhelming information of the pioneering world psychologists, sometimes leading you astray from an extensively purely rational path. Research these mental shortcuts, demonstrating how they influence everything from economic choices to interpersonal judgments. They explained how our minds often employ heuristics or mental rules of thumb to simplify complex problems, which can be efficient but also lead to predictable errors. The scarcity heuristic, for example, made the trinket seem more valuable, distorting its true worth. Perhaps you find yourself consistently agreeing with news articles that align with your existing political views, while quickly dismissing those that challenge them, a manifestation of confirmation bias. Or you might recall vivid, dramatic events more easily than mundane ones, leading you to overestimate their frequency, known as the availability heuristic. In a team meeting, you might attribute a successful project to your own contributions and a failed one to external circumstances, touching on self-serving bias. Even judging a book by its cover or a person by their first impression are subtle instances where your brain leans on immediate, often superficial, cues rather than deeper analysis, a quiet prejudgment. What if true clarity lies not in eradicating these biases, an impossible task, but in recognizing their quiet presence, acknowledging their gentle sway? How might your understanding of others, or even of yourself, shift if you could observe these mental currents, rather than being entirely carried by them? Does true wisdom begin when you understand the inherent imperfections of your own perception, the subtle filters through which you see the world? You close your eyes, the market sounds fading. You feel the gentle hum of your own thoughts, recognizing the quiet work your mind does, sifting and shaping. And in that stillness, you learn to watch the subtle currents of your own perception, knowing that sometimes the most important truth is held not in what you see, but in how you are looking, a quiet wisdom growing in the soft light of understanding. Carl Sagan's skepticism. You're gazing up at a clear, star-filled night sky, vast and silent, the constellations shimmering like scattered jewels. Someone whispers next to you about strange lights, about inexplicable patterns in the heavens, about visitations from other worlds, offering a story so compelling, so wondrous, that a part of you yearns to believe it, to accept the magic it offers, to simply surrender to the magnificent tale. Yet another part, a world's quiet, a analytical voice, urges you to pause, to question, to seek out the evidence, however subtle, however challenging. This gentle tension between the allure of extraordinary claims and the disciplined pursuit of verifiable truth embodies the spirit of Carl Sagan's skepticism. You to about sake pause, however possibility, extraordinary to extraord, embodies the spirit of Carl Sagan's skepticism, a balance of wonder and inquiry. Sagan, the renowned astronomer and science communicator, championed this balanced approach, viewing skepticism not as a barrier to wonder, but as a path to a deeper, more robust understanding of the cosmos. He famously articulated the baloney detection kit, a set of critical thinking tools designed to evaluate claims. This approach helps to counter the human tendency towards credulity bias, where exciting or hopeful ideas are accepted too readily without sufficient proof. It's about cultivating what psychologist Carol Tavris calls self-correction, the capacity to revise beliefs in the face of new, contradictory evidence, rather than clinging to initial assumptions, allowing your mind to gently shift. Perhaps you hear a captivating story about a miracle cure circulating online. Sagan's skepticism gently prompts you to look for peer-reviewed studies, for repeatable results, rather than anecdotal testimonials, however heartfelt, or a sensational headline about a hidden conspiracy. It encourages you to examine the source, the motivations, and the logical consistency of the narrative, rather than simply accepting it as truth. When a friend shares a deeply personal, emotionally charged belief, it's not about dismissing their experience, but about gently separating the verifiable facts from the subjective interpretations, respecting both the feeling and the reality. Even in daily life, if you hear an exciting but unverified rumor about a new opportunity, the skeptical approach guides you to seek tangible details, not just hopes and promises. What if the truest form of wonder isn't found in easy answers or fantastical narratives, but in the painstaking, patient unraveling of complex realities, supported by solid evidence? Does asking "how do you know" diminish the magic, or does it deepen your appreciation for the intricate, verifiable patterns of the universe? Could embracing a gentle skepticism lead to a more grounded, yet equally awe-inspiring, connection with the world around you, a quieter, more profound appreciation? You look back at the distant stars, no longer burdened by the need for quick answers or dramatic tales. Instead, you feel a profound peace in the vastness of the unknown, holding the quiet understanding that the universe is wondrous enough on its own, and that the path to its deeper mysteries is paved with patient inquiry and the gentle insistence on what is truly known, resting peacefully in the infinite expanse. Ancient civilizations' riddles. You stumble upon an old, forgotten diary, its pages brittle with age, the scent of dust and ancient paper filling the air. It's filled with intricate, unfamiliar symbols and drawings, perhaps a strange animal or a constellation you don't recognize. A few words are recognizable, hinting at a life, a purpose, a community that once existed, but the vast majority of the script remains utterly unreadable. A silent language. You feel the weight of time, the echo of forgotten minds, and an irresistible urge to unlock their secrets, to hear their forgotten voices. This deep yearning to understand the silent narratives of the past, preserved in stone, artifact, and cryptic text, lies at the heart of ancient civilizations' riddles. These are not merely historical puzzles, but windows into human ingenuity, belief, and daily life, shrouded in the mists of time, presenting a profound challenge to your modern comprehension, a whisper from long ago. The study of ancient civilizations often grapples with the problem of ephemerality, how much of a culture truly survives, forgotten conquest, and ends simple forgetfulness. Archaeologists, and these are not merely historians, are engaged in a historical constant puzzles process of inferential reasoning, piecing together fragments to reconstruct larger narratives. This requires immense intellectual flexibility and a careful navigation of survivorship bias, where only what endures through millennia is studied, potentially distorting the full picture. The work of Jean-François Champollion in deciphering the Rosetta Stone is a classic example of how patience, multidisciplinary knowledge, and relentless dedication can bridge such vast temporal and linguistic divides, illuminating previously silent worlds. Consider the silent, towering statues of Easter Island, their purpose and movement across the island still debated, a grand, mute presence. Or the Nazca lines in Peru, vast geoglyphs etched into the desert floor, their meaning and creation methods baffling modern engineers, seen truly only from above. Perhaps it's the sudden, unexplained collapse of a thriving society, like the classic Maya, leaving behind magnificent ruins but no clear written explanation for their decline. Even the simple question of how a massive pyramid was built, with seemingly primitive tools, can ignite this sense of ancient mystery, inviting you to imagine the ingenious minds that once walked the earth, shaping stone with unknown methods. What if these ancient riddles are not meant to be fully solved, but to serve as persistent reminders of the cyclical nature of human endeavor, of flourishing and fading, of building and forgetting? Does wrestling with the unknown past deepen your appreciation for the transient nature of your own present moment, the fleeting quality of all things? Can the silence of these forgotten histories teach you more about resilience, adaptation, and the enduring human spirit than any definitive answer could? A quiet, profound lesson. You gently close the diary, its pages whispering of a world long gone. The symbols remain unread, yet you feel a quiet connection across millennia, a sense of shared humanity that transcends language and time, resting peacefully within the profound, enduring mystery of those who came before, a soft, ancient breath in the quiet night. Atlantis' lost city. You stand on a cliff overlooking a vast, shimmering ocean. The sun dips low, painting the waves in hues of gold and violet, endless, restless. A story whispers on the wind, a tale of a magnificent city, once thriving beneath these very waters, its advanced civilization swallowed by the depths in a single, catastrophic day, leaving only silence. You feel a strange pull, a longing for something magnificent yet utterly lost, a dream city now residing only in the realm of myth and imagination, a profound, watery silence. The legend of Atlantis, the fabled lost city, embodies humanity's enduring fascination with forgotten grandeur and sudden catastrophe. It's more than just a geographical puzzle. It's a powerful archetype of hubris and ruin. The fabled lost centuries city, perpetually between embodies history and fable, enduring theories and fascination with searches, forgotten ghost, grandeur, and sudden catastrophe. It's a powerful archetype of hubris and ruin, a potent example of how a narrative, the fabled lost centuries city, cultural phenomenon, enduring theories and fascination with searches. Psychologically, the story taps into what Carl Jung called the collective unconscious, resonating with universal themes of paradise lost, catastrophic change, and the fragility of human achievement. It highlights how humans are drawn to grand, dramatic narratives, sometimes to the exclusion of mundane reality. The lack of concrete archaeological evidence, despite numerous expeditions, keeps it firmly in the realm of speculative history, challenging the boundaries between myth and fact, between what is real and what is only dreamed. Consider the numerous expeditions searching for remnants of this lost city, often fueled by the compelling power of the story rather than scientific likelihood, driven by a romantic longing. or the way many cultures hold their own flood myths, or tales of sunken lands, echoing similar fears and aspirations across time and space. Even in personal life, you might cling to the idealized memory of a past relationship or a golden age in your career, an almost mythical perfect time, even if it was never entirely real, a kind of personal Atlantis in your mind, a beautiful, unreachable shore. The yearning for a hidden, perfect world often manifests in various forms of escape or nostalgia, a powerful emotional undercurrent flowing through you. What if the true significance of Atlantis lies not in its physical existence, but in its symbolic power, a mirror reflecting humanity's dreams of utopia and its fears of downfall, the two sides of a shimmering coin? Does the enduring search for what is lost tell you more about the human spirit's yearning for discovery, or its tendency to romanticize the unknown, to chase after beautiful impossibilities? Can the very idea of a hidden, perfect world offer a space for imagination to flourish, even without tangible proof, a quiet sanctuary for your dreams? The sun has fully set, leaving only the vast, dark expanse of the ocean. You imagine the silent, deep currents, perhaps carrying secrets no human eye will ever witness. And in that imagining, you feel a quiet peace, understanding that some wonders are meant to exist purely within the heart's deepest waters, a lost city of possibility, forever shimmering just beneath the surface of belief, a whispered lullaby of what could be. Megalithic builders' puzzles. You stand before a colossal stone structure, ancient and silent, its immense blocks perfectly interlocked, defying gravity and logic, rising from the earth like sleeping giants. There are no written records of its construction, no clear tools left behind, just the staggering presence of the monument itself, whispering across millennia. You reach out a hand, feeling the rough, cold stone, and wonder at the minds and hands that shaped such an impossible feat, the silent labor of forgotten people. This profound sense of awe, coupled with an utter lack of explanation for how such massive structures were conceived and executed, defines the puzzles left by megalithic builders. Not in just ancient ruins wonder at, shaped, but such an monumental question's impossible feat, etched in stone. This profound sense of awe, understanding of engineering, coupled with an social utter organization, explanation for how an ancient such human massive capabilities, defines the puzzles left by megalithic builders. The construction of sites like Stonehenge, the pyramids of Giza, or the intricate stonework of Sacsayhuaman, long before the advent of modern machinery, presents what archaeologists call an engineering anomaly. It forces a re-evaluation of assumptions about prehistoric technological limitations. The study often falls into debates between diffusionism ideas spreading from a single source and independent invention. Psychologist Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs might even suggest that such monumental projects speak to deep-seated human drives beyond mere survival, reaching towards self-actualization, community identity, or spiritual expression. The absence of written records means inferences must be made from material culture, a challenging exercise in archaeological interpretation, a silent conversation with the past. Consider the precise alignment of certain stone circles with celestial events, suggesting an advanced understanding of astronomy, a quiet observatory of the ancient sky, or the sheer effort required to quarry, transport, and lift multi-ton blocks across vast distances without wheels or powerful beasts of burden. An unimaginable undertaking. Even the enduring mystery of who exactly these builders were, beyond their surviving stone legacies, and what motivated such immense, multi-generational endeavors, creates a profound void of knowledge, a silent, enduring question. Think of the intricate interlocking stones of some Peruvian sites, so tightly fitted that a knife blade cannot be inserted between them, speaking to an almost unimaginable precision, a perfect, ancient embrace. What if the true genius of these ancient builders wasn't just in their techniques, but in their capacity for collective vision, for sustained, multi-generational effort towards a shared, monumental goal, a silent, unified purpose. Does the enduring silence of these stones invite you to question the limits of what you believe is possible for human endeavor, even in the distant past? Can the contemplation of these immense puzzles quiet the clamor of your own smaller concerns, offering a vast perspective on human time and ingenuity, a quiet hum of timeless accomplishment? You step back from the stone, the cool night air brushing your face. The giant blocks stand silent, guardians of a forgotten wisdom, shadowed against the vast sky. And as you gaze up at the stars, you feel a quiet reverence for the unknown, for the profound mystery of minds that dreamt in stone, leaving behind only questions and an enduring sense of awe, a gentle echo in the deep, vast night. Antikythera mechanism mystery. You discover an intricately crafted clockwork device, corroded and encrusted after centuries underwater, yet revealing a complex array of gears, dials, and cryptic inscriptions. It looks like nothing you've ever seen from its supposed era, far more advanced than any known technology of its time, an impossible whisper from the deep. You hold it gently, a tangible whisper from the past, challenging everything you thought you knew about ancient ingenuity, a tiny, intricate universe in your hands. This unexpected leap in complexity, represented by the Antikythera mechanism, creates a profound historical enigma, the piece of an entire astronomical represented by the technological positions, raret, suggesting a forgotten chapter of advanced engineering and scientific understanding that abruptly vanished from the historical record, a historical silent gap in the enigma story of human progress. Discovered in a shipwreck, a tiny, century estimated to BCE date from the late 2nd century BCE, piece of an entire astronomical represented by the technological positions, rarative Antikythera eclipses for mechanism calendrical and astrological purposes. Its sophistication has led scholars like Derek de Sala price to call it the first known complex scientific instrument. This artifact challenges the linear progression fallacy in historical thinking, which assumes technology develops in a steady, unbroken line. Instead, it suggests periods of advanced knowledge that might have been lost and subsequently reinvented, illustrating the fragility of cumulative knowledge. It's an intellectual outlier, forcing a reconsideration of the capabilities of ancient Greek civilization, a quiet anomaly speaking volumes. Imagine discovering a functional steam engine from the Roman Empire, or a microchip from the Middle Ages. Antikythera mechanism evokes a similar sense of chronological displacement, a beautiful, impossible anachronism. It forces you to wonder what other ingenious devices might have existed, lost to time, or perhaps even deliberately suppressed, swallowed by the waves of history. Even in a personal context, you might recall an incredibly brilliant individual from your past, whose insights or inventions seemed far ahead of their time, only for their work to be forgotten or unrecognized until much later, a personal antikythera of talent. It speaks to the impermanence of even profound knowledge if it's not widely disseminated or preserved, a gentle reminder of life's fleeting moments. What if the path of human progress isn't a continuous climb, but a series of peaks and valleys, with knowledge sometimes blossoming brilliantly only to recede into forgotten shadows? Does the existence of such an anomaly invite you to question the completeness of your historical narratives, to embrace the possibility of lost wisdom, a quiet reevaluation of what you thought you knew? Could understanding the fragility of knowledge make you more appreciative of the continuous, delicate effort required to preserve and transmit what is known, a soft, deliberate tending of the flame? You gently set the device down, its intricate gears silent, frozen in time. The mystery lingers, a faint echo of forgotten genius. And as the quiet night deepens, you rest in the soft understanding that history holds more surprises than you can ever imagine, a tapestry woven with threads of both brilliance and forgotten silence, a gentle, timeless hum. Voynich manuscript script. You hold an ancient book in your hands, its pages filled with exquisite, vibrant drawings of plants that don't exist in any known garden, constellations that are unknown to your maps, and tiny, naked women bathing in strange, flowing green rivers. But most strikingly, the entire text is written in a beautiful, flowing script that no one, across centuries of diligent effort, has ever been able to read. It whispers of a secret, a profound knowledge, yet remains utterly silent, a beautiful enigma in your grasp. The Voynich manuscript embodies the ultimate linguistic riddle, a complete stem of written communication that resists all known methods of decipherment. Has ever been able to read, defiant a profound testament knowledge to the limits of current understanding, utterly a silent, complex puzzle that has frustrated cryptographers, enigma in your grasp linguists and historians alike, existing in its own unique, private universe of meaning, a language known only to itself. Discovered in the early 20th century by Wilfrid Voynich, this medieval codex has baffled experts, leading to theories ranging from a sophisticated cipher to a lost natural language, or even an elaborate hoax. The consistent statistical patterns of its script, similar to natural languages, complicate the hoax theory, yet its resistance to conventional analysis remains. This presents a challenge to the linguistic determinism hypothesis, questioning how a language shapes thought if its meaning is entirely inaccessible. It also highlights the observer expectancy effect in scholarly research, where the desire for a grand solution can sometimes override objective analysis. The persistent failure to decipher it underscores the complexity of linguistic structure and the fragility of knowledge transmission without a key, a silent, stubborn barrier. Imagine receiving a detailed, heartfelt letter from a loved one, but it's written in a personal code or an entirely new alphabet known only to them, its message perpetually just out of reach. Or encountering a complex piece of music, filled with emotion and structure, but written in a unique notation system that defies all musical theory, heard but not understood. Even trying to recall a vivid dream, where the images and feelings are clear, but the underlying narrative logic, the language of the dream, remains elusive upon waking, echoing the Voynich resistance to interpretation. Or observing a profound piece of abstract art, knowing it holds deep meaning for its creator, yet remaining unable to articulate that meaning in conventional terms, a beautiful, silent conversation. What if some forms of knowledge are inherently private, meant only for a select few, or perhaps for a mind that has long since turned to dust, its secrets buried with it? Does the enduring silence of the Voynich manuscript invite you to appreciate the vastness of what remains unknown, the endless frontiers of human creativity, even when it results in ultimate enigma, a quiet, profound acceptance of the boundaries of knowing? Can the beauty of its unread pages, its vibrant but mysterious illustrations, simply be enough, without the need for decipherment, serving as a reminder that not every secret must be unlocked to be profoundly felt? You gently close the heavy book, its unreadable pages whispering their silent, beautiful secrets. The strange plants and star maps remain veiled, but a sense of quiet wonder settles over you, a peaceful acceptance of profound enigma. And in that stillness, you allow yourself to rest in the mystery, a gentle, unwritten poem in the heart of the night, a silent, comforting presence. Nefertiti's missing tomb. You're standing in a vast, echoing chamber, the air thick with dust and ancient silence. Your fingers trace the cool stone walls, illuminated by a single, focused beam of light. You know deep in your bones that something profound once resided here, perhaps still does, just beyond reach. There's a palpable sense of absence, a queen's final resting place, speaks to the mystery spanning intrinsic millennia, hidden not by design. Time's a relentless story without an erosion, and the desert's shifting sands, This isn't merely the search for a tomb. It's the profound human yearning for completion, for the final piece of a magnificent puzzle. Hidden not by design, unresolved narrative, times a relentless story without an erosion and the ending. We are hardwired to seek patterns, to connect the dots to bring or dare to chaos. When a significant piece is missing, like Nefertiti's tomb, it leaves a psychological void, an itch for cognitive closure that we ceaselessly try to scratch. The great philosopher Karl Popper argued that scientific theories can never be truly proven, only falsified. In a way, the search for Nefertiti's tomb is a continuous attempt to falsify its non-existence in a particular location. Each new scan, each radar pulse, each meticulously cleared mound of sand is an attempt to either confirm its presence or eliminate a possibility, narrowing the field of the unknown. It's a testament to the persistent human spirit, fueled by both curiosity and the subtle unease of the unexplained. Think of the small, everyday missing things in your own life. A lost photograph, a forgotten name, a conversation left unfinished years ago. You might find yourself replaying fragments, searching for clues in the archives of your memory. On social media, you see friends piecing together snippets of old relationships or career paths, trying to understand why things unfolded the way they did. In your personal relationships, perhaps there's a silence between you and a loved one, a conversation that never happened, leaving an open-ended question that echoes in quiet moments. You might search for answers in old messages or in the expressions of others, trying to fill the void of what was never said or what was lost to time. What if the true legacy isn't in the finding, but in the sustained, relentless act of seeking? What if the absence itself, the very mystery that compels us, is more potent, more enduring than any discovery could ever be? Does the silence of an empty space hold a deeper truth than a tomb filled with artifacts? Perhaps the most profound answers are not found in gilded sarcophagi, but in the quiet, persistent turning of the pages, in the patient, hopeful scan of the unseen, in the acceptance that some stories, however grand, are meant to remain beautifully, hauntingly incomplete, whispered only by the desert winds that have guarded their secrets for so long. The echo of what is not there, a profound and eternal presence in itself, waiting or perhaps simply being, eternally absent, yet forever present in the human longing to know. Khufu's Pyramid Secrets. You stand at the foot of an impossibly vast structure, its ancient stones absorbing the desert heat, exhaling centuries of untold stories. Each block, heavier than a car, placed with a precision that defies modern engineering. You tilt your head back, neck, reminding us that, and the true sheer scale of understand Khufu's Great Pyramid seems to pull your gaze upward, into the blue expanse, wondering about the mind's thought. He conceived it, the hands that built it, and the secrets it still keeps hidden within its colossal heart. It feels as if the very air around it hums with unspoken mysteries. And monument to it human ingenuity, and the systems, then we feels as if vastness the air around it actually do unknown hums, reminding us that the humbling understanding is reality that some often elusive achievements from antiquity remain baffling, endless consider the speculation. We often operate under an illusion of explanatory depth, believing we understand far more about complex systems than we actually do. The pyramid challenges this, reminding us that true understanding is often elusive, nested within layers of forgotten knowledge. Consider the psychological impulse to find hidden patterns, to unearth the true meaning behind something grand and inexplicable. This echoes the concept of cognitive bias, where we might unknowingly favor theories that appeal to our sense of wonder or neatness, even when simpler, more mundane explanations exist. Yet, the persistent questions about the pyramid, its construction methods, its internal voids, its potential alignments push us beyond simple answers, into the realm of the truly enigmatic. As the sociologist Barry Schwartz might suggest, the sheer paradox of choice in potential explanations can be overwhelming, leading to a profound sense of awe and continued search rather than definitive closure. Think about the complex projects you've encountered in your own life, perhaps a baffling piece of technology at work, a deeply intricate family dynamic, or an old, unsolved problem from your past. You might spend hours poring over manuals, discussing with colleagues, or replaying memories, seeking the hidden chamber of insight. On social media, you see elaborate theories constructed around celebrity lives or news events, as people try to find patterns and hidden agendas in seemingly random occurrences. In your career, you might face a project so vast, so multi-layered, that you intuitively sense there are crucial, underlying truths or methods you haven't yet grasped, pushing you to dig deeper, to question the obvious, to search for the hidden blueprint. What if the pyramid's greatest secret isn't a hidden chamber, but the silent testament to humanity's capacity for collective ambition and persistent mystery? What if the act of building something so immense, so enduring, leaves behind not just stone, but an echo of human striving that transcends easy explanation? Does true mastery lie in understanding every detail, or in standing humbly before the incomprehensible, accepting its grandeur? And so, the Great Pyramid of Khufu stands, a silent guardian of secrets, a timeless challenge to our intellect, a reminder that the most profound truths might forever dwell within the shadows of what we cannot fully grasp, inspiring us to keep looking, to keep wondering, to keep reaching for what lies just beyond the edges of our known world. Nazca Line's purpose. You're soaring above a vast, ochre-colored plain, the landscape stretching endlessly below, scarred by the winds of time. Suddenly, patterns emerge from the flat expanse, intricate, sprawling images of hummingbirds, monkeys, and spiders, alongside precise geometric shapes, impossibly large, impossibly clear. They are etched into the earth, yet only truly visible from this elevated perspective, as if meant for eyes far removed from the ground. A quiet wonder fills you, followed by a profound question. For whom were these colossal drawings intended, and what message do they whisper across the millennia? This isn't merely a set of ancient drawings. It's a profound testament to the human desire to communicate, to leave a mark, and perhaps to connect with something beyond the immediate. The Nazca lines confront us with our own tendency towards pareidolia, the psychological phenomenon of seeing meaningful patterns in random or ambiguous stimuli. Millennia, and undeniably perhaps deliberate, move beyond to mere connect with pattern recognition, and into the something beyond realm, the of immediate intentional communication across vast distances of time and space. Visibility of the Nazca lines provoke deep lines reflection on the confront us with our nature of own perspective tendency towards pareidolia. What if, as Carl Jung suggested with his concept of the collective unconscious, certain symbols or archetypes hold universal meaning, resonating even across disparate cultures and times? The Nazca people invested immense effort into these geoglyphs, perhaps believing their creations held power, communicated with deities, or marked celestial events. Their purpose remains elusive, pushing us to grapple with the limits of historical interpretation and the deep human need to create meaning, even when the context is lost. Consider the messages you craft in your own life that are meant for a distant audience or a future you can't quite see. Perhaps you journal, writing thoughts that might only be understood by a future self. Or you contribute to online forums, leaving digital footprints that might be seen by strangers years from now. In your relationships, you might send subtle signals, hoping they are deciphered by another, even without direct explanation. On social media, you curate an image, crafting a narrative that might only be fully appreciated from a distance, or by those with a specific understanding of your life. The act of creation, of leaving a mark, carries an inherent hope that it will be seen, understood, and resonate, regardless of the immediate feedback. What if the very act of creating something so vast, so enduring, yet so hidden from immediate view, was its own purpose? What if the message was not for external eyes, but for the internal landscape of the creators, a ritual of connection to the cosmos, a grounding of their existence within the vastness? Does every mark we leave, every effort we make, carry an invisible message, waiting for the right perspective to reveal its true form? And so, the lines stretch across the desert, silent witnesses to ancient beliefs, forever posing a gentle question to the sky. What is the message we are creating right now that will only be legible when seen from a different height, a different time, a different understanding of what it means to be seen? Easter Island, Maui. You stand on a remote volcanic island, the wind whipping around you, carrying the scent of salt and ancient stone. Before you, massive, silent figures rise from the earth, their solemn faces gazing out towards the horizon, some still partially buried, others toppled and broken. These colossal stone guardians, the Moai, evoke a sense of immense human effort, of a society dedicated to a singular, monumental task. Yet around you, the landscape is stark, treeless, a testament to a profound ecological transformation and the eventual collapse of the very civilization that carved these giants. The air whispers with echoes of both triumph and profound loss. Of a statuette, it's a dedicated living to a parable of human singular ambition, resource yet management. The fragile landscape is balanced between stark creation and destruction. The story of Easter Island speaks to the tragedy of the commons, where shared, finite resources are depleted by individual, self-interested actions, leading to collective ruin. And the ecologic speaks to thee and the practices, own the resources are air depleted by undoing. Psychological self-depth here is interest immense actions. It touches upon the human tendency towards groupthink, where a collective desire or belief can override critical thinking about long-term consequences. The effort involved in moving and erecting the Moai must have consumed vast amounts of timber and labor, potentially blinding the Rapa Nui people to the looming environmental collapse. Jared Diamond's work on societal collapse often highlights such patterns, where complex societies, despite their ingenuity, can unravel due to environmental degradation, climate change, or unsustainable practices. The very monumentality of their achievements became a contributing factor to their demise, a profound example of the sunk cost fallacy on a civilization-wide scale. Think about moments in your own life where you've invested immense effort into something, only to see it become unsustainable or to lead to unforeseen consequences. Perhaps a career path you pursued relentlessly, only to realize it was depleting your inner resources, or a relationship where grand gestures overshadowed fundamental incompatibilities, ultimately leading to strain. On social media, you see influencers chasing ever larger numbers, sometimes at the expense of their well-being or authenticity. In your work, you might encounter projects that grow so large, so demanding, that they begin to consume the very resources or people meant to sustain them, leaving behind a kind of internal desert. What silent monuments are we building in our own lives, in our own societies, that might inadvertently be contributing to our own exhaustion or to the erosion of our deeper well-being? What magnificent creations might eventually bear witness to our own blind spots, to the unheeded whispers of unsustainable patterns? Does every grand achievement carry within it the seeds of its own limitations? And so the Moai stand, silent, weathered, yet profoundly articulate, whispering across the ages a timeless caution about the echoes of ambition, the impermanence of even the grandest designs, and the delicate, vital balance of presence and future, creation and consequence. They invite you to feel the weight of their gaze and wonder about the legacy you too are building, one silent, enduring moment at a time. Qin Shi Huang Tomb. You are standing at the threshold of an unimaginable underground city, buried for millennia beneath a grassy mound, vast and silent. You sense the presence of an army, not of flesh and blood, but of terracotta, thousands strong, standing sentinel in the perpetual darkness. This isn't just a burial site. It's a meticulously crafted eternal empire, built by the first emperor of China, Qin Shi Huang, to ensure his rule continued even in the afterlife. The air seems to hum with the weight of absolute power, boundless ambition, and an almost terrifying fear of death. This isn't merely a tomb. It's a profound manifestation of the human desire for immortality and control. It speaks to the psychological drive of thanatophobia, the intense fear of death, and the lengths to which individuals with immense power will go to defy its finality. The sheer scale of the terracotta army, each face unique, is a testament to an emperor's singular vision, but also to the countless lives spent in its creation, a silent, enduring echo of his insatiable need for legacy. Eternal, the air afterlife seems to hum with the weight of reflex, even over the profound, absolute, unknowable psychological power future need for self-preservation and the ultimate expression of control, and the narcissistic, terrifying ego fear of lengths to which death manifestation transcend physical the world in sheer mortality attempt. Philosophically, it challenges us to consider our relationship with time and legacy. What do we truly leave behind, and what is merely an illusion of permanence? As thinkers from Machiavelli to modern psychologists have observed, absolute power can amplify inherent human fears and desires to monumental, sometimes destructive, proportions. Think about the monuments you build in your own life to ensure your legacy, or to maintain a sense of control. Perhaps it's a meticulously organized digital archive, an extensive social media presence curated to reflect a perfect image, or a relentless pursuit of professional achievements to ensure your name is remembered. In relationships, you might try to control narratives or outcomes, driven by a deep-seated fear of unpredictability. On a smaller scale, even the act of meticulously planning your day or your future reflects a desire to assert order over the chaos of existence. You might find yourself accumulating objects, or memories, or even grievances, as if to build an inner stronghold against the inevitable passage of time and the loss of what you hold dear. What unseen armies do we assemble within ourselves to protect our inner kingdom, to guard against the inevitable changes that life brings? What parts of ourself do we try to immortalize, and what true freedom might lie in letting go of the illusion of eternal control, of the endless need for more? And so, the silent legions of terracotta stand in perpetual darkness, guarding the tomb of an emperor who sought to conquer death itself. They invite you to reflect on your own relationship with control, with legacy, with the whispers of eternity that resonate within every human heart, and the quiet acceptance that some journeys, however grand, must eventually drift into the stillness of the unknown. Roanoke Colony vanished. You arrive at a familiar clearing, the scent of pine and damp earth heavy in the air. You expect to see familiar faces, the warmth of a fire, the sounds of everyday life. Instead, there is only silence. The houses stand empty, abandoned, the doors ajar. There's no sign of struggle, no obvious explanation, just a profound, unsettling absence. The only trace is a single word carved into a tree trunk: Croatoan. A chill runs down your spine, deeper than the autumn air. The feeling is not just of loss, but of pure, inexplicable vanishing. This isn't merely a historical mystery. It's a primal encounter with the terror of the unknown and the human yearning for closure. To our reminding us of the deep, this isn't fragility of merely a psychological existence, and the discomfort with historical mystery, ambiguity, indifferent vastness of lie. The beginning human mind abhors a vacuum, middle, and end. Our minds instinctively struggle to create a coherent narrative, driven by a powerful need for cognitive closure. The absence of an explanation can be more disturbing than a tragic one. profound lack of deeper than the autumn information air, touches on existential philosophy, reminding us of the fragility of existence and the indifferent vastness of life's unpredictable nature. The human mind abhors a vacuum, especially a narrative vacuum. Faced with the mystery of absence, our brains are prone to narrative fallacy, weaving elaborate theories from sparse clues to make sense of the incomprehensible. We crave patterns, causes, and effects, and when they are withheld, a unique kind of distress emerges, a lingering question that haunts the collective memory. Think about moments in your own life when something or someone has simply vanished without a trace, leaving you with an unsettling silence. Perhaps a friendship that dissolved without a final conversation, a cherished item lost without explanation, or an opportunity that suddenly evaporated. On social media, you see accounts suddenly go dark, people disappearing from your feed without a word, leaving followers to speculate and wonder. In relationships, a ghosting can leave you reeling, desperately searching for answers in a void. You might find yourself replaying conversations, searching for hidden meanings, or imagining scenarios, all in an attempt to fill the empty space left by a sudden, unexplained exit. What parts of your own story have simply evaporated, leaving only a cryptic sign or a profound silence? How do we cope when life offers no clear explanation, no final goodbye, only echoing questions that refuse to be answered? What does it mean to live with an open-ended narrative, to accept that some stories are simply unfinished? And so, the empty clearing of Roanoke stands, a silent monument to the unwritten, the unsaid, the profoundly vanished. It invites you to rest with the discomfort of the unknown, to breathe into the stillness of a story without an ending, and to perhaps find a quiet peace in the acceptance that some truths are not meant to be found, only felt, as a lingering whisper in the vast, open spaces of human experience. Mary Celeste Enigma. You are aboard a ship not your own but one found adrift, perfectly preserved, bobbing gently on the ocean swells. The sails are set, the cargo undisturbed, a half-eaten meal still on the table in the galley. Yet the deck is empty. The captain, his family, and the entire crew are gone. No distress signal, no signs of struggle, no pirates, no storm. Just an unsettling, pristine emptiness. The silence is profound, broken only by the creak of the ship's timbers and the distant lapping of waves against the hull. Every detail is ordinary, yet the overarching truth is anything but. The ship sails on, a ghost of its living past, holding its secret close. The merely a silence is maritime profound mystery. Ships its timbers and the chilling distant lapping of encounter with the waves against utterly inexplicable in a world that craves rational explanation. The enigma of the Mary Celeste speaks to our deep-seated need for cause and effect, for a logical sequence of events. When faced with an incident that defies all reasonable explanations, our minds grapple with a profound sense of cognitive dissonance. We search for a black swan event, something the ship utterly sails on unforeseen, within holding its secret close incident that defies all reasonable explanations. Our minds grapple with a profound sense of cognitive dissonance, unexplainable absences deeply unsettling. The psychological discomfort arises from the violation of our illusion of control, the human tendency to believe we can understand and predict events. This echoes the work of Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky on cognitive biases, particularly the availability heuristic, where we favor explanations that are readily imaginable, even if less probable, over the truly bizarre. The Mary Celeste forces us to confront the limits of our logical frameworks, inviting us into a space where the known world suddenly offers no answers, only quiet, persistent questions. The absence of a struggle, the intactness of the vessel, make the vanished crew all the more perplexing, turning the mundane into the mysterious. Think about moments in your own life when something simply doesn't add up, leaving you adrift in a sea of confusion. Perhaps a sudden, unexpected change in a relationship with no clear reason, a puzzling turn in a career path that defies logic, or a bizarre coincidence that leaves you questioning reality. On social media, you might encounter situations where someone suddenly disappears without explanation, or a comment is removed, leaving a gap where a conversation once was. In your daily routine, you might search for a lost item that seems to have vanished from a perfectly ordinary spot, prompting a momentary flicker of unreality. You replay the facts, you search for clues, you construct theories, but the truth remains elusive, like the sea itself. What do we cling to when logic fails, and the ordinary becomes extraordinary through sheer, unexplainable absence? How do we navigate the moments when the predictable world suddenly offers no answers, only quiet, unsettling questions that echo within us? What if the most profound truths are not found in what happened, but in the unsettling void of what simply ceased to be? And so, the Mary Celeste drifts on, a silent testament to the mysteries that lie just beneath the surface of our ordered world. It invites you to rest with the quiet hum of the unexplainable, to breathe into the vastness of what cannot be known, and to perhaps find a quiet peace in the subtle acceptance that some journeys, however well-charted, will forever remain profoundly, beautifully, adrift in the vast, open ocean of the unknown. Jack the Ripper. You walk through cobbled streets cloaked in perpetual fog, the gas lamps casting long, dancing shadows. Every alleyway feels like a deeper shade of night, every corner holds a whisper of the unseen. There's a pervasive unease, a cold dread that permeates the very bricks and mortar, for this is a place where an unknown predator once walked, leaving terror in his wake but no name, no face, no trace but the chilling echo of his deeds. The air feels heavy with unanswered questions, with the frustration of an elusive truth, a shadow that forever haunts the light. This isn't merely a historical crime. It's a profound encounter with the anonymity of malevolence, and the human psyche's deep need for identification and closure, especially in the face of evil. Jack the Ripper embodies the shadow archetype, a Jungian concept representing the unknown, darker aspects of the self or the collective unconscious, projected onto an external, unidentifiable figure. Jack the Unsettling, error internal factors. Yet with the Ripper, even dispositional understanding is denied, leaving us with a pure, terrifying unknown. The lack of a definitive capture fuels endless speculation, reinforcing what Freud might call our fascination with the unconscious depths of human cruelty, and the societal need to bring such darkness into the light, to name it, and thereby to control it. The enduring mystery of the Ripper highlights our deep-seated aversion to true anonymity in the face of profound harm, seeking a focal point for our fear and desire for justice. Think about the unseen forces, or the unnamed anxieties, that might subtly shape your own life. Perhaps a persistent, ill-defined worry that you can't quite pinpoint, or a challenge in your career or relationships that feels like it has an invisible, unidentifiable source. On social media, you might encounter anonymous negativity or judgment, a faceless presence that leaves you feeling unsettled, unable to address the source directly. In moments of quiet reflection, you might sense a part of yourself that remains mysterious, a shadow side, capable of thoughts or impulses you don't fully acknowledge or understand, prompting a quiet, internal reckoning. What unseen forces, perhaps within yourself, do you try to name, to bring into the light, even when they resist definition or remain elusive? How do we reconcile the known world with the unsettling whisper of the truly unknown, the unnamed presence that lingers just beyond our grasp? Does true resolution require a name, or can peace be found in the quiet acceptance of what remains forever shadowed? And so, the fog-laden streets remain, forever echoing with a name that is no name, a presence that is an absence. They invite you to rest with the quiet hum of unresolved questions, to breathe into the vastness of what cannot be known, and to perhaps find a quiet peace in the subtle acceptance that some truths, however unsettling, will forever remain profoundly, beautifully, adrift in the vast, open ocean of the unknown. Anastasia Romanov identity. You are sitting in a grand, opulent room, now hushed by history, listening to the echoes of a past tragedy. A powerful family swept away by the tides of revolution, seemingly vanished. Yet amidst the definitive silence, a whisper persists, a persistent hope. What if one survived? What if the youngest daughter, it's a deep dive into the Anastasia, capacity for wishful somehow escaped the thinking and the brutal fate, emerging years later from the shadows, claiming her identity. The air hums with the profound human need for a narrative to be fulfilled, for a final, hopeful twist in a story of loss. It's a powerful longing for resurrection, for the impossible to be true. This isn't merely a historical debate. It's a deep dive into the human capacity for wishful thinking and the psychological power of belief. The long-standing claims of Anastasia's survival, despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary, speak to our profound need for a happy ending, for a continuation of what was brutally severed, for a capacity for final, desired narrative hope wish. The described as narrative long fallacy-standing claims of Anastasia's survival, evidence to the contrary, where we construct coherent stories from fragmented or ambiguous information to satisfy our emotional needs. Consider Carol Dweck's work on mindsets. In a way, the belief in Anastasia's survival reflects a growth mindset for history, an unwillingness to accept a definitive, bleak conclusion, preferring to believe in possibility and resilience against all odds. It touches on the construction of identity itself. How much of who we are is tied to our past, our lineage, our story, and how much can be recreated or claimed. The enduring mystery highlights the collective memory's struggle to process profound loss, finding solace in the glimmer of an alternative, more hopeful reality. It's a testament to the emotional weight of legacy and the powerful human drive to preserve a sense of continuity, even if only through a whispered legend. Think about the personal stories you hold onto, perhaps from your own family history, where a significant loss or challenge might be softened by a persistent hope, a what-if scenario that brings comfort. You might find yourself replaying a moment from your past, wishing for a different outcome, or holding onto a dream that seems unlikely, but offers a vital flicker of possibility. On social media, you see people clinging to old beliefs or championing unlikely comebacks, fueled by a deep-seated desire for fairness or triumph over adversity. In your own life, you might grapple with questions of identity, wondering which parts of your past truly define you, and which parts are merely echoes, perhaps even fabrications, that you've come to believe. What forgotten parts of your own story do you hold onto, even when the evidence shifts, even when a more definitive truth emerges? How much of your identity, of your sense of self, is built on echoes of the past, on whispered possibilities, and how much is truly your own unfolding, unbound by previous narratives? And so, the phantom echo of Anastasia Romanov lingers, a testament to the enduring power of hope, the complexities of identity, and the human heart's quiet refusal to fully surrender to the finality of loss. It invites you to rest in the gentle space between truth and longing, to breathe into the stories that shape us, and to perhaps find a quiet peace in the subtle acceptance that some narratives, however compelling, will forever remain profoundly, beautifully, incomplete, whispering a question to the stillness. Dyatlov past tragedy. You are in a vast, snow-covered wilderness, the biting wind a constant, unsettling presence. Your breath fogs in the frigid air as you stand before a single, abandoned tent, ripped open from the inside. Scattered footsteps lead away, bare or lightly shod, quickly disappearing under fresh snowfall. It's broken only by the deep howl of the wind, RIing carrying whispers of nine experienced hikers, all dead, terrifying mystery, under bizarre and inexplicable circumstances. Their bodies found weeks later, miles apart with baffling injuries, some discolored, some missing vital organs, yet no sign of an assailant, no clear explanation. The cold here isn't just physical, it's a deep, existential chill, born of profound, terrifying mystery. This isn't merely a mountaineering disaster. It's a chilling encounter with the limits of human understanding when faced with extreme, unexplainable events. This isn't under bizarre and tragedy speaks to our deep inexplicable, merely a psychological need to mountaineering circumstances. Rationalized disaster, effect, encounter with survival is at baffling stake. When logic fails, and the available evidence defies all conventional explanations, our minds gravitate towards the bizarre, the conspiratorial, or the truly terrifying, struggling with the concept of an event that simply is, without a comprehensible narrative. The profound mystery here taps into our primal fear responses: fight, flight, or freeze, yet the bizarre array of outcomes defies a simple application. The event highlights cognitive dissonance on a societal scale, where deeply held beliefs about safety, nature, and human behavior clash with perplexing, contradictory evidence. It pushes us beyond the easily explainable, leaving room for a myriad of theories, from the mundane to the extraterrestrial, because the idea of an unknown, unquantifiable threat is deeply unsettling. As psychologists working in disaster response know, the absence of a clear perpetrator or cause can be more traumatizing than the event itself, leaving lingering questions and a profound sense of vulnerability. Think about moments in your own life when you've faced an inexplicable event, a sudden turn of fortune, or a puzzling human behavior that defied all your logical frameworks. Perhaps a friend's sudden, uncharacteristic shift in personality, a career setback with no discernible reason, or a series of strange coincidences that feel too odd to be random. On social media, you see baffling trends or unprovoked online attacks that leave you questioning the sanity of the digital world. In your personal life, you might encounter situations where, despite all your preparation and experience, something completely unforeseen happens, leaving you feeling profoundly unprepared, vulnerable, and searching for answers where there seem to be none. What hidden fears does the vastness of the unknown evoke within us, especially when we are stripped bare of our usual defenses? What are the limits of our preparation when confronted by the truly inexplicable, the forces beyond our control or comprehension that seem to defy even the laws of our known world? Does every question need an answer, or can some truths reside only in the unsettling, beautiful silence of the unknown? And so, the snow-swept slopes of Dyatlov Pass stand, a silent, frozen testament to humanity's vulnerability in the face of nature's indifference and the chilling persistence of profound mystery. It invites you to rest with the quiet hum of unresolved questions, to breathe into the vastness of what cannot be known, and to perhaps find a quiet peace in the subtle acceptance that some truths, however unsettling, will forever remain profoundly, beautifully, adrift in the vast, open ocean of the unknown. Then triangle falls silent disappearances. You're standing on a vast, emptiness where calm voices ocean used to be, the sun warm on your skin, a gentle breeze whispering secrets across the water. You feel the rhythmic sway of the waves, a comforting lull. Then, a subtle shift. The horizon seems to stretch impossibly, the familiar landmarks fading into an indistinguishable blue. Strange, and the silence a powerful descends. Feel that heavier than the gentle hum of the unsettling engine, the mind-swallowed sound. Your compass begins to spin, aimlessly, frantically, no longer tethered to true north. The radio crackles, then falls silent, a sudden, vast emptiness where voices used to be. You feel a pull, not just of the current, but of an unknown force, drawing you gently, inexorably into a space that feels both immense and utterly vacant. This feeling of something vanishing without a trace, of an unexplained absence, isn't confined to a stretch of ocean. It echoes a deeper human experience, the profound discomfort of the unknown void, the story that simply stops mid-sentence. It's about what we don't see, what we can't explain, and the powerful narratives we construct to fill that unsettling silence. The mind abhors a vacuum. It craves completion, order, and meaning. When confronted with missing pieces, especially those with significant emotional weight, our minds naturally engage in patternicitized tendency to find meaningful patterns in random data. This can sometimes lead to epiphania, where we see connections or causes where none objectively exist. We yearn for narratives that provide closure, even if they are supernatural or fantastic. This inherent human need for coherence, a concept deeply explored by Gestalt psychologists in their Principles of Perception, shows how our brains instinctively try to complete incomplete pictures, often inventing details just to achieve cognitive closure and reduce the unease of ambiguity. Think of a conversation left unfinished, a friend who suddenly ghosts you without explanation, or a dream opportunity that vanishes after initial promise, the reasons never disclosed. You might replay past moments, scrutinize old messages, constructing elaborate theories in an attempt to understand the abrupt disappearance. Or perhaps a piece of crucial data inexplicably vanishes from your work, leaving a project suspended in uncertainty. In relationships, the silent treatment can be its own triangle, where words vanish, leaving only a chasm of unspoken assumptions and dread, forcing you to try and decipher the missing story. What if the greatest mysteries aren't confined to maps and distant waters, but reside within the unexplained silences of our own lives? What if the true triangle is the space between what we know, what we believe, and what we simply cannot grasp or control? Does the relentless pursuit of a definitive answer always bring peace, or does the gentle acceptance of a beautiful, terrifying mystery hold a different, softer kind of calm? Perhaps the most profound disappearances are not of ships and planes, but of the rigid certainties we once held, dissolving into the wide, quiet ocean of unknowing. And as they fade, a new kind of space opens, vast and full of possibility, if only you dare to float within its gentle, endless depth. Incident leads us to seek out and favor evidence that supports our existing beliefs. You're standing in a desert wind, dismissing anything that the dust contradicts them, swirling around your feet, the air dry and still. Far off the horizon shimmers, a distant line of heat and silence. You hear a whisper, a fragment of a story, passed from one person to the next, growing larger with each retelling. It's a story of something seen, something found, something unlike anything known, swiftly hushed away under a blanket of official silence. You feel the tension between what was said and what was left unsaid, between the glimmer of something extraordinary and the heavy hand of denial. It's a feeling of being caught between a dazzling possibility and a stark, unyielding reality. Sensation off wrestling with something conflicting, unlike anything known narratives. Frustratingly out of you feel the recusant tension between what was unique to said and distant desert nights. It speaks to our deep human struggle with belief, skepticism, and the very nature of evidence. It highlights how quickly an ambiguous event can become a canvas onto which we project our hopes, fears, and preconceptions. The event itself, a fleeting moment in time, becomes less important than the stories that grow around it, each claiming to hold the definitive truth. Our minds are inherently prone to cognitive bias, ease shaping how we interpret information. Confirmation bias, for instance, leads us to seek out and favor evidence that supports our existing beliefs, while dismissing anything that contradicts them. This makes it challenging to truly evaluate information objectively when our convictions are strong. The psychological phenomenon of belief perseverance, as studied in cognitive psychology, demonstrates how even when presented with disconfirming evidence, people tend to cling to their initial beliefs, often rationalizing away contradictions. The greater the emotional investment in a belief, the more resistant it becomes to change. We create our own realities, often without even realizing it. Think of a rumor spreading through your workplace, a whisper that gains momentum and becomes fact, despite a lack of concrete evidence. Or a political narrative that, once adopted, filters every news story through its lens, making it difficult to see opposing viewpoints. In relationships, a single misspoken word can be interpreted through a filter of suspicion, leading to a distorted view of intent. On social media, an unverified post can trigger widespread panic or celebration, simply because it aligns with a desired outcome or fear. You find yourself sifting through layers of opinion, trying to discern the original, unvarnished event. What if the most profound mystery isn't what happened in that desert, but rather the labyrinthine ways in which we construct our own realities, individually and collectively? What if the truth isn't a fixed point, but a constantly shifting landscape shaped by our desires, our fears, and our innate need for a story? Does the certainty of knowing, or believing you know, offer more comfort than the gentle acceptance of ambiguity? Perhaps the true alien encounter is with the vast, uncharted territory of human perception itself, where what you believe can feel as real, or even more real, than anything you can touch or see. Bigfoot Sasquatch legend. You're walking through a dense, ancient forest, the air thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. Sunlight filters in fractured beams through the canopy, painting shifting patterns on the mossy ground. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves heightens your senses. You pause, convinced you heard something just beyond your sight, a heavy tread, a faint, deep breath. You scan the shadows between the trees, your heart quickening, but there's only silence, the quiet hum of the wilderness. Yet the feeling persists, a sense of a hidden presence, just out of reach, something vast and wild lurking at the very edge of your perception, leaving only fleeting, ambiguous traces. This deep-seated feeling of an unseen giant, a primal force existing just beyond the visible world, speaks to an ancient human impulse. It's about the lure of the unknown, the comforting discomfort of a mystery that hints at something more, something untamed within the wilderness, and perhaps within ourselves. Yet, feeling to speaks to give an ancient form to the persists human, a formless impulse, and to populate the vast imaginations. Shapes, even something ambiguous, untamed within the wilderness stimuli, and perhaps within ourselves, known as pareidolia, is why we might see faces in clouds or figures in shadows. When coupled with our innate desire for wonder and our evolutionary programming to be alert to potential threats or opportunities in our environment, ambiguous evidence can easily be interpreted as something extraordinary. Thinkers like Carl Jung explored the idea of archetypes, primal, universal patterns and images that are part of the collective unconscious, perhaps including the wild man or guardian of the forest that resonate with the Sasquatch legend. We project these deeper meanings onto the external world, satisfying a need for awe or a sense of connection to something ancient and powerful. Consider how you might misinterpret a shadow at dusk as a person, or the sound of branches rubbing together as a whispered word. On social media, a blurry photo or a shaky video can quickly become proof of something fantastical, fueled by collective excitement and a desire for the extraordinary. In personal relationships, a perceived slight might grow into a larger narrative of betrayal, even without clear intent. In a career, an unexpected silence from a client might lead you to imagine the worst-case scenario, filling the void with your deepest anxieties. We are constantly searching for meaning, for a narrative, even when the evidence is scarce. What if the true Bigfoot isn't a creature of flesh and bone, but a symbolic embodiment of the wild, untamed part of nature that still exists, both outside us and deep within? What if the persistent legend reflects our longing for a connection to something ancient, primal, and untouched by civilization? Does the comfort lie in proving its existence, or in simply allowing the mystery to breathe, a quiet reminder that the world holds wonders beyond our current understanding. Perhaps the profound footprint isn't on the forest floor, but etched into the quiet longing of your own heart for a world that still holds secrets, vast and wild and beautifully unexplainable. Loch Ness Creature. You're gazing across the still, dark surface of a vast lake, the air cool and damp, carrying the scent of ancient stone and deep water. The surrounding hills rise steeply, cradling the lake in an embrace that feels both protective and secretive. Your eyes scan the monochrome expanse, searching, waiting. A ripple disturbs the surface, then another, larger, spreading slowly from some unseen point beneath. Was it just the wind or a diving bird? Or was it something else, something immense and ancient, stirring in the murky depths? A vast, shadowed presence briefly asserting itself before sinking back into the silent, cold obscurity. Secrets that time and depth guard so stirring in the carefully murky depths, sense of the hidden, untold stories shadowed presence sleeping beneath the briefly surface, just out of sight, yet asserting undeniably there. Something vast and cold, unknown obscurity lurking beneath the surface. Something both fascinating and slightly unsettling, not confined to a Scottish law. It speaks to our deep human fascination with the hidden, with what lies beyond our immediate perception, just the particularly in the mysterious realm of water. Primal, or a fierce and divine bird fascinations with the monstrous, something immense and ancient, secrets that time and depth guard so stirring in the carefully. It highlights our universal desire for wonder, for the idea that the world still holds extraordinary creatures and phenomena beyond our current classification. Psychologically, this reflects our engagement with the unconscious mind, a concept explored by depth psychologists like Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung. Just as the law holds unseen depths, so too does our mind contain hidden thoughts, memories, and desires that influence our surface behavior. The monster in the depths can be a metaphor for repressed fears, unacknowledged desires, or even untapped potential. The ambiguity surrounding its existence allows for projection. We project our own hopes and anxieties onto the unknown. The phenomenon of pareidolia, again, plays a role, where fleeting glimpses or ambiguous shapes are interpreted as familiar forms, especially when fueled by expectation or collective belief. Consider how a quiet colleague might hold vast, unexpressed ideas beneath their calm exterior, only hinted at in rare moments. Or how a seemingly simple problem at work might have deep, complex roots that are hard to uncover. In a relationship, an unspoken tension or a suppressed feeling can ripple through interactions, subtly influencing the atmosphere, much like an unseen presence in dark water. On social media, a vague post can lead to a flurry of speculation, each person projecting their own fears or interpretations onto the limited information, trying to discern what lies beneath. What if the Loch Ness Creature isn't just an ancient beast, but a powerful symbol for the vast, unexplored territories within ourselves, the depths of our own minds and emotions? What if the thrill of its potential existence isn't about finding definitive proof, but about embracing the magnificent unknown, acknowledging that not everything needs to be explained to be real in some sense? Does the constant search for what lies beneath distract us from the beauty of the surface, or does it invite us to dive deeper into our own mysteries? Perhaps the true creature of the loch isn't a physical being, but the endless, mysterious capacity of your own imagination, stirring softly in the quiet depths of your mind. Zodiac Killer Cipher. You're holding a piece of paper covered in strange symbols, a jumble of letters and shapes that seem to mock understanding. You trace a finger over the intricate patterns, knowing that hidden within them lies a message, a secret deliberately obscured. You try to find a rhythm, a repeating sequence, a key, but it remains stubbornly illegible, a wall of deliberate nonsense. Yet the possibility of a meaning, a dark, hidden truth, pulses beneath the surface of the scrambled characters. You feel the intense frustration of being so close to an answer, yet utter, lie locked out, suspended in a state of tantalizing, infuriating mystery. This feeling of an unsolved puzzle, a message deliberately coded and withheld isn't just about a historical criminal. It speaks to our innate human drive to make sense of chaos, to find patterns in randomness, and to unlock secrets. It highlights our fascination with intelligence, manipulation, and the profound discomfort of incomplete information, especially when something significant hinges on what is hidden, becomes a symbol and for all the intense unlock frustration of being so close to in secrets answer questions. Motivations we manipulation can't quite motivatians we grasp the end. Psychologically, solving and pattern recognition. When significant confronted with a hinges on, our cognitive load increases dramatically. Hypothesis this testing, unsolved puzzle constantly formulating theories and trying to prove or disprove them. The inability to find a solution can trigger cognitive dissonance, mental discomfort experienced by a person who holds contradictory beliefs, ideas, or values, or is confronted by new information that conflicts with existing beliefs. The more effort invested, the stronger the drive to solve it. This relentless pursuit of understanding, even when facing significant obstacles, mirrors the concept of an itch in Gestalt psychology, a tension that demands resolution. Thinkers like Karl Popper, though focused on scientific falsification, indirectly touch on the idea that without a solvable problem, there's a certain intellectual void. Consider a cryptic text message from a friend that leaves you guessing their true feelings, forcing you to decode their intent. Or a company memo filled with jargon that obscures rather than clarifies a new policy. In school, a particularly challenging math problem might feel like an impenetrable wall, demanding hours of focused, frustrating effort. In a relationship, a partner's indirect communication can feel like a cipher, leaving you to guess at their needs or desires, creating distance rather than connection. You find yourself spending disproportionate energy trying to unscramble the unknown. What if the most profound cipher isn't the one left by a killer, but the one you encounter daily in misunderstood intentions, unspoken desires, and the quiet complexities of human interaction? What if the true puzzle isn't meant to be solved by logic alone, but to invite a deeper form of intuition and empathy? Does the relentless drive for an answer bring clarity, or does it sometimes obscure the deeper questions about why we need to know so desperately? Perhaps the most important message isn't the one written in code, but the one waiting to be understood, quietly, patiently, in the open book of your own unfolding life, if only you allow yourself to read beyond the surface. Oak Island Money Pit. You're standing on a small, windswept island, the air cool with the tang of salt and ancient earth. Before you lies a deep, dark shaft, a testament to relentless digging, year after year, century after century. You hear the faint clink of picks, the murmur of distant voices, the splash of water, echoes from generations of dreamers. The ground beneath your feet feels heavy with secrets, with the weight of gold and jewels, but also with the shattered hopes of those who have dug before you. You feel the irresistible pull of a hidden treasure, a promise whispered across time, drawing you into an endless cycle of effort, belief, and tantalizing, elusive hope, but also with the shattered hopes of those who have dug before you, sense of an endless pursuit, of investing everything into an elusive dream, isn't confined to a remote island money pit. It speaks to a deep human tendency. The allure of the grand prize, the belief that ultimate satisfaction lies just one more effort, one more step, one more discovery away. An elusive dream speaks to a deep and angled human in a quest where the hope tendency itself. And the stories we tell, the belief that ultimate satisfaction lies just one more effort. Psychologically, this scenario vividly illustrates the sunk cost fallacy, a cognitive bias, where individuals continue a course of action because they have invested resources, time, money, effort into it, even when continuing is not the optimal choice. The more you've poured in, the harder it is to walk away, convinced that the next effort will finally pay off. This ties into the concept of reward prediction error in neuroscience, where the brain receives a dopamine hit from the expectation of a reward, not just the reward itself, making the continuous chase highly addictive. Thinkers like Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky, pioneers in behavioral economics, showed how irrational human decision-making can be when emotions and biases override pure logic, especially when dealing with losses. Consider the relentless pursuit of a promotion at work that seems perpetually just out of reach, absorbing your energy year after year, or pouring vast amounts of time and money into a hobby or project that yields diminishing returns, yet you can't bring yourself to abandon it. In relationships, you might continue to invest in a partnership that no longer serves you, simply because of the years of history and shared experiences. On social media, you might keep posting or scrolling, convinced that the next interaction or piece of content will finally provide the validation or entertainment you seek, despite growing dissatisfaction. What if the true treasure on Oak Island isn't gold or jewels, but the resilience of the human spirit, the enduring power of hope, and the profound lessons learned in the long, arduous act of searching? What if the real pit isn't a hole in the ground, but the endless craving for external validation or material wealth that keeps us digging, even when the ground feels barren? Does the pursuit of a singular, grand prize blind you to the smaller, more profound treasures unearthed in the journey itself? Perhaps the most valuable discovery isn't at the bottom of a hole, but in the quiet realization that the richness of life lies not in what you find, but in how deeply you choose to live, whether the treasure is found or not. Eerie Rise Map Puzzle. You're holding an ancient, fragile map, its surface covered in faded lines and exotic script. As you trace the coastlines with your finger, you notice something unsettling. Lands are depicted that shouldn't be known, places hidden beneath miles of ice, drawn with astonishing accuracy centuries before their official discovery. It feels like a whisper from another time, a fragment of knowledge that challenges everything you thought you understood about history, about exploration, about how much we truly care. Now, you feel the thrill of a profound mystery, a quiet invitation to question the established narratives, to wonder what else lies beyond the edges of the accepted map of reality. Cartographic anomaly. All the map of it moments where reality speaks to our seems to stretch beyond our current innate human fascination with lost knowledge understanding. Forgotten such anomalies challenge our cognitive frameworks, rediscovered, or even arrive from unexpected sources. Quiet the map encountering invitation becomes to question the information symbol, that for all the seems to defy established logic and known narratives anachronisms. All the map of it moments where reality speaks to our seems to stretch beyond our current innate human fascination with lost knowledge understanding. Psychologically, forgotten such anomalies challenge our cognitive frameworks. When confronted with information that contradicts deeply held beliefs or established facts, we often experience cognitive dissonance. Our minds instinctively try to resolve this discomfort, either by dismissing the new information, rationalizing it away, or, more rarely, by adapting our worldview. This relates to the concept of mental flexibility, the capacity to adjust one's thinking from a familiar perspective to a new one, as explored in various theories of adult learning. The Eerie Rise map can trigger a form of selective attention, where we either focus intently on its perplexing accuracy or dismiss it as coincidence, depending on our existing beliefs about human history and potential. Consider how you might encounter an innovative idea at work that seems ahead of its time, initially met with skepticism because it doesn't fit existing paradigms, or a personal belief you've held for years that is suddenly challenged by a new experience, forcing you to reevaluate. On social media, a viral piece of information might appear that seems to reveal a profound secret, causing you to question the official narrative, even if its provenance is unclear. In a relationship, learning something unexpected about a loved one's past can redefine your understanding of them, revealing layers you never knew existed. What if the true puzzle of the Piri Rise map isn't just about ancient cartography, but about the boundaries of your own understanding and your willingness to let them expand? What if the most profound discoveries aren't about finding new lands, but about finding new ways to interpret the old, to question what seems certain? Does the comfort of established knowledge prevent you from seeing the quiet, astonishing possibilities that lie just beyond the edge of your current map? Perhaps the real wisdom isn't held in the lines of an old chart, but in the expansive, ever-curious heart that dares to imagine a world far more complex and wondrous than you currently perceive. Shroud of Turin. You're gazing at an ancient piece of linen draped in a dimly lit chamber. Its fibers, aged and fragile, hold an faint, haunting image of a human form. Your eyes trace the contours of a face, the delicate lines of hands, knowing that this cloth carries centuries of whispers, of fervent belief and profound skepticism. It feels like a silent, powerful witness, a tangible link to a story that transcends time, yet remains profoundly elusive. You feel the weight of countless gazes, the unspoken hopes and doubts of generations, all converging on this single, enigmatic artifact, inviting you to question the very nature of proof, of faith, and of what truly leaves a mark upon the world. Seems yet to defy simple remains explanation, profoundly elusive, textile. Human need for enigmatic meaning, and how our pre-T we are often shape existing willing while we are accept or reject, for tangible connection to the sacred, shroud and furniture. Human need for tangible connection to the sacred, of faith, and of what miraculous that challenge our rational frameworks. Psychologically, this phenomenon taps into belief perseverance, where individuals continue to hold on to beliefs even when presented with contradictory evidence. This is often fueled by emotional investment and a desire for cognitive consistency. The power of narrative, a central concept in cognitive psychology, plays a crucial role. A compelling story can profoundly influence how we interpret ambiguous information. Thinkers like David Hume, in his Critique of Miracles, explored the tension between extraordinary claims and the established laws of nature, raising fundamental questions about the limits of empirical evidence versus faith. The Shroud forces a contemplation of what constitutes proof when one's deepest spiritual or scientific convictions are at stake. Consider how a cherished family heirloom, while perhaps lacking official authentication, holds immense personal meaning and narrative power for you, shaping your connection to your ancestors. Or how a charismatic leader's words, even when factually questionable, can ignite fervent belief in their followers. In your own life, you might cling to a hopeful narrative about a difficult situation, despite mounting evidence to the contrary, because the alternative feels too painful. On social media, a powerful image or a compelling story, even if unverified, can resonate deeply and influence opinions far more than dry facts. What if the true power of the Shroud of Turin isn't in its historical authenticity, but in its enduring capacity to reflect our own human need for something greater, something to believe in, something to mark the passage of profound suffering or extraordinary hope? What if the deepest truth it holds isn't a scientific finding, but the mirror it holds up to your own capacity for faith, for doubt, for wonder? Does the endless pursuit of definitive answers obscure the profound emotional and spiritual resonance that an object can hold, regardless of its origin? Perhaps the most enduring imprint isn't on the linen itself, but on the quiet, contemplative chambers of your own heart, waiting for you to decide what marks you will carry. D.B. Cooper Jump. You're standing at the edge of an open aircraft door, the wind screaming past, the earth a vast, dark canvas stretching beneath a canopy of stars. You see a figure, silhouetted against the night, pausing for a fleeting moment before stepping out into the void, vanishing without a trace. There's no parachute visible, no signal, just the sudden, profound absence. You listen for a sound, a distant impact, anything. But there is only the roar of the wind and the silence of an unsolved mystery. You feel the intoxicating allure of a perfect escape, of defying the odds, of simply disappearing into the vast unknown, leaving only questions and a legend behind. You feel the deliberate vanishing act, enigma. Questions and a legend behind individuals can speak to a truly deep slip through the human cracks of longing for surveillance and freedom societal expectation. The figure becomes a symbol for the uncatchable, the unidentifiable, the escaping ultimate ghost in the machine. And in fascination with the escape into the defying the elusive odds, unknown where, the removedisant clever, questions and a legend behind individuals can speaks to a truly deep slip through the human cracks of longing for surveillance and freedom societal expectation. The figure becomes a symbol for the uncatchable, the unidentifiable, the escaping ultimate ghost in the machine. Psychologically, the allure of D.B. Cooper taps into our fascination with deviance and transgression, and perhaps a vicarious thrill of breaking free from constraints. It also engages our natural problem-solving drive, fueling speculation and hypothesis generation as we try to fill in the missing pieces. The lack of a definitive outcome creates a cognitive vacuum, making the legend persist. This can be understood through the lens of Zeigarnik effect, where unfinished or incomplete tasks are remembered better than completed ones, keeping the case active in our collective consciousness. The enigma remains open, preventing closure and thus inviting continuous mental engagement. The enduring mystery reflects our discomfort with unresolved endings, yet also our capacity to romanticize them. Consider a conversation where a crucial piece of information is deliberately withheld, leaving you to guess at the full story. Or a colleague who suddenly leaves a job without explanation, their true reasons remaining a mystery, sparking endless speculation among those left behind. In relationships, a partner's emotional unavailability can feel like a vanishing act, leaving you to grapple with unspoken feelings and unresolved issues. On social media, someone who meticulously curates their online persona, revealing only what they choose, can feel like a modern-day Cooper, inviting curiosity about the hidden depths of their true self. What if the true jump isn't from a plane, but the leap you take into the unknown aspects of your own life, accepting that some questions may never be fully answered? What if the allure isn't in a solved crime, but in the enduring power of a story that reminds you of the profound human capacity for agency, even in defiance? Does the relentless need for closure blind you to the beautiful, unsettling truth that some mysteries are meant to remain, gently reminding us of the limits of our knowledge? Perhaps the most profound escape isn't into the night sky, but into the quiet acceptance that some journeys and some lives are simply meant to drift off into the vast, beautiful, unsolved silence. Amelia Earhart Fate. You're listening to a faint, crackling radio signal, a voice cutting in and out, desperate but determined, somewhere over a vast, featureless ocean. The sound of engines, then silence. Just air and the endless expanse of water and sky. You strain to hear, to catch another word, another whisper of location, but the connection is lost forever. You feel the profound ache of unfinished journeys, of bold dreams ending in an unknown silence, a pioneering spirit subsumed by the immensity of the world. It's a feeling of striving for the impossible, reaching for the stars, and then simply disappearing, leaving only a poignant echo of ambition and unresolved questions. Sensationoff, a daring her story endeavor, becomes a symbol for all ending and in grand ventures that leave us unconfirmed fate, contemplating the limits of human control and the vastness of the unknown. A life's grand ambition dissolving into mystery isn't just about a historical aviator. It speaks to our deep human fascination with ambition, with pushing boundaries, and with the poignant reality that even the most determined efforts can meet an enigmatic end. It Unfinished highlights the journey's delicate balance between courage and vulnerability, enduring power of a legacy that pioneering persists spirit even when the final subsumed by the chapter is unwritten. Her story becomes a symbol for all grand ventures that leave us contemplating the limits of human control and the vastness of the unknown. Psychologically, the mystery of Amelia Earhart's disappearance triggers our natural need for closure and narrative completion. When a story is left open-ended, our minds actively try to solve it, generating hypotheses and possibilities, much like the Gestalt principle of closure, where we perceive incomplete figures as complete. This enduring uncertainty can be unsettling, yet also fuels a unique kind of fascination. Her story touches upon themes of resilience and grit, as explored by Carol Dweck's work on growth mindset. Even in an unsolved ending, her unwavering pursuit of her goals remains an inspiration. The lack of a definitive answer allows her legacy to transcend a simple biography, becoming a universal tale of human aspiration against an indifferent universe. Consider a passion project you poured your heart into, only for it to end unexpectedly, without a clear resolution or reason. Or a friendship that simply drifted apart, leaving you to wonder about the what-ifs and the unsaid goodbyes. In your career, a significant achievement might feel incomplete without the public recognition you hoped for, leaving a quiet void. On social media, you might follow the journey of an inspiring figure, only for their online presence to suddenly cease, leaving you to fill in the blanks of their continuing story. You grapple with the quiet beauty and sorrow of an unclosed loop. What if the true flight isn't just across an ocean, but the journey you take into your own ambitious dreams, accepting that not every path leads to a clear destination, and not every question has an answer? What if the profound lesson isn't about finding a wreck, but about the quiet courage to strive, to explore, to live fully, even when the final outcome is uncertain? Does the relentless need for a definitive answer diminish the powerful inspiration of a life lived so boldly, so fully, without reservation? Perhaps the most important flight isn't the one that ended in silence, but the quiet, soaring spirit within your own heart, ever reaching for horizons unseen, comfortable in the vastness of your own beautiful, unfolding mystery. Hinterkaifeck murders. Imagine a farm in the quiet countryside, nestled among rolling fields. You feel the cool evening air on your skin, smell the damp earth, hear the distant lowing of cattle. Life here moves with a steady, predictable rhythm. Chickens scratch in the yard, a lantern glows in the window. But then, a subtle shift. A feeling in the air, a whisper of wrongness that has no name. A something is concept amiss, not by sight or sound, but by the absence of them, lack of familiar activity, the uncanny stillness that descends like a shroud, far too deep for a usual night. This is the unsettling presence of absence, the chilling weight of a secret held by the very land itself. It is the paradox of a place that feels utterly mundane, yet holds an inexplicable, profound terror. The chilling weight of a secret held by the very land itself, for a logical sequence of events, paradox of a but place that finds only feels disjointed, utterly fragments, mundane, like pieces of a shattered mirror that reflect nothing coherent. The human mind, in its deepest wiring, yearns for narrative closure, distant a clear lowing of cattle beginning, middle, and end. A concept explored by many, psychology, posits our innate drive to perceive complete forms and patterns. When a story refuses to cohere, when the missing pieces are not just gaps but chasms, it creates a persistent cognitive dissonance, a profound unease that lingers long after the initial shock. Perhaps you felt this in your own life. A file that vanished from your computer, though you swore you saved it. A conversation that ended abruptly, leaving a word unspoken, a crucial detail lost to the silence. The strange, unsettling feeling when a place you know well suddenly feels foreign, not because anything has changed, but because your perception of it has. You search for the missing item, replay the conversation, try to pinpoint the source of the unease, but sometimes the answer remains stubbornly out of reach, an echo in an empty room. What does it mean to live with a question that has no answer, a mystery that resists every attempt at deciphering? What kind of peace can you find when the logical path leads only to a void? The desire to know is strong, a fundamental human impulse, yet sometimes the world offers only silence. The quiet darkness of a place where light once shone, now holding its secrets close. And you are left with the lingering echo of an unanswered question, a faint, cold whisper on the night air, fading into stillness. Tamam Shud Man. Imagine the cool grains of sand beneath your hand as you lie by the ocean. The rhythmic hush of waves breaking, pulling back, breaking again. You feel the vastness of the sky above, the salty kiss of the breeze. A sense of profound peace settles over you. But then, your gaze drifts to a discarded scrap of paper, half buried in the sand. It's intentional small, unassuming, yet something about its texture, its forgotten state, captures your attention. You pick it up. On it, a word or perhaps just a few letters, WR, written in a script you don't recognize. A single, isolated fragment, yet it hints at an entire hidden narrative, a life, a purpose, a story that was but is no longer. This is the silent whisper of a life deliberately obscured, the profound mystery of an individual's journey that ends with an intentional erasure. It's the paradox of a clear physical presence, yet an utterly absent identity. Your mind instinctively tries to connect the dots, to build a narrative from the smallest, most fragmented clues. Human, it's the drive to paradox of find clear physical patterns and make presence a meaning. Psychology as a utterly or form of absent epiphania when identity. Perhaps just a few patterns are seen where none litters exist, a single. The search for a coherent story, a definitive identity, becomes almost an urgent quest, a reflection of our own desire to be known, to have a place within the grand tapestry of existence. Consider the times you've encountered a small, inexplicable detail in your own life. An old, forgotten photograph in a dusty box, showing a face you don't recognize, a place you've never been. A cryptic note left behind by someone who moved away. The feeling of knowing someone for years, only to stumble upon a hidden talent or a secret past that completely reshapes your understanding of them. These moments are disorienting. They challenge your established perceptions, inviting you to wonder what other layers of truth might lie just beneath the surface. What unspoken narratives do we carry, hidden even from those closest to us? What fragments of ourselves do we leave behind, and what do they truly say about the lives we've lived, or the lives we wish to live? The ocean continues its rhythmic whisper, indifferent to the questions it carries. And you are left with the quiet resonance of a secret, like a pebble dropped into a deep, still well, its ripples expanding into the dark and the unknown. Istal woman identity. Imagine the cool, damp air of a remote valley, pines towering above you, their scent sharp and earthy. A faint wisp of smoke drifts on the breeze, not from a campfire but with a different, more acrid tang. You feel a strange tremor of unease, a sense that something profound has occurred, though nothing visible announces it. And then, and discovery equally, a body, almost stir, surrounded by items that point to a deliberate, meticulous erasure. Every label removed, every trace vanished. It is a canvas deliberately made blank, a life intentionally erased. This is the unsettling paradox of an identity that is profoundly present in its absence. It speaks to the human desire to be known, mark, and discovery equally. The profound, almost stripped bare of anything that primal could urge to identify it appear to become a ghost in the world. The mind reels from the void where a name, a history, a story should be. A why construct life our erased understanding of intentionally erased others and ourselves. Jungian sense, unsettling a paradox of unmask, we present identity to that, is his world profoundly present in its absence. When this persona is deliberately obliterated, it challenges our fundamental assumptions about identity, about how we categorize and comprehend individual existence. It's a reminder of the fragility of our constructed selves. Perhaps you felt the quiet pull of anonymity yourself, walking through a crowded city where no one knows your name, a sense of liberation in being utterly unburdened by expectations. Or perhaps you've witnessed someone reinvent themselves, leaving behind an old life, a past identity, like a discarded skin. The unsettling feeling when a close friend deletes all their social media, leaving behind a digital void, an unanswered question mark where their online presence once thrived. You wonder, what drives such a complete disappearance? Is it a form of freedom or a profound loss? What does it mean to be truly unknown, to shed every layer of who you were or who you were perceived to be? Is there a quiet power in dissolving one's identity, or does it leave an unfillable void, a space where a vibrant story once existed? The valley holds its breath, its silence thick with unanswered questions, and you are left with the quiet space where a name should be, filled only with the soft breath of the night, a silent testament to the secrets the world keeps. Ricky McCormick Cipher. Imagine holding a crumpled piece of paper in your hand, a quiet rustle as your fingers trace its surface. You see a series of letters, seemingly random, a jumble of symbols dancing across the page. It looks like writing, yet it forms no discernible words, no familiar sentences. You feel a quiet frustration, a gentle urge to make sense of it, to impose order on the chaos. This is not just gibberish. It feels like a message, a secret communication that is present, tangible, yet utterly inaccessible to your understanding. It mocks your attempts at decipherment, a silent challenge. This is the profound enigma of communication that remains locked, a message sent but never truly received. It speaks to our innate human drive for meaning-making, our relentless pursuit of patterns, even where none may exist, a phenomenon that intersects with concepts like apophenia, ere we connect seemingly unrelated things. It's the frustration of information that is technically available, yet remains stubbornly out of reach, a closed door to a vital narrative. The philosopher Karl Popper emphasized the importance of falsifiability in knowledge. This is the profound enigma of communication that remains locked, but never there is no concepts truly way to even begin the received teist apophenia. For the very unrelated language is things obscured. Information, that is it, technically highlights the available limits of our comprehension, the stubbornly out-of-reach boundaries of shared understanding. Perhaps you've experienced this in your own life. A text message filled with emojis you don't quite understand, leaving you guessing at the true emotion behind the words. Overhearing a snatch of conversation in a foreign language, where the tones suggest urgency or joy, but the meaning remains tantalizingly beyond your grasp. The struggle to comprehend a complex manual or a cryptic set of instructions, knowing that the solution lies within the words, but the key to unlocking them is missing. These moments highlight the gap between intent and interpretation, the fragility of shared understanding. What messages do we send, perhaps even unintentionally, that remain undeciphered by others? What keys do we unknowingly hold that could unlock worlds for those around us? The silent symbols on the page seem to breathe, waiting for a kindred spirit to finally understand. And you are left with the quiet hum of a riddle, echoing softly in the chamber of your mind, a testament to the languages that whisper just beyond our grasp. Flight MH370 vanished. Imagine gazing up at the vast night sky, a canvas of impenetrable darkness punctuated by distant stars. You hear the faint hum of an airplane, a silver bird soaring silently through the air, carrying lives, hopes, destinations. You feel the reassuring presence of technology, of human ingenuity, charting paths across continents. But then in the unsettling blink of an eye realization, the simple idea vanishes. The light disappears. No distress signal, no wreckage, just an immense empty space Here something monumental once was. It's the chilling absence of something vast and tangible, simply ceasing to exist from our perception. This is the profound discomfort of total disappearance, the unsettling realization that something so concrete can simply dissolve into the unknown. Your mind struggles to grasp the concept, to find a logical explanation for such a profound void, simply ceasing to exist from our perception. This triggers our deep-seated need for control and predictability, and when these are stripped away, it can induce significant anxiety, akin to navigating what former U.S. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld famously called unknown unknowns, things we don't know we don't know. The collective human consciousness struggles with this kind of unfillable void, constantly seeking answers where none seem to exist, a testament to our fundamental discomfort. Uncertainty. Perhaps you've experienced a similar feeling in your own life, albeit on a smaller scale. A crucial file suddenly vanishing from your computer, leaving no trace. A friendship that simply faded away without a goodbye, leaving you to wonder what happened. The unsettling quiet of an empty chair at a gathering, where someone who was always the is suddenly, inexplicably gone. These moments resonate with the primal fear of losing something completely, of being unable to retrace steps, to find a closure that never comes. What does it mean when the world offers no answers, only silence? How do we find peace in the face of such profound, unfillable voids, when the very possibility of a definitive answer seems to drift further and further away? The stars continue their silent watch, indifferent, and you are left with the vast, dark canvas of the world, holding its secrets in silent, unfathomable depths, a gentle reminder of all that lies beyond our knowing. Alcatraz escapees. Innovate, imagine the cold, to find a path where none is apparent, unyielding stone of a wall beneath your hand, a stark reminder of boundaries, of what is kept in and what is kept out. You hear the distant cry of gulls, the mournful groan of a foghorn, and the constant, rhythmic churn of dark, cold water. You feel the damp air on your skin, the weight of containment. Yet within these formidable confines, a quiet, persistent idea takes root, gnawing at the edges of impossibility. The human spirit, against all odds, yearns for a different shore, a life beyond the visible horizon. It's the paradox of freedom sought through ultimate risk, the allure of the unknown path. Human, the allure of the spirit's unknown path, yearning for liberation, even when faced with seemingly insurmountable barriers. It speaks to the psychological concept of an internal locus of control, where individuals believe they can influence their own outcomes, even when external circumstances are overwhelmingly restrictive. The drive to overcome, to innovate, to find a path where none is apparent, is a profound aspect of our resilience. As Viktor Frankl observed in his studies of human behavior in extreme conditions, meaning can be found even in dire circumstances, giving rise to an incredible will to live and to be free. The allure of the unknown, the untried path, becomes a compelling force, even if it leads to an uncertain fate. Perhaps you've felt this quiet urge in your own life, pushing past a perceived limitation in your career or a personal project, refusing to accept no as a final answer, taking a bold leap of faith into a new relationship or a different city, stepping into the unknown with only a glimmer of hope. The visceral feeling of breaking free from a long-held habit, shedding old constraints, and breathing a deeper, freer breath. These moments are tinged with both apprehension and exhilaration, the thrill of possibility against the fear of the fall. What walls do we construct around ourselves, in our minds or in our lives, that prevent us from exploring different possibilities? What quiet yearnings lie beneath them, whispering of a life unlived, a path untaken? The cold waters continue their ceaseless motion, waiting. and you are left with the quiet splash of a decision, rippling out into the vast, open ocean of possibility, a silent invitation to imagine a different shore. Solder Children Mystery. Imagine the comforting glow of a crackling fire on a cold winter's night, the warmth on your face, the scent of wood smoke, the murmur of happy voices. You feel the sense of safety of home. But then, a sudden, searing shift. The glow turns to an ominous roar, the warmth to an inferno. And when the smoke clears, when the embers cool, 5 small absences remain. Not found among the ruins, not seen escaping into the night. Just gone. It's a profound vanishing act, leaving behind only the ghost of what was, an haunting, endless question. This is the relentless grip of ambiguous loss, a concept that resonates deeply with the human experience of unresolved grief. Inferno, abandon what is relentless viv grip of small cherished ambiguous loss absences remain. Yet resonational finds only a deeply with the resilience that perpetual human what-if. Unresolved grief, the emotional psychological resilience that burden of this defies logical uncertainty, is immense boundaries. Healing. You've felt this quiet leaving ache and in your own life unclosed loop in the mind. Casting a long shadow, explanations, and ultimately closure, is constantly frustrated when a story refuses to conclude. Hope in the face of Evan, the face of overwhelming odds. The murmur of speaks to the happy, incredible voices, tenacity of love, and the human spirit's refusal to abandon what is cherished. A profound emotional resilience that defies logical boundaries. Perhaps you've felt this quiet ache in your own life. The lingering effect of a family secret that was never fully explained, casting a long shadow. The sudden, unannounced departure of someone from your life, leaving you to piece together fragmented memories and speculate about their destiny. The feeling of an empty seat at a gathering, year after year, a space meant for someone who simply vanished, leaving a palpable void. These moments are not just about loss. They are about the torment of the unknown, the mind forever replaying possibilities, searching for a truth that remains elusive. What does it mean to live with a perpetual mystery, where hope and despair intertwine, unable to find a final resting place? How do we reconcile the longing for truth with the reality of its absence, finding a form of peace amidst the persistent unanswered questions? The night outside remains silent, holding its breath, and you are left with the quiet ember of a question, glowing softly in the deepest stillness of the night, never quite fading, a testament to love's enduring hope. The bloop sound. Imagine sinking into the profound darkness of the deep ocean, beyond the reach of light, beyond the known world. You feel the immense pressure of the water, the cold silence that surrounds you. This is a realm where human understanding barely scrapes the surface, a place of secrets guarded by unimaginable depths. Then, a sound. Not a ship, not a whale, not anything you've ever heard. It's vast, resonant, echoing across thousands of miles, a pure, unidentifiable frequency. It's a whisper from an abyss, a testament to forms of existence we cannot yet grasp. This is the humbling realization of the immense scale of the unknown that surrounds us, especially in the natural world. It evokes a sense of both awe and existential wonder, touching upon the concept of the numinous experiences that are both fascinating and terrifying due to their transcendence. Our instruments, designed to measure and categorize, detect a phenomenon that our minds cannot yet comprehend or place within our existing framework of knowledge. It is a profound anomaly, pushing us to question what author uncatalogued wonders exist us beyond our current reach. It highlights how the unknown is not empty, but full of possibilities. Perhaps you've experienced this quiet sense of wonder and bewilderment in your own life. Hearing a strange, persistent creak in an old house, inexplicable and unsettling. Witnessing a natural phenomenon that defies easy explanation, like an unusual cloud formation or a peculiar light in the sky, leaving you with a sense of profound mystery. The feeling of insignificance when contemplating the vastness of the universe, realizing how little we truly know about the cosmos. These moments are reminders that our maps of reality are perpetually incomplete, always ready for new additions, new questions. What if the very fabric of reality contains whispers and echoes we are not yet ready to comprehend, vibrating just beyond our human senses? What sounds might be resonating in the silent, unacknowledged worlds that surround us, waiting for our ears to attune? And you are left with the deep, resonant hum of the world's hidden depths, a soft, undulating lullaby of the inexplicable, inviting you to simply listen. Tao's hum enigma. Imagine standing in a quiet desert town, the vast, open sky above you, the scent of dry earth and sagebrush on the gentle breeze. You feel a profound sense of stillness, a peaceful calm washing over you. But then a subtle tremor in the air, a low-frequency hum almost imperceptible. It's there, yet not quite. Some feel it, quiet a revelation that persistent ears. Person might be speaks to the intricate authors entirely hear nothing, senses only the gentle in how we and how construct our own unblay. It's a sound that exists for some, but not for physical all, a private symphony within a shared space. Enigma of the subjective perception, and the revelation that reality varied itself can be deeply thresholds of personal, filtered through the unique lens of each individual. It speaks to the intricate workings of our senses, and how profoundly different our experiences can be, even within the same physical environment. Psychologically, this touches on the complexity of auditory illusions, the power of expectation, and the varied thresholds of human hearing. It's a quiet challenge to our assumptions about shared truth, reminding us that what is undeniable for one person might be entirely absent for another, highlighting the nuances in how we construct our own realities. Perhaps you've experienced this in your own life. The different ways two friends might recall the same shared event, each remembering distinct details or emotions. How a piece of art or music evokes wildly varied responses from different people, some moved deeply, others untouched. The feeling of being the only one to notice a subtle detail in a room, or to catch a fleeting scent, while others remain oblivious. These moments gently nudge us to consider the vast, unseen landscapes of individual experience, the private worlds we each inhabit, even when standing side by side. What unheard frequencies vibrate around us, just beyond our personal threshold of perception, waiting for the right ear to attune to them? How much of our reality is truly shared, and how much is a unique, private symphony playing just for us? The desert air whispers its silent secrets, and you are left with the faint, persistent thrum of an unheard frequency, a gentle invitation to listen more deeply, not just to the world outside, but to the quiet, unique hum within your own perceiving mind. Tunguska event impact. Imagine waking, not to the gentle hum of morning, but to a sky ablaze, a silent fire ripping across the distant horizon. You feel the tremor long before you hear anything, a deep, unsettling vibration passing through the very ground you stand on, through your bones. It's not the thunder of a storm, nor the roar of war, but something profoundly different, an immense, unseen force pressing down on the world. Later, you learn of a vast forest flattened for miles, trees splayed outwards like fallen matchsticks, yet no crater, no clear, defining scar on the Earth's surface, only a profound, bewildering absence where an undeniable impact occurred. Colossal unseen footprint, you itself. Trees feeling of splayed outwards like encountering a fallen major touch matchstick's point, reshapes the landscape of defining your scar on the Earth's surface understanding, concrete, identifiable cause. Absence where in our minds, impact occurred driven by a deep-seated human need for closure, for complete narratives, struggle with this vacuum. When information is missing, picture as you learn of a vast forest flattened for obscured, you instinctively try to connect the dots, unsettling to fill in the feeling of blanks, a major much like our turning point, visual perception systems, guided by Gestalt principles, strive to see complete forms even in fragmented data. This innate drive can lead to fascinating theories, to elaborate constructions of what might have been. Think of a sudden, inexplicable shift in a long-standing friendship. There was a moment, perhaps, a subtle change in the air, a quiet withdrawal, and suddenly the relationship feels altered, flattened, yet you can't pinpoint the exact catalyst, the specific word or action that caused the fissure. Or perhaps you've experienced a profound personal realization, a moment of deep understanding about yourself, but the precise trigger, the single incident that sparked it, remains elusive. You know its impact, feel its weight, but its origin is a ghost. The undeniable effect echoes through your life, while the concrete cause remains a silent question, much like the flattened trees of Tunguska, whispering of an immense force that left no body behind. What does it mean to live with the ghost of an impact? To navigate a world shaped by forces whose origins remain murky, whose presence is felt more in their absence? What if the most powerful transformations occur without a clear, identifiable collision, but through a silent, unseen ripple? This vast, inexplicable event invites a quiet contemplation of the unknown, asking you to sit with the uncomfortable truth that some of the most significant moments in life leave behind only the echo of their passing. And you are left with the profound, quiet dignity of simply accepting that some things, even those that reshape the world, may forever remain a beautiful, ungraspable mystery, a silent thunder across the plains of knowing, drifting in the quiet of your thoughts. Dancing plague Strasbourg. One morning you feel an unfamiliar stir in your limbs, a subtle vibration that begins in your feet then climbs, a gentle sway that soon becomes a shuffle, a tap, an insistent rhythm. There's no music playing, no joy in this movement, only a deep, unsettling compulsion. Others around you, you feel in strained, join vibration that drawn into the begins in your same feet silent, a dance gentle. Your muscles ache, your breath turns shallow, yet the movement will not see ease. You dance through the blazing sun, through the quiet of night, until exhaustion pulls at your very soul. But the invisible rhythm holds you, a captive in a strange, shared frenzy. This is the unsettling power of a collective, unseen current, a phenomenon where the mind's distress manifests physically, in a shared, inexplicable ballet of endurance. It speaks to the human vulnerability to suggestion, especially when shared anxieties or hardships create a fertile ground for psychological contagion. Bon on crowd psychology hint at how especially when shared individual anxieties or rationality can dissolve into a hardships collective create a mind-fertile ground, where emotions and behaviors spread rapidly, almost like an infection, driven by an invisible force rather than conscious will. It's a profound example of somatization, where deep-seated psychological distress finds an overwhelming physical outlet. Consider how a wave of anxiety can sweep through an online community, a shared fear amplifying itself with each post, each comment, until it feels like an undeniable, overwhelming force, even if its initial spark was small. Or think of a particular phrase or gesture that, without apparent reason, suddenly becomes a widespread trend, compelling countless individuals to adopt it, almost without conscious thought. Perhaps you've felt this yourself, caught up in the emotional atmosphere of a group, finding your own feelings amplified or redirected by the collective mood, whether it's shared excitement or a pervasive sense of gloom. What does it mean when the body acts as if possessed, driven by an unseen current that flows through the collective? How much of our individual experience, our seemingly autonomous choices, are truly our own, and how much are echoes of a larger, shared, sometimes bewildering human hum? This ancient, strange tale invites you to consider the subtle, invisible threads that bind us, even in our most private vulnerabilities, revealing how easily we can be swept up by currents we barely perceive. And as you rest, you might still feel the faint, quiet echo of an ancient rhythm, a gentle reminder of the powerful, unseen forces that can move us, sometimes to our core, in the silent, shared dance of being human. Cicada 3301 Puzzle. As you drift between the edges of waking and sleep, a cryptic image flickers behind your eyelids. It's a cicada, ancient and symbolic, but its wings are not silent. They hum with a faint, almost imperceptible code, a complex pattern woven into its very being. You feel a pull, an itch to decipher it, to follow the breadcrumbs scattered across obscure texts, through digital landscapes, knowing that behind each solved piece, another, even deeper question lies hidden. It's a journey not just of intellect, but of intuition, seeking a logic that twists and turns, always just out of reach. This is the profound allure of the deliberately unsolved, a grand intellectual chase where the boundaries between game, art, and something potentially more significant blur into a singular, captivating challenge. It taps into the deepest wells of human curiosity and our innate drive for pattern recognition. Always just out of reach, art, and when faced with a tantalizing mystery, our minds engage in a relentless pursuit of closure challenge lens. This pursuit can be so compelling that, at times, we might fall prey to confirmation bias, interpreting ambiguous information in ways that reinforce our existing theories about the puzzle's ultimate nature, even if those theories are grand and unfounded. Think of the endless scroll through social media, where you're constantly seeking fragmented pieces of information, trying to piece together a narrative, or looking for validation through likes and comments, a continuous stream of mini-puzzles to solve for self-worth. Or perhaps you found yourself utterly absorbed in a niche hobby, obsessively learning every intricate detail, driven by a desire to master its hidden complexities, to become in on the secret. It's the feeling of trying to decipher someone's true intentions from their subtle words or actions, constantly analyzing, searching for the underlying code of their behavior. What if the true reward isn't the final solution, but the journey itself? The relentless pursuit of meaning in the abstract. What does this insatiable desire for uncovering hidden truths reveal about our own nature, our need for challenge, for intellectual engagement? This cryptic, silent hum invites you to consider that perhaps the most profound insights are found not in the answers themselves, but in the questions they provoke. And as you rest, you might still hear the quiet hum of an unanswered question, a gentle invitation to explore the subtle dance of clues and shadows that reside just beyond the edge of your perception, a silent puzzle waiting for your gaze. Gliese 581G Debate. You look up at the night sky, a vast, swirling canvas of distant stars, and you imagine a world just like ours, bathed in the gentle crimson glow of its own sun, possibly or biting Gliese 581. A quiet hope blossoms within you, a profound sense of connection to the vastness, a whisper that perhaps, just perhaps, we are not alone. Then a shadow falls, subtle at first. The making data true shifts, wavers. The philosopher of true, or was the scientific theory must be yearning for capable of being companionship, proven false to truly be scientific? The deep human need to find a reflection of ourselves in the cosmos, so strong that we saw what we wished to see. This is the tension between profound discovery and the rigorous, sometimes unforgiving, nature of scientific evidence. Core human crimson glow of its challenger, own sun. How we orbiting Gliese navigate the 581 space between our aspirations and the cold, a profound sense of connection to the vastness. Perhaps our minds are prone to confirmation bias, existing a belief, or influenced by our shadow-cherished hope. The philosophical concept of the theory-ladenness of observation suggests that what we perceive is often influenced by our existing theories and expectations, making true objectivity a constant pursuit. Karl Popper, the philosopher of science, emphasized the crucial role of falsifiability, the idea that a scientific theory must be capable of being proven false to truly be scientific. The Gliese 581G debate is a testament to this constant process of challenging and refining our understanding. Think of a time you invested deeply, emotionally, in a relationship's potential, seeing all the positive signs, only for subtle, conflicting information to emerge that makes you question its very foundation. Or perhaps you've poured your energy into a creative project or a new idea, convinced of its brilliance, then faced critical feedback that forces you to reevaluate, leaving you adrift in a sea of doubt. The constant ebb and flow of information, the shifting truths in public discourse, where data is often interpreted through different lenses, mirrors this cosmic debate. What does it mean to search for echoes of ourselves in the cosmos, knowing that our own desires might shape what we perceive? How do we hold the beautiful, shimmering possibility of connection without allowing it to cloud the search for truth? This quiet debate invites you to consider the delicate balance between hope and realism, between the passionate pursuit of discovery and the humility required to admit uncertainty. And as you rest, the quiet vastness of space holds its secrets, inviting you to simply be in this moment, amidst the enduring human desire to find a reflection of ourselves in the distant gleam of a star, even if it remains a beautiful, shimmering question, just beyond reach. Dark matter mystery. Close your eyes and imagine the vastness of the universe, not just the shimmering tapestry of stars and galaxies you can see, but the immense, quiet space between them. You feel a subtle, unseen pull, a gravitational embrace from something you cannot touch, cannot see, cannot even detect with the most sophisticated instruments known to humanity. It's everywhere, this invisible presence, influencing everything, shaping the grand, cosmic dance of galaxies, holding them together in ways we cannot explain, yet remaining profoundly silent, eternally invisible. This is the mystery of an omnipresent yet undetectable force that fundamentally shapes the reality around us, a testament to the vastness of what we don't know compared to what we do. Our human tendency often leans towards empiricism, believing only what can be shaping the directly grand perceived or measured cosmic dance of galaxies. Yet, dark holding them together in ways we matter cannot explain challenges this. Most eterna influenti, our forces might lie beyond our immediate senses. The concept resonates with Plato's cave allegory, where our perception of reality might be limited to mere shadows of a greater, unseen truth. Yet, dark yet in. You might not be able to point to a specific rule or conversation, but you feel the subtle gravitational pull of what is expected, guiding your actions and reactions. Or consider the underlying systemic issues in a society that are difficult to pinpoint or name, but whose effects are undeniably felt by everyone, a pervasive, unseen force. Have you ever felt that something was off or missing in a situation, even when all the visible pieces seem to be in place, a quiet void where something essential should be, yet remains elusive? What if the most profound influences in our lives are indeed the ones we cannot name, cannot see, cannot fully grasp? How do we navigate a world where a significant portion of reality operates outside the bounds of our direct perception? This deep mystery invites you to quietly contemplate the silent, shaping forces that move beneath the surface of your perception, guiding the unseen currents of existence. And as you rest, a quiet acknowledgement of the unseen invites you to currents that quietly guide the universe. Contemplate the silent settles within you, own being, guiding the unseen, yet currents of existence undeniably present, shaping your world in ways you may never fully comprehend. Dark energy enigma. Feel the quiet stillness of your room, the air barely stirring. Now, imagine the very fabric of space around you, not just holding still, but actively, relentlessly expanding. It's not just moving apart, but stretching, accelerating outwards, as if an invisible pressure whispers through the cosmos, pushing galaxies further and further away from each other. Understanding of the air gravity, things together, but space around you instead, holding still, driving them apart. Universe relentlessly itself holds a deep, for it's not just solitude, dark but energize, and expansion of the as if and universe. Fundamental, pushing galaxies further and further away from each understanding of other physics and the very nature of existence. Very fabric of unifying, driving space them around you, theories apart, arises relentlessly when solitude, confronted with fundamental forces that defy our current models. It embodies the concept of a paradigm shift, as described by Thomas Kuhn, where new observations necessitate a complete reevaluation of our scientific understanding. It embodies the concept of a paradigm shift, as by where new forces that seem to act against the very observations necessitate a principally. Consider the inexplicable, growing distance between friends or family members, even when there's no apparent conflict or direct cause. It's a quiet, relentless drifting apart that seems to be driven by an unseen current, a subtle force pushing relationships into greater isolation. Or perhaps you've felt an internal force pushing you away from familiar comforts, from long-held habits, towards something new and unknown, a quiet urgency within you. It's also like the relentless march of time, which subtly separates you from past moments and future possibilities, expanding the space between then and now, revealing how little control you have over its persistent flow. What if the fundamental nature of existence is not always about coming together, but also about a quiet, relentless drifting apart? What does it mean to be part of a universe that is actively pushing itself into greater isolation, into vast, lonely expanses? This silent, accelerating force invites you to contemplate the quiet power of separation, of release, of the spaciousness that emerges when things move apart. And as you rest, feel a silent expansion within you, a gentle release, as if the very space around your thoughts stretches into endless calm, unburdened by the need to hold everything together, simply allowing for the quiet, accelerating pull of vastness. Fermi, the paradox question. You gaze into the vast, immense star potential for life-dusted velvet of billions of galaxies, countless, leaving only a stars, lingering, and around those stars, potentially countless planets. The silence is profound. A deep, quiet question resonates within you. If life is so common, if the universe is so vast, where is everyone? Where are the lights, the signals? Fermi, the paradox question, echoes of other civilizations. Immense star potential for life-dusted velvet of the clashes night with the sky profound. Each surrounds us, lingering, cosmic whisper of a question. This is the Fermi paradox, the stark contradiction between the high probability of extraterrestrial life and the complete lack of observable evidence for it. Quiet, each that holding surrounds us, countless stars, and around those stars, life, potentially countless planets. The starred silence is profound if the universe is so vast. Philosophical, where is everyone? Implications of solitude or shared existence in the cosmos. Perhaps our methods of searching are inherently limited. Philosophical, where is everyone? Implications of solitude or shared existence in the cosmos. Or perhaps the truth is far more humbling. The paradox can trigger cognitive biases, leading us to favor explanations that comfort us or align with our existing beliefs, whether it's a belief in humanity's uniqueness or the certainty of finding others. Think of sending out messages into the vast digital world of social media, or even into the intricate networks of personal relationships. You pour out your thoughts, your feelings, your creativity, only to be met with a profound, echoing silence, leaving you feeling unheard, unseen. Or consider the quiet realization that despite being surrounded by countless people, a deep sense of isolation can persist, a longing for a connection that never materializes, leaving you with a profound sense of unanswered questions about your place in the world. It's the feeling of calling out into a canyon and only hearing your own voice return, amplified by the vast, empty space. What if the silence itself is the answer? What if this profound absence is a message in itself, a cosmic mirror reflecting our own solitude? Does our perceived uniqueness in the vastness make our existence more precious or more precarious? This paradox invites you to simply sit with the immense possibilities and the profound mysteries that lie within the vast, silent canvas of the cosmos. Take a quiet, deep breath as you consider the vast, silent canvas. Great filter theory. Imagine a long, winding road stretching before you, leading into the distant future. Along this path, there are numerous obstacles, immense, unseen barriers that only a tiny fraction of travelers can ever hope to pass. You wonder with a quiet tremor if the greatest barrier, the most formidable challenge that life faces is behind us, buried deep in our distant past, making our very existence a miraculous anomaly. Or perhaps the most daunting filter, the one that prevents life from thriving and expanding across the cosmos, lies ahead, waiting silent, somewhere in our inevitable future. Filter theory, existence an attempt to miraculo, explain the Fermi paradox by positing that there are significant, perhaps insurmountable, filters or challenges in the development of life, preventing it from reaching advanced, detectable stages. Explain the most Fermi paradox by survivors, waiting. Perceive progress as linear and inevitable future, preventing it from reaching inevitable advanced, suggesting detectable instead that stages life's journey is fraught with potential dead ends and catastrophic barriers. The concept touches upon Nassim Nicholas Taleb's idea of black swans, unpredictable, high-impact events that can reshape understanding and trajectory, often acting as filters for entire systems. Consider looking back at your own personal struggles and realizing how close you came to giving up, understanding that many individuals don't make it past similar points in their own journeys. Or think of observing historical periods where entire societies faced existential threats, plagues, wars, climate shifts, and wondering, with a quiet awe, how they managed to persist and pass through such immense filters. The realization that seemingly small choices or random events today might represent unseen filters for future opportunities or challenges, shaping a destiny you cannot yet perceive. If our existence, our very breath, is a fortunate passing of some unseen cosmic barrier, what does that say about our responsibility, our purpose, in this fleeting moment? What if the very act of knowing about the filter creates a new kind of challenge, a subtle shift in our perception of vulnerability and resilience? This theory invites a profound reflection on the precious fragility of existence. And as you rest, feel a quiet reflection on the precious fragility of existence, a gentle reminder that every breath, every moment, is a traversal of a path where countless possibilities have narrowed, leaving you here now, in this quiet, fleeting space, a silent survivor on a cosmic journey. Wow, signal origin. You are listening not with your ears but with the deepest part of your attention to the faint, ethereal whispers of the universe. Suddenly, a clear, strong pulse of meaning erupts from the vast, silent background noisy, a precise, deliberate message, a singular wow, of recognition, an exclamation that cuts through the cosmic static. It flashes, clear and profound clarity, and then, as quickly as it whispers of the universe, it's gone, leaving you with only the echo, the vivid memory of its presence, and the lingering, insistent question of its source, its meaning, its fleeting reality. Tantalizing silent, clarity beyond our own, highlights the leaving you with only the challenge of echo, moments, and the nature of cosmic proof lingering, especially when event is such a profound event is singular and unconfirmed. Recognition, it's its desire to fleeting know that we are not reality, uncertainty how we grapple with knowledge that is utterly incomplete alone in this vast expanse. Moment's presence, Lingering, especially when event is such a profound event, is singular and unconfirmed, unconfirmed. It's its desire to fleeting know that we are not reality, uncertainty how we grapple with knowledge that is utterly incomplete alone in this vast expanse, unconfirmable or fleeting. It forces a philosophical question. What truly constitutes proof when faced with a unique, unrepeatable experience? Our innate curiosity drive compels us to seek patterns and explanations, even for events that defy easy categorization. Think of a profound, life-changing encounter with a stranger, a moment of deep connection or insightful conversation that reshapes your perspective, yet is never repeated, their identity or presence fading into memory. Or perhaps you've experienced a sudden, intuitive flash of insight, a moment of pure clarity that guides a crucial decision, but you can't explain its origin or recreate its spontaneous arrival. It's like a singular, deeply resonant piece of advice, heard from an unexpected source, that changes the entire trajectory of your life, yet whose true origin remains a beautiful, elusive mystery. What if the most profound truths reveal themselves in these fleeting moments, impossible to fully grasp or repeat? How do you hold onto the powerful resonance of a wow, when its source vanishes into silence, leaving only its powerful echo behind? This elusive signal invites you to embrace the beautiful ambiguity of moments that defy logic and linger only as a feeling. And as you rest, feel a gentle hum of wonder, as you allow the echo of an impossible question to settle within you, a quiet reminder that sometimes the most significant truths are felt, not proven, and their very absence only deepens their profound, quiet mystery. Philadelphia experiment. Imagine standing on the deck of a ship, feeling the solid planks beneath your feet, the salt spray on your face, the familiar roll of the ocean. Then a strange hum begins, a distortion in the very air around you. The ship with you on it begins to shimmer, to blur at its edges, dissolving into an impossible mist. The world around you warps, light bending, reality rippling, until you are suddenly somewhere else, or nowhere at all, only to reappear moments later, irrevocably changed, haunted by the memory of a place that couldn't possibly exist, a moment that defies all known physics. This is the powerful allure of secret experiments, of forbidden knowledge, reappear and the manipulation of fundamental reality, often bordering on urban legend. It speaks to the deep human need for narrative, and the way we instinctively fill gaps in our understanding with compelling stories, especially those that defy the mundane and hint at hidden powers. It's a classic example of the conspiracy theory phenomenon, powers often rooted in a deep distrust of authority and a desire for hidden, profound truths that explain the inexplicable. Philadelphia experiment, where a compelling tale can shape perception more powerfully than documented history. Consider the persistent rumors or inside stories that circulate within a workplace or a social group, whispered tales that, even without concrete proof, begin to shape perceptions and beliefs, becoming a shared, unspoken reality. Or perhaps you've experienced a disorienting moment that made you question your own perceptions, a feeling of being out of sync with reality, as if the world around you subtly shifted. It's the way a captivating narrative, even if unsubstantiated, can profoundly influence collective memory or belief, making a story feel more true than verified facts, a testament to the power of the human imagination and its desire for wonder. What if reality is more fluid, more permeable, than we allow ourselves to believe? How much of what we accept as real is simply a consensus, vulnerable to a whisper of the extraordinary, a compelling story that challenges the very foundations of our understanding? This pervasive whisper invites you to consider the unseen currents that run beneath the surface of the world. And as you rest, feel a gentle shimmer in the quiet air around you, a soft hum of possibility, as if the very fabric of your perception is subtly shifting, inviting you to wonder about the hidden currents that run beneath the surface of the world, just beyond what you can see or touch. A quiet, lingering question about the true nature of reality itself. Battery a purpose, or holding a something small this hands. It uncertainty about and feels ancient, deepest purpose cool to the touch, mirrors how we often look at the two whispering tales of forgotten artisans. You turn it over, noticing its simple construction, a copper cylinder, an iron rod. It seems so plain, yet a quiet hum seems to emanate from its core, a silent question about its true intention. Was it a vessel for a drink, battery a purpose placed to store grains, or holding a something small else entirely? This feeling, deepest purpose, mirrors how we often look at the two LS and rituals of our own lives. We see the form, the outward appearance, but the function, the why it was truly created, remains shrouded in the mists of time or personal expectation. The Baghdad Battery, found near modern-day Baghdad, with its copper, iron, and asphalt stopper, presents exactly this kind of enigma. Was it an ancient galvanic cell, used for electroplating jewelry, for medicinal shock therapy, or merely for storing scrolls? The answer eludes us, leaving open a vast space for interpretation. Plain created. When medicinal faced with intention, shock therapy ambiguity, naturally expectation E2 or fill the gaps, the answer contexts. Presentism leaving open interpreting the past vast soul lie through the space for lens of current interpretation knowledge. Yet perhaps the profound lesson lies not in definitively knowing its purpose, but in embracing the multiplicity of possibilities. It speaks to what Karl Popper might call the falsifiability of our theories, how difficult it is to prove a single purpose, and how much easier it is to disprove others, leaving us with a tapestry of potential truths. Think of the daily rituals you perform without questioning their origin or deepest aim. Why do you send a specific emoji? Why do you follow a certain career path? Is it for status, for genuine interest, or simply because it's what you do? You might find yourself meticulously curating an online persona, much like someone polishing an ancient artifact, believing its surface reflects its entire truth, while the deeper currents of its purpose remain unexamined. Or you might engage in a long-standing family tradition, its original meaning perhaps lost, yet its performance continues, driven by habit rather than conscious intent. What if the very things we believe we understand most clearly in our lives or habits, our relationships, our aspirations hold a deeper, less obvious purpose that we haven't yet uncovered? What if we are, in a sense, like archaeologists of our own lives, sifting through the relics of our past choices, trying to discern their true original intent, or perhaps their evolving purpose over time? The ancient pot sits, silent and enigmatic, holding its secrets. It asks nothing of you, yet its very existence invites a gentle curiosity, a willingness to gaze into the unknown. Perhaps the true power of such an artifact, or indeed of any unresolved question in your life, lies not in its answer, but in the space it opens within you for quiet wonder, for the gentle acceptance that not all things need to be fully known to hold profound meaning. You simply let the question rest, like dust motes dancing in a single shaft of moonlight. Anjikuni Lake vanishing. Smoke from imagined chimneys standing on the shore of a vast, frozen lake, wind no whipping sound around of. The air is still, save for the whisper of snow. You've walked for miles, drawn by the promise of a small, remote Inuit village known to exist here. But as you look across the expanse, there's only an eerie emptiness. Smoke from imagined chimneys, footprints into the snow, save for the whisper of snow, distant dogs. The canoes are there, overturned by the shore, but the people they are gone, not a single soul. It's as if a breath was simply held and then released into nothingness, leaving behind only the chilling quiet of absence. Sensation of simply sudot emote held. But as you look across the nothingness expanse, inexplicable disappearance, there's only an NLY, the eerie leaving imp behind chilling Ori absence, quiet of absence imp, of something profoundly present one moment and utterly vanish the next, mirrors a deep human anxiety about impermanence and the unknown. The legend of the Anjikuni Lake vanishing, reported by a fur trapper named Joe Bell in 1930, tells of an entire Inuit village, seemingly abandoned without a trace, with even the graves disturbed and empty. It's a tale that challenges our fundamental need for logical cause and effect, leaving us with a gaping void where answers should be. Our minds strive for narrative closure. When faced with an incomplete story, especially one involving human lives, we tend to invent explanations, however fantastical, to fill the void. This tendency is a manifestation of confirmation bias, where we seek out information that supports our pre-existing beliefs or theories, even when evidence is scarce. It also touches on the concept of the uncanny valley in a different sense, not just robots that almost look human, but situations that almost make sense, yet disturbingly don't, unsettling our sense of reality. The story of Anjikuni Lake forces us to confront the limits of our knowledge, a theme explored by thinkers like Mitchell Foucault, who examine how knowledge is constructed and the inherent gaps within it. Think of a friendship that dissolved without a clear argument, simply fading into silence, or a job opportunity that seemed certain, then vanished without a call or an email. Perhaps you've scrolled through old social media posts, seeing connections and communities that once felt vibrant, now utterly dissolved, their online presence as vacant as that remote village. These moments of sudden, unexplained absence leave a similar echo, a lingering question of what happened. That resonates far longer than a definitive answer might. What if some of life's deepest lessons are found not in what endures, but in what inexplicably ceases to be? What if the discomfort of the unknown, the haunting emptiness of an unanswered question, is precisely where we can grow a quiet acceptance of life's inherent mysteries? The wind whispers over the empty lake, carrying no answers, only the soft rustle of dry reeds. The profound stillness of what is gone teaches a different kind of presence, a presence born of absence. You close your eyes, letting the vastness of the unknown settle within you, a quiet breath acknowledging the stories that drift just beyond the edges of understanding, content to let them simply be, like shadows stretching long in the twilight. Woolpit green children. Imagine a quiet harvest season, the air thick with the scent of hay and turning earth. Suddenly, from the dark, shadowy mouth of an old wolf pit, two small figures emerge. Their skin is not pale or flushed, but an astonishing shade of luminous green. Their language is unknown, their clothes strange, their eyes wide with a fear that mirrors your own bewildered gaze. They eat nothing but raw beans, and their cries are like no sound you have ever heard. You stand, rooted to the spot, witnessing something profoundly out of place, a puzzle dropped from another world directly into your ordinary day. Woolpit the green air thick with the children. Historians Ralph of shadowy mouth of Incogashal old and wolf pit of Newburgh. Presence a essence a startling encountereth the utterly anomalous. Two children, seemingly from another dimension or perhaps from an underground world, appear, speaking an unknown tongue and possessing a unique skin hue. Two children appear. The unknown tongue and strange human mind, fear that faced with the truly mirrors your own inexplicable bewildered gaze, often seeks to categorize and explain through familiar frameworks. This can lead to a form of epiphania, where we perceive meaningful connections or patterns in random or meaningless data. Our cognitive biases might push us towards supernatural explanations, or, conversely, towards overly simplistic medical ones, rather than accepting the profound mystery. This phenomenon taps into our innate curiosity about the other, what lies beyond our known reality. Thinkers like Carl Jung might suggest this collective fascination, with such tales touches upon archetypal patterns of the unknown or the shadow self, urging us to explore the hidden depths of existence. Consider scrolling through your social media feed and encountering an image or story that seems utterly bizarre, outside the bounds of your ordinary experience, a piece of viral content that defies logic, an unexpected encounter with a deeply unconventional person. You might initially dismiss it, or compulsively try to find a rational explanation, much like the villagers of Woolpit tried to understand the green children. Or think of how you react to cultural differences that initially seem strange, different customs, different ways of thinking, which, much like the children's diet or language, challenge your baseline understanding of how life should be lived. What if the most profound truths about existence are not found in the familiar, but in the unsettling appearance of the radically different? What if true wisdom lies in the capacity to suspend judgment, to simply witness the green children of our own lives without needing immediate answers, allowing their strange beauty to expand our understanding of what's possible? The faint echo of a strange song drifts through the twilight, a melody from a place you cannot name. The image of emerald skin lingers, a quiet reminder that the world holds wonders and enigmas far beyond the grasp of everyday logic. You allow yourself to simply observe, to breathe with the quiet wonder of what might be, letting the vibrant, inexplicable color gently settle behind your eyelids, a soft invitation to dream of worlds just beyond reach. Gelada Monkey Mystery. Imagine standing on a high, windswept plateau, the air thin and crisp. Below you, then, patches they of vivid splash against the green. Unlike most primates, they are silent, not chattering or screeching, but simply tearing grass with their hands, their movements deliberate, almost meditative. Then, read one by one, patches they of begin to move, not with the frenetic energy of escape or play, but with an odd, synchronized purpose, flowing across the landscape like a silent river. They gather at the cliff's edge, seemingly for no reason, and then, as suddenly as they began, they disperse, returning to their quiet grazing. You witness this strange, almost ritualistic behavior, an enigma unfolding before your eyes, leaving you with a profound sense of wonder and unanswered questions about their inner world. This observation, a quiet, non-vocal, almost trance-like movement among gelada monkeys, presents a peculiar mystery about animal behavior and its underlying motivations. Almost highlands exhibit trance-like complex social movement among gelada structures monkeys, but their periodic mystery about animal behavior and its underlying motivations, seemingly purposeless group movements to specific spots, particularly cliff edges, without any obvious threat or resource, remain largely unexplained. It challenges our assumptions about what drives collective action and ritual, suggesting layers of communication and purpose that lie beyond our immediate comprehension. When we observe behaviors that lack a clear, immediate utility, particularly in the animal kingdom, our human impulse is to project our own frameworks of intention and meaning. This can lead to anthropomorphism, attributing human-like thoughts and emotions to non-human entities. Yet, the gelada's silent gatherings invite us to consider the possibility of complex, non-verbal forms of communication and collective intelligence that transcend our linguistic biases. It touches upon the philosophical concept of qualia, the subjective, phenomenal qualities of experience that are difficult to articulate or measure. Perhaps these movements are a form of shared, embodied experience, a silent narrative unfolding within the troupe. This resonates with ideas from ethology and deep ecology, urging us to understand life on its own terms, rather than solely through our lens. Think of moments in your own life when you find yourself drawn to a particular place or engaging in a seemingly unexplainable ritual. Why do you pace when you're thinking? Why do you return to a certain old haunt even when there's nothing new to see? Or consider the subtle, unspoken cues within a group of friends or colleagues, the collective shift in mood, the unspoken understanding that leads everyone to move in a certain direction without a single word. These unspoken currents, these subtle yet profound movements, echo the quiet mystery of the gelada's silent pilgrimage. What if some of our deepest needs, our most profound forms of connection, are expressed not through words or obvious actions, but through silent, almost instinctual movements and shared presences. What if the why of these moments is less important than the simple, quiet act of being there together, in a shared space of unspoken understanding? The vast Ethiopian plateau stretches into the fading light, holding the quiet secrets of 1,000 silent footsteps. The image of red chests against ancient stone lingers, a testament to ways of knowing that lie beyond human language. You feel a gentle kinship with the mysteries of the wild, allowing the unknown rhythms of life to lull you, like a quiet hum from the earth itself, inviting you to simply exist in the quiet unfolding of presence, a silent witness to the world's profound, unspoken stories. Phantom time theory. Inserted into the morning to the especially unsettling historical record by sensation that concerning medieval something chronology, powers fundamental about time itself has shifted. You look at the calendar, glance at the clock, and a creeping unease suggests that the very centuries you thought you lived through, the history you learned, might be a fabrication. You walk through ancient streets, look at old buildings, and a whisper in your mind asks, are these truly as old as they seem? Has a vast chunk of human experience, centuries of events, simply been erased or never existed, subtly altering the tapestry of reality? This disquieting thought is the core of the phantom time theory, proposed by Heribert Illig, suggests that the proposed by years 614 Heribert AD to 911 AD Illig. It's a theory that challenges the very foundation of our historical understanding, roughly 297 years. Phantom time theory, inserted into the morning to the especially unsettling historical record, by sensation that concerning medieval something chronology, powers fundamental about time itself has shifted, possibly Charlemagne, to align with the Roman calendar or to justify their rule. It's a theory that challenges the very foundation of our historical understanding, forcing us to question the reliability of established timelines and the narratives we construct. The human mind has a deep-seated need for order and coherence, especially concerning chronology. When presented with a theory like phantom time, it triggers our cognitive dissonance, the discomfort of holding conflicting beliefs. History, as we know it vs. a fabricated past. We often resist information that threatens our established worldview, a form of belief perseverance. This phenomenon also touches on the philosophy of history itself, how history is not just a collection of facts, but a narrative constructed, interpreted, and often manipulated. As historian E. H. Carr noted, history is an ongoing dialogue between the present and the past, and that dialogue can be surprisingly susceptible to influence and even radical reinterpretation. Think of how easily historical narratives can be respun or revised based on new discoveries or political agendas. A personal memory you hold dear might suddenly be challenged by a family member who recalls it entirely differently, creating a sense of phantom time in your own personal history. Or consider how information spreads online. A widely accepted fact can be revealed as a deliberate hoax, leaving you to question what other foundational beliefs might be subtly untrue. The feeling of realizing a long-held corporate or institutional story was merely a well-crafted myth offers a similar sense of chronological unmooring. What if the stability we perceive in our lives, our personal stories, our collective histories, is more fragile than we imagine, susceptible to subtle distortions and intentional omissions? What if the most profound lesson is not to cling to the illusion of absolute historical truth, but to cultivate a gentle skepticism, a quiet openness to the possibility that even the most solid ground beneath us might have been shaped by unseen hands? The echoes of forgotten centuries whisper through the quiet night, a faint tremor in the fabric of time. You close your eyes, feeling the gentle pulse of your own existence within this vast, perhaps malleable, timeline. The idea settles not as a threat, but as a soft invitation to ponder the narratives you inhabit, to discern what truly resonates from what might simply be a story told. And in that quiet space, the boundaries of past, present, and future gently blur, like mist over an ancient moonlit field. Pechmerle Cave Art. Imagine descending into the cool, dark belly of the earth, the air growing heavy with the scent of ancient stone. Your small light dances across rough walls, revealing, piece by piece, a breathtaking gallery. You see a vibrant, spotted horse, its form both robust and ethereal, its spots like scattered stars. Then, alongside it, the imprint of human hands, red and black, some missing fingers, reaching out from millennia ago. You stand in silent awe, a fragile bridge connecting your breath to the breath of forgotten artists who painted by flickering torchlight in the deepest silence. It feels like touching time itself, a whisper across 25,000 years. The cave art of Pechmerle in France, Spotted You Horse, and the stand in silent on Numeru's hand stencils, sent human presence a creative, profound impu connection to the earliest human creative impu, LSC. The intentional mutilation or absence of fingers on some hand stencils, whether symbolic, ritualistic, or evidence of frostbite, adds a layer of poignant mystery. You stand in silent awe, understand the forgotten deep human need to presence artists who express profound painted by connection to the earliest flickering human torchlight in the creative deepest impulse silence. To connect with the sacred, fingers on some hand whisper. Minds, whether symbolic, ritualistic, accustomed to explicit communication, adds ancestors. This art speaks to our shared collective unconscious, a concept explored by Carl Jung, suggesting universal patterns and archetypes that transcend time and culture. The desire to make a mark, to leave a legacy, is a fundamental human drive, often stemming from an awareness of mortality. The missing fingers in the stencils provoke interpretive ambiguity, challenging us to move beyond literal understanding and consider the profound symbolic or ritualistic meaning this might have held for the artists. This echoes the philosophical challenge of understanding consciousness across vast historical and cultural divides. How do we truly connect with minds so distant from our own? Think of the urge to leave your own mark, a note scribbled in the margin of a book, a drawing on a foggy window, a photograph shared online. These are modern versions of the same impulse, a desire for connection and self-expression. Or consider a piece of art that deeply moves you, even if you don't fully understand its literal meaning, perhaps an abstract painting or a piece of music. The missing fingers might be likened to the unspoken losses or hidden struggles that shape an artist's work, giving it a deeper, often wordless, resonance. What if true understanding is not always about precise definition, but about feeling the resonance of shared humanity across the vastness of time? What if the most powerful forms of communication transcend words, speaking instead through gesture, symbol, and the profound silence of creation? The ancient hands on the cave wall reach out through the millennia, a silent invitation to touch the timeless heart of creativity. The spotted horse gallops through your imagination, carrying the echoes of forgotten rituals. You feel a gentle presence in the darkness, a quiet communion with the human spirit that sought to render the invisible visible, to connect with the sacred. And in that quiet space, you realize that some messages are not meant to be fully deciphered, but simply felt, like the cool stone against a palm, a soft, eternal whisper. Yuba County 5. Imagine a cold winter night, the air thick with an unexpected snow. 5 young men, full of plans for a basketball game, leave their car, seemingly abandoned on a remote mountain road. Days later, their car is found, doors unlocked, windows down, a half-eaten snack inside. But the men themselves are gone, vanished into the vast, unforgiving wilderness. Months there pass, abandoned car, and then, face of bodies in slowly piecemeal. Their locations' bodies are rumination foul, complete each lack of a thinking about discovery, a coherent situation without deepening the explanation for their finding actions, chilling resolution demise. No signs of struggle. Ag TTWW0000100011CO00 O01GCOG1 UL1 ACL V5 ACL V5 MVC am a splitting chunk 4 into smaller pieces. Just a profound, unsettling absence where life once pulsed. You feel the weight of the unanswered questions, the unsettling silence of a story with no logical end. Of the Yuba leave their car, County 5, 1978, remains one of the most baffling cold windows down cases. Their inside abandoned car, discovery of their bodies vanished into the vast unlikely locations, and the complete lack of a coherent explanation for their actions or demise creates a powerful narrative of inexplicable tragedy. Understanding on involving chaotic young events. This kind of profound ambiguity in the face of tragedy often leads to rumination, the repetitive thinking about a situation without finding resolution. Our minds struggle with the absence of a clear narrative, leading to the creation of myriad theories, often fueled by availability heuristic drawing conclusions based on readily available but not necessarily representative information. The human need for closure, for a definitive answer, is deeply challenged by cases like the Yuba County 5. Philosophically, it touches on the problem of evil and suffering, not in a moral sense, but in the sense of meaningless, random chaos that defies our rational frameworks, a theme often explored in existentialist thought which grapples with life's inherent lack of preordained meaning. Think of a sudden, unexplained shift in a friend's behavior that leaves you puzzled and concerned, or a decision made by a loved one that seems utterly illogical from your perspective, leaving a lingering sense of bewilderment. Even a viral online mystery, a story shared endlessly with no satisfying conclusion, can evoke a similar feeling of unsettling incompleteness. These moments remind you that not all questions have answers, and not all events fit neatly into a linear, understandable progression. What if some of life's deepest lessons are found not in neatly tied conclusions, but in the uncomfortable space of unresolved questions, in the quiet acceptance of events that defy explanation? What if true compassion means embracing the profound mystery of another's journey, even when you cannot fathom their path? The cold mountain air whispers a story with no ending, a haunting echo of 5 journeys that dissolved into the snow. You feel the quiet weight of things left unknown, a gentle reminder of life's inherent fragility and its capacity for inexplicable shifts. You simply let the profound questions rest, like fallen leaves, scattering softly into the vast, silent forest, carried by a wind that offers no answers, only the enduring rhythm of nature's quiet breath. Vril Society Legend. Imagine a hidden chamber deep beneath the bustling streets of a grand European city, shrouded in velvet and secrecy. Within it, a clandestine group gathers, their eyes alight with a strange, compelling vision. They speak of an unseen energy, immense power waiting to be harnessed, a powerful force called Vril, emanating from the Earth's core, capable of granting immense power, allowing flight, healing, even mastery over the very elements. They believe this force, revealed by a mythical race dwelling within the Earth, could reshape humanity. You sense the potent blend of aspiration and delusion, the seductive allure of secret knowledge promising ultimate control, a whisper of immense power waiting to be harnessed. The legend of the Vril Society, a purported secret occult society in pre-WW2 Germany, is a fascinating intersection of spiritualism, pseudoscience, and political ambition. Rooted in Edward Bulwer-Lytton's 1871 novel The Coming Race, which introduced the concept of Vril energy and an advanced subterranean civilization. The myth suggests this society sought to harness such power, potentially influencing early Nazi ideology. It's a powerful narrative about the human susceptibility to grand, esoteric ideas, especially when intertwined with desires for supremacy and control. This narrative speaks to our fundamental human susceptibility to conspiracy theories and the allure of secret knowledge. In times of societal upheaval or anxiety, minds often seek simple, powerful explanations, even if they are fantastical. The concept of vril taps into our magical thinking, the belief that thoughts or rituals can influence outcomes. It also highlights the bystander effect in a sense, as the public passively allows such ideas to percolate, or the groupthink phenomenon where collective belief overrides rational scrutiny. Philosophically, it touches upon the dangers of unchecked utopianism and the historical tendency for powerful, charismatic individuals or groups to exploit a population's longing for simple answers and transcendent solutions, often leading to tragic consequences. As explored by thinkers like Hannah Arendt in her analysis of totalitarianism. Think of online echo chambers where complex global issues are reduced to simple, conspiratorial explanations, gaining fervent adherents. Or consider the appeal of self-help gurus promising instant enlightenment or wealth through secret principles. Even in your own life, you might have felt the seductive pull of an idea that promised an easy solution to a difficult problem, perhaps bypassing the hard work of genuine introspection or complex problem solving. This allure of a hidden key, a special knowledge, is a universal human experience. What if the true power lies not in discovering hidden energies or secret societies, but in discerning the subtle whispers of truth from the loud pronouncements of wishful thinking and grand delusion? What if the most profound forms of control are not over external forces, but over the narratives you allow to shape your own mind? The air shimmers with the phantom energy of a world unseen, a whisper of power both alluring and terrifying. You feel the pull of unspoken secrets, a gentle reminder that the human imagination, in its quest for understanding, can both create profound beauty and perilous illusion. You simply let the complex stories of human yearning and hidden desire drift through your mind, like distant, flickering lights in a forgotten city, content to observe the echoes without seeking to grasp their elusive, whispered truths. Skinwalker Ranch phenomena. Imagine a remote, isolated patch of land nestled in the vast, silent expanse of Utah desert. The sun dips below the horizon, casting long, unsettling shadows. Suddenly, out of the corner of your eye, a form shifts, something impossibly large, yet oddly indistinct, moves through the brush. Then a strange hum vibrates through the ground beneath your feet, followed by a light that pulses in the night sky unlike any star or aircraft. Your senses are overwhelmed, yet nothing can be rationally explained. Crackles with a nestled in the unseen vast presence. Expanse of Utah desert, a persistent, unnerving stream of phenomena that defies every known law of physics and logic, leaving you with a profound sense of dislocation and wonder. Skinwalker Ranch, located in northeastern Utah, is a notorious hotspot for alleged paranormal and UFO activity. It has been the site of rationally corner of your eye occurrences explained. Cattle something mutilations impossibly large, lights, sense of dislocation, and wonder indistinct disembodied voices, shape-shifting creatures, unidentifiable aerial phenomena, is a notorious investigation hotspot for alleged paranormal and UFO activity. No definitive explanation has been found, making it a compelling, unsettling, real-world mystery. It forces us to confront the limits of scientific reductionism and the unsettling possibility that reality might be far more complex and elusive than our current understanding allows. When confronted with consistent, inexplicable events like those at Skinwalker Ranch, the human mind struggles. Our confirmation bias can lead us to seek explanations that fit pre-existing beliefs, e.g., aliens, interdimensional beings, hoax. The constant ambiguity can induce cognitive fatigue and a heightened state of alert, as the brain tries to process contradictory information without resolution. This situation also brings to the forefront the observer effect in a psychological sense, how our perception and expectation can influence what we experience. Philosophically, it challenges the tenets of empirical evidence and rationalism, pushing us to consider whether there are phenomena that simply exist outside our current scientific paradigms, echoing the ideas of thinkers who explore the boundaries of human knowledge and perception, like those in quantum physics that suggest reality is not always as solid as it appears. Think of those recurring, unexplainable glitches in your technology, the device that acts up only when you're not recording it, the light that flickers inexplicably, the lost item that reappears in a place you've already searched. Or consider persistent, unsettling coincidences in your life that seem to defy probability. These minor, everyday mysteries, though far less dramatic than Skinwalker Ranch, tap into the same human discomfort with the unexplainable, the moments when reality seems to bend and refuse to conform to expectations. What if the most profound encounters with truth are not always logical or explainable, but instead arise from moments of unsettling mystery and profound wonder? What if the discomfort of the unknown is precisely where we begin to shed our rigid frameworks and open ourselves to the vast, perhaps infinite, possibilities of existence? The vast, silent desert holds its breath, exhaling secrets into the deepening night. Unseen forces dance on the periphery of perception, a gentle reminder that the world is far more expansive than our maps can ever depict. You feel the subtle hum of the unknown, not as a threat, but as an invitation to simply rest within the vastness of what you cannot comprehend, allowing your mind to drift, like a slow, curious light, across the boundless landscape of possibility, unburdened by the need to understand. Philosopher David Consciousness Hard Problem. Imagine you are termed the hard, feeling the soft texture of the sheets against your skin, firing hearing the neurons' gentle hum of the night, reactions in your perhaps brain catching the faint scent of rain. You close your eyes, and a vibrant inner world unfolds the memory of a vivid dream, the taste of a forgotten meal, the surge of a complex emotion like longing or joy. Firing hearing the neurons, reactions in your perhaps brain, but how does that give rise to the subjective, felt experience of redness, or the bittersweet ache of nostalgia? How does the purely physical become the uniquely you experience of being? You are inside your own mind, yet the very essence of that inner world remains an exquisite, elusive riddle. This profound leap from objective brain activity to subjective conscious experience is what philosopher David Chalmers famously termed the hard problem of consciousness. It's not simply about identifying the neural correlates of consciousness, the easy problems, but understanding why physical processes should give rise to any subjective experience at all, why there is something it is like to world but feeling specific unfolds. Complex matter, emotion, how does the like purely longing or joy, mind, and the very inside your own nature of dualistic elusive riddle intuitions, feeling that mind and body are distinct, even when we intellectually reject that idea. Our cognitive framework struggles to reconcile the purely physical with the deeply personal, qualitative experience of being. This conundrum highlights the limits of reductionism, the idea that complex phenomena can be fully understood by breaking them down into their fundamental parts. It invites us to consider perspectives like panpsychism, where consciousness is a fundamental property of matter, or emergentism, where consciousness arises from complex interactions but is not reducible to them. This question has been grappled with by philosophers from Descartes to contemporary neuroscientists, pushing the boundaries of what is knowable about the self and the universe. Think of explaining the feeling of love to an AI, or the sensation of pain to someone who has never experienced it. You can describe the physiological responses, the evolutionary purpose, but the raw, felt quality remains incommunicable. Or consider the moment you deeply connect with a piece of music, not just the notes and rhythms, but the profound emotional resonance it evokes. This gap between the objective description and the subjective experience is present in countless daily moments, from the unique taste of a familiar food to the specific shade of a color that only you perceive in quite that way. What if the most profound aspects of your existence are precisely those that defy explanation, those that remain inherently private and subjective? What if the beauty of being lies not in fully solving the riddle of consciousness, but in embracing its mysterious, felt presence, in the quiet wonder of simply experiencing? The soft breath of night falls upon you, carrying with it the quiet, luminous secret of your own inner world. The vast universe of your consciousness unfolds, a tapestry woven from sensations, thoughts, and feelings, all uniquely yours. You feel the gentle thrum of existence within you, a mystery held tenderly, unburdened by the need for definition. And in that quiet space, you simply are, a unique and wondrous flicker in the grand, unfathomable dark, content to rest within the quiet, vibrant mystery of your own being. Placebo effect power. You've been struggling with a persistent ache, a dull throb that settles deep in your bones. You try everything, every remedy, every distraction, but it lingers. Then someone offers you a small, plain tablet. They tell you it's a revolutionary new treatment, the cutting edge of medicine. You take it, perhaps with a whisper of skepticism, but also a tiny spark of hope. And slowly, imperceptibly at first, the ache begins to soften. The throb recedes. A quiet calm spreads through you, and you find yourself moving with an ease you hadn't felt in weeks. Later, you discover the tablet was nothing more than sugar, a simple, inert compound. Yet your body responded, your pain diminished, your world shifted. This quiet alchemy, reality, throb that is what gently settles deep in your bones, unfurls itself as the placebo effect. Every remedy imagination. It's the mind to astonishing orchesphony cacophony of a symphony of healing within your very cells. It speaks to a deep, untapped, intrinsic they tell you potential. The mind, you profound take it, compound, it's not thought responded, diminished it's the astonishing and bodily function. Work of often pioneers like Dr. Untapped. Kirsch. Potential who has extensively researched the power of expectation in clinical outcomes, or the broader understanding of neuroplasticity as explored by Dr. Norman Doidge, where the brain's very structure and function can be reshaped by experience and belief. Your brain, with its intricate neural pathways and chemical messengers, responds not just to external substances, but to the inner narrative you construct. It's a remarkable example of how your subjective experience can profoundly alter your objective reality. Perhaps you felt this quiet power in your own life. The sudden burst of energy when you believe a task is simpler than it appears. The calm that settles when a friend assures you everything will be all right. The surprising strength that emerges when you are convinced you can achieve something, even when the odds seem stacked against you. These aren't mere coincidences. They are echoes of the same profound principle. The mind, in its silent chambers, can activate dormant resources, unlocking capabilities that lie hidden beneath layers of doubt or despair. What if the narratives you tell yourself, the expectations you hold, possess a far greater influence on your well-being than any external force? What if the very act of believing in a positive outcome, even without tangible evidence, can set in motion a series of changes that lead you precisely to that desired state? What if the deepest healing begins not in the pill bottle, but in the quiet, hopeful whisper of your own mind, echoing within the vastness of your being? And as you rest, consider the quiet, astonishing power that resides unassumingly within you. Spontaneous understanding of cause and combustion effect cases. Imagine a room hushed and still, the air calm, the objects undisturbed. There's no open flame, no discernible source of ignition. Yet within this quiet tableau something inexplicably ignites. Not from an external spark, but as if from an inner, unseen energy, a sudden, impossible heat. The very fabric of being of matter seems to transform from within, consumed by a fire that defies all conventional understanding of cause and effect. It's a chilling thought, this notion of an internal ignition, a silent, radical transformation that leaves behind only ash and profound bewilderment. This perplexing phenomenon, often whispered about as spontaneous human combustion, hints at deeper, more enigmatic processes that challenge our foundational understanding of reality. It suggests that there are forces, perhaps subtle energies or hidden stresses, capable of orchestrating profound and inexplicable shifts from within. A limits of our perception, sudden whispered about as impossible spontaneous heat, spontaneous human combustion, external effects. Enigmatic while science processes, often that seeks external challenge our foundational catalysts' understanding of reality. Something it suggests that there are igniting from within forces, invites a different kind of contemplation. It mirrors, in a metaphorical sense, the rapid and transformative shifts that can occur in human consciousness or emotion. Consider the sudden spark of an idea, a burst of creative energy that seems to come from nowhere, or the internal fire of passion that consumes you, driving you to unprecedented action. These aren't physical fires, of course, but echoes of a similar principle, a profound, internal change manifesting outwards. Just as the philosopher Heraclitus spoke of flux and change as the only constant, this idea suggests a radical, inherent potential for transformation residing within. Perhaps you've experienced moments where an overwhelming emotion seemed to ignite within you, burning away old patterns and beliefs. A sudden epiphany that restructured your entire worldview, leaving the old self in ashes. Or the inexplicable surge of anger, a burning rage that feels like it erupted from deep within, consuming your composure. These are not combustion, but they are reminders of the potent, often unexplainable internal forces that reshape your reality. They highlight the idea that change, sometimes dramatic and swift, can originate from within, bypassing familiar external triggers. What if there are dormant energies, hidden potentials, or unresolved tensions within you, waiting for an internal spark to transform them? What if the most profound changes in your life don't always come from external events, but from a quiet, unseen process igniting within your own being? What if the very mystery of internal combustion serves as a potent metaphor for your own capacity for radical, self-generated transformation? And as you rest, consider the quiet, unlit embers within you, waiting for their own gentle, transformative spark. Vimana's ancient aircraft. Imagine standing beneath an impossibly vast, ancient sky, thousands of years before the first whisper of a modern engine. You look up, not at birds or clouds, but at something else entirely. A magnificent, impossible machine, crafted from unknown metals, soaring gracefully, silently, across the azure expanse. It hums with a power you cannot comprehend, a technology that feels both alien and strangely familiar, a testament to a forgotten brilliance. It is a Vimana, an ancient flying craft whispered about in texts like the Sanskrit Vedas, a phantom limb of history that hints at a wisdom lost to the mists of time. This persistent echo of Vimanas invites you to consider the cyclical nature of knowledge and the humbling possibility had ancient civilizations held technological or spiritual insights far beyond what our current historical narratives allow. Thousands of humanities journey through years' progress before might the not be a first linear whisper of ascent, but a series of peaks and valleys, where profound understandings can be gained, lost, and, perhaps, rediscovered. It challenges the assumption that our present era holds the pinnacle of all human achievement, instead opening a quiet door to the potential for forgotten brilliance. Academic discussions around such phenomena often touch upon the Dunning-Kruger effect, but in reverse, not overestimating our own knowledge, but perhaps underestimating the capabilities of those who came before us, due to a form of historical hubris. The Puranas and the Mahabharata, epic narratives rich with symbolism, describe these flying machines in detail, not as mere fantasy, but as integral parts of a complex world. They invite us to consider the deep human impulse to understand and transcend physical limitations, an impulse that has seemingly manifested in diverse forms across all ages. Could these be literal descriptions or profound metaphors for advanced states of consciousness, allowing a kind of flight beyond the mundane? Perhaps you've felt this quiet echo in your own life, discovering an old skill, a forgotten family recipe, or a traditional craft that holds an unexpected, profound wisdom. The intuitive understanding that sometimes emerges from seemingly lost memories, guiding you without conscious effort. Or the realization that the simplest solutions to complex problems might lie in practices or understandings that have been cast aside by modern complexity. These moments hint at the idea that valuable insights are not always new, but can be remembered or re-engaged from deeper, older parts of collective or personal experience. What if the most profound answers to your present challenges lie not in what you strive to invent, but in what you remember or perhaps relearn from the ancient currents of wisdom that flow through time? What if the concept of progress is more nuanced than a straight line, and true advancement involves recovering forgotten harmonies? What if the secrets of flight, both physical and spiritual, are woven into the very fabric of ancient texts, waiting for your quiet attention to unfold them? Dropa stone's discs. Imagine holding a small, cold disc of stone in your palm, its surface etched with an impossibly fine, spiraling groove that carries tiny, enigmatic hieroglyphs. It feels ancient, yet its precision seems alien, not quite belonging to the clumsy tools of early humans. As you trace the spiral, a story begins to whisper, a narrative not of this world, perhaps of visitors from the distant stars, or a forgotten civilization that existed before recorded time. Enigma of the Dropa stones dropped into the purported sends artifacts found in the ripples through our remote mountains of China. Arrival of it introduces the idea that our extraterrestrials thousands of years ago, of human history, and our meticulously place in the cosmos. This profound mystery, like a stone dropped into the calm pool of established knowledge, sends ripples through our understanding of reality. It introduces the idea that our historical narratives, meticulously constructed over centuries, might be far less complete, far less certain, than we comfortably assume. It asks you to gently loosen your grip on predefined certainties and consider the vastness of what remains unknown, or perhaps simply unacknowledged. Such anomalies often trigger what the philosopher Thomas Kuhn described as paradigm shifts, moments when existing frameworks of understanding are challenged to their core, forcing a reevaluation of fundamental assumptions. The psychological comfort of familiar narratives often keeps us from fully embracing the discomfort of the unknown, the unsettling whisper that our reality might be far grander or far stranger than we dare to imagine. The Dropa stones, whether literal or mythical, serve as a potent symbol of this frontier, where the human need to categorize and explain meets the stubborn persistence of the inexplicable. Perhaps you've experienced moments where an idea completely shattered your worldview, a sudden revelation that made you question everything you thought you knew, the unexpected encounter that shifted your perspective on human capability, or the quiet moment of awe looking at the night sky, realizing the vastness that dwarfs our assumptions. These are echoes of that same challenge to our internal paradigms, inviting a broadening of the mind beyond its comfortable confines. They remind you that some of the deepest truths might lie in the uncomfortable spaces where known facts fade into profound mystery. What if the universe, and the history of your own planet, hold secrets so profound they defy your current categories, stretching the very fabric of your understanding? What if the boundaries between what you perceive as known and unknown are far more fluid than you realize? What truths might you be unknowingly shielding yourself from, simply by holding too tightly to what you believe you already understand? And as you rest, consider the quiet courage it takes to hold space for the whispers of the truly inexplicable, inviting them to expand your sense of what is possible. Emerald Tablets Thoth. You stand before an ancient cryptic text, not inscribed on brittle papyrus, but seemingly upon solid emerald, cool and unyielding beneath your fingertips. Each symbol, each line, pulses with an ancient knowing, a silent, profound wisdom that feels both alien and deeply resonant, as if it speaks a language your soul already understands. This is the quiet allure of the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, a legendary hermetic text said to contain the secrets of the universe, a blooper, int for cosmic understanding, passed down through forgotten ages, promising universal truths to those who can decipher its enigmatic depths. Wisdom, the hermetic unyielding beneath your principles of as above, so below, suggesting a fundamental interconnectedness of all things, macrocosm reflecting microcosm. Knowledge isn't the merely hermetic accumulated facts principles of as above, but a deeper, suggesting a fundamental intuitive interconnectedness of understanding of the all-underlying things macrocosm patterns of reflecting existence and microcosm, accessible to the seeker who looks beyond the surface. It's the gentle unfolding of the idea that wisdom isn't invented, but discovered, eternally present and waiting to be perceived. Historically, these esoteric traditions, often linked to figures like Hermes Trismegistus, have influenced alchemists, mystics, and philosophers for centuries, hinting at a path of spiritual transformation and self-knowledge as the ultimate key to understanding the cosmos. Carl Jung's concept of the collective unconscious and archetypes resonates deeply here, suggesting that fundamental symbols and patterns of wisdom are hardwired into the human psyche, waiting to be activated. The tablets, whether literal or symbolic, embody the quest for a unified field of understanding, where science and spirituality, mind and matter, are seen not as separate, but as facets of the same profound truth. Perhaps you've felt this quiet resonance in your own life, those sudden flashes of insight that feel like a revelation, as if a hidden truth has simply unveiled itself within you. Moments of deep intuition where you just know something, without needing logical explanation. The profound sense of connection you sometimes feel to nature, to other beings, or to the vast expanse of the universe, hinting at a shared essence. These are echoes of the Hermetic principle at play, the realization that the wisdom you seek outside might already be encoded within the quiet chambers of your own being, waiting to be recognized. What if the deepest secrets of the universe are not hidden from you, but rather lie hidden within you, waiting for your quiet attention to be revealed? What if the path to universal understanding begins not with accumulating more facts, but with refining your inner perception, tuning into the subtle frequencies of existence? What if the wisdom of the ages is not a distant relic, but a living current flowing through your very consciousness, waiting to be felt, understood, and embraced? And as you rest, consider the ancient, wise echo that resides within you, guiding you to remember what you already inherently know. Gobkli Teep purpose cross the whispering across the ages. Imagine standing amidst monumental stone pillars, carved with intricate animal reliefs, rising from the earth on a desolate Anatolian plateau. They are perfectly aligned, forming ancient circles, yet they predate Stonehenge by thousands of years, built by hands we can barely imagine hunter-gatherers, not settled farmers. This site, Göbekli Tepe, existed before the invention of agriculture, before the first city, before what we thought was the dawn of civilization. Its sheer existence challenges every textbook, every timeline, every assumption about human origins. And its purpose remains an enigma, a profound question mark carved in stone, whispering across the ages. This astonishing archaeological discovery gently introduces the idea of deep time, the vastness of human history stretching far beyond our comfortable narratives, and the humbling possibility that the roots of human civilization are far more complex and perhaps more spiritually driven than previously conceived. Humans to build possibility that the before what we roots, to gather every timeline and its seemed to purpose spiritually demanded. Archaeological discourse around Göbekli Tepe often highlights the concept of pre-agricultural monumentality, challenging the long-held belief that complex social organization and monumental architecture only arose after settled farming. This suggests a powerful, perhaps spiritual or communal, impulse that predates economic necessity. It speaks to a profound telos, a deep purpose that drew these ancient people together, not for food or shelter, but for something more profound. It mirrors, in a sense, the insights of human evolutionary theory that acknowledges the early presence of symbolic thought and complex social structures, far earlier than previously assumed. Perhaps you've felt this quiet, inexplicable pull in your own life, a deep, almost primal longing for connection, for meaning beyond the mundane. The quiet urge to create, to build something lasting, even when its practical utility isn't immediately clear. The profound sense of belonging you might find in a community, or the feeling of sacredness in a particular place, even if you can't articulate why. These are echoes of the ancient impulses that shaped Göbekli Tepe, suggesting that the human spirit's need for transcendence, for collective purpose, is deeply embedded in our very being, a force that predates even our most basic survival strategies. What if the deepest purposes that drive humanity are far older than any written history, echoing from a time when the sacred and the communal were inextricably linked? What if the roots of your own quiet yearnings for meaning, for connection, for something greater than yourself, stretch back into this deep, mysterious past? What forgotten impulses lie dormant within the human spirit, waiting for gentle reawakening, inviting you to connect with the very ancient core of your being? And as you rest, consider the quiet, enduring mystery of human purpose etched into the very stones of time. Sannikov Land Myth. You are on a vast, icy sea, the horizon a shimmering blur of white and gray. For days, perhaps weeks, you've seen nothing but endless ice, the biting wind your only companion. Then through the swirling mist, a vision. A distant land not of ice and rock but of green valleys, flowing rivers, and a warmth that seems impossible in this desolate expanse. You are on a phantom island for promised land days just beyond reach. Quiet allure of you've seen Sannikov but land, a mythical Arctic island repeatedly sighted by explorers, yet always retreating, always elusive, a shimmering mirage on the edge of the known world. Days perhaps yet always undiscovered, then. But expectation and something a warmth that better, impossible in this desolate expanse, something perfect, forever shimmering on the horizon of our perception. Psychologically, this phenomenon touches upon concepts like cognitive dissonance and confirmation bias, where the mind, seeking to fulfill a deeply held wish or belief, interprets ambiguous stimuli as confirmation of its existence. It's a collective phantom limb sensation, a persistent yearning for a place that perhaps only exists in the mind's eye, yet feels undeniably real. The human need for hope, for a land of milk and honey, is a powerful motivator, shaping not just explorations, but our everyday perceptions and pursuits. It hints at the idea that sometimes the most vivid realities are those we construct in our longing. Perhaps you've felt this quiet yearning in your own life, the relentless pursuit of a dream, even when it seems impossibly distant, like a shimmering mirage. The persistent hope for a brighter future, a better relationship, a more fulfilling career, even when the present feels bleak. The feeling of something just out of reach, yet so powerfully compelling that it shapes your every step. These are echoes of the Sannikov Land myth, reminders of how profoundly our desires can shape our perceptions of what is possible and what is real. They invite you to explore the nature of the longing itself, more than the object of the longing? What if the most beautiful lands you seek are not physical places, but states of being, always just beyond the horizon of your current perception, yet perpetually beckoning? What if the pursuit itself, the journey toward that elusive dream, is where the true beauty lies, regardless of whether the land is ever fully grasped? What phantom lands do you unknowingly pursue, just beyond the horizon of your perception? And what do they truly reveal about the quiet yearnings of your own heart? And as you rest, consider the subtle, shimmering mirages that guide your quiet longing, leading you deeper into the landscape of your own soul. Missing 411 disappearances. You're walking a quiet forest trail, the air thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, sunlight dappling through the canopy. You pause for a moment, perhaps to admire a wildflower, and then a subtle shift. A sound, a presence, is suddenly absent. Someone who was just there, perhaps a companion or even yourself, seems to have vanished without a trace. No struggle, no signs, just a profound, inexplicable void where a living being once stood, leaving behind only the chilling echo of a question mark. This is the unsettling quiet of the missing 411 phenomenon, a collection of perplexing disappearances in wilderness areas, defying conventional explanation and leaving a profound sense of the inexplicable. Introduces the idea of a thin veil between the known and the unknown, startling fragility of human existence, and the deep limitations of our logical frameworks when confronted with true anomaly. Vastness of nature, startling fragility of human existence, the logical forces beyond human frameworks when comprehension confronted with true anomaly, and the unsettling thought that reality might contain pockets where the rules you assume to be universal simply do not apply. While empirical science strives to impose order on chaos, these cases often highlight the limitations of observation and the psychological impact of the truly unexplained. They touch upon the concept of cognitive closure, the human need to find answers and certainty, and the discomfort when none are forthcoming. They also hint at a deeper understanding of the natural world, suggesting that some environments possess an almost liminal quality, where the boundaries of perception can blur. The profound impact of these disappearances on those left behind speaks to our inherent desire for narrative and resolution, and the deep unease that arises when a story has no ending, only an echoing void. Perhaps you've experienced moments where reality seemed to shift beneath your feet, a sudden disorientation in a familiar place, a feeling of being watched when no one is there, or an inexplicable loss or absence in your own life that defied all attempts at rational understanding. The fleeting sense of something just beyond your grasp, a moment of profound ambiguity where logic offered no comfort. These are echoes of the missing 411 enigma, reminding you that there are spaces, both external and internal, where the familiar rules may momentarily dissolve, leaving you with only questions and the vastness of the unexplained. What if the world you inhabit holds secrets so profound, so outside the bounds of your current understanding, that they simply dissolve into the inexplicable? What if the most profound mysteries are not meant to be solved, but rather to be held in quiet contemplation, inviting a deeper reverence for the vastness of what you do not know? What unseen currents flow beneath the surface of the world you believe you know, waiting to remind you of the quiet, beautiful fragility of all things? And as you rest, consider the subtle, quiet boundaries between your understanding and the profound, enduring mystery of existence itself. Marfa Light's phenomenon. You're gazing out into the vast, dark desert night, the air crisp and still, the stars a brilliant canopy above. The horizon stretches endlessly, punctuated by distant, rugged mountains. And then there, a soft, ethereal glow appearing and disappearing, dancing just above the distant plains. It's not headlights, not a campfire, not even a star. It moves, it flickers. It lights phenomenon changes color, always gazing just out beyond into the vast reach, the explanation. Quiet the enigma of the Marfa stars a lights, a persistent and unexplained phenomenon witnessed for centuries near Marfa, Texas, defying simple categorization and inviting endless, contemplative observation. Enduring punctuated mystery by D. gently introduces the idea that some phenomena simply persist, defying easy scientific categorization, inviting us to embrace the beautiful ambiguity of the unexplained. It challenges the human tendency to immediately label and solve, instead encouraging a patient, quiet observation of what simply is, without demanding an immediate answer. Categorization GHTS, not even a star, and the way certain unexplained places seem to hold and amplify the inexplicable. Proposed from atmospheric instead refraction, without patterns in random demanding an immediate Dayton answer, fully encapsulate the consistent, often varied accounts. The persistence of the Marfa lights, despite scrutiny, reminds us of the limits of our perception and the intricate interplay between what we see, what we believe, and what truly exists. It is a natural mystery, akin to the will-o'-the-wisps of old, a reminder that the world holds wonders that may never fully surrender to our rational understanding, yet continue to captivate our imagination. Perhaps you've experienced moments where reality seemed to shift, just at the edge of your perception. A fleeting shadow that isn't there, a sound that defies its source, or a subtle sense of presence in an empty room. The times when your senses present something that doesn't quite fit your logical framework, inviting a quiet moment of wonder or confusion. These are echoes of the Marfa lights, reminding you of the subtle, unexplained energies that ripple through your own experiences, moments where the familiar world feels just a little more enchanted, a little more mysterious. What if the most profound truths are not found in absolute certainty, but in the quiet contemplation of what remains unexplained, inviting you to simply witness and wonder? What if the beauty of the world lies not just in what you can name and categorize, but in the elusive, dancing lights that shimmer at the edge of your understanding, inviting quiet contemplation? What subtle lights flicker at the edge of your perception, inviting you to simply be present with their mysterious glow, without needing to define them? And as you rest, consider the gentle, quiet persistence of mystery, always there, just beyond the horizon of your knowing. Shadow people phenomenon. You wake in the deep quiet of night, perhaps from a vivid dream or simply stirred by the stillness. Your eyes slowly adjust to the profound darkness of the room, and then just at the edge of your vision, a fleeting form. A silhouette darker than the darkness itself, a presence that seems to hover to observe, yet dissipates into nothingness as soon as you turn your full, conscious attention towards it. It's a shadow person, an experience whispered about by countless individuals, a transient, unsettling encounter that blurs the lines between sleep, wakefulness, and perception, often surprising, thresholds where the waking mind and the landscape of your inner dreaming mind overlap. It explores the brain's remarkable ability to conjure forms from ambiguous stimuli, creating a profound sense of presence or observation even when nothing tangible is there. It asks you to quietly consider the fluid boundaries of your own perception and the rich, often surprising, creating a profound sense of presence or observation even when nothing tangible is their world. Neuroscientific explanations often point to phenomena like hypnagogic and hypnopompic hallucinations, the vivid sensory experiences that can occur just as you fall asleep or wake up. During these states, the brain is in a unique threshold phase, where elements of dreams can bleed into waking reality, and the visual cortex attempts to make sense of very little light, sometimes creating clear yet illusory forms. Sleep paralysis, often accompanied by a sense of a presence, further highlights this interplay. It reminds us that our brain is a masterful storyteller, even in the quiet dark, capable of creating profound experiences from the raw material of subtle sensory input. The psychological term pareidolia is relevant here, our innate tendency to find meaningful patterns in random or ambiguous stimuli, which can manifest powerfully in low-light conditions or altered states. Perhaps you've felt this quiet phenomenon in your own life. The subtle sense of being watched when you're alone, a fleeting figure catching your eye in your peripheral vision, only to vanish when you look directly. The powerful sense of presence you sometimes feel in moments of deep intuition or profound connection. These are echoes of the shadow people experience, reminding you that your consciousness is a vast, complex landscape, capable of generating experiences that feel utterly real, even when they originate from within your own mind. They invite you to explore the subtle, fleeting aspects of your own inner landscape and the profound ways your brain constructs your reality. What if the unseen aspects of your own consciousness are casting fleeting shadows in the quiet corners of your mind, inviting you to explore the hidden depths of your own perception? What if the most profound presences you encounter are not external entities, but echoes of your own complex inner workings, emerging from the liminal spaces of your being? And as you rest, consider the subtle, elusive dance between what you perceive and what your mind creates, in the quiet, unfolding mystery of your own awareness. Mandela Effect Memory. You're comfortably settled, perhaps flipping through an old book or watching a familiar movie from your childhood. A particular detail surfaces, something you vividly remember, a specific line of dialogue, the exact shade of a character's costume, a well-known historical event unfolding in a precise way. You feel a warm certainty, the kind that comes from long-held knowledge. But then a quiet doubt begins to creep in. You check, perhaps online, or ask a friend, and the reality you encounter is subtly, undeniably different. The line is not there, the color is wrong, the event played out otherwise. Your memory, so clear and sharp, suddenly feels like a trick of the light, shimmering and uncertain. Otherwise so clear and sharp, holds more different lie psychologically. Just and the reality you personal encounter is subtly lapse in memory, but different, a shared phantom recollection, a collective misremembering that defies simple explanation, leaving you wondering if the fabric of reality itself has shifted, or if shared consciousness holds more sway than you imagined. Psychologically, this phenomenon touches upon the malleability of memory and the power of suggestion and confabulation. Daniel Schachter's work on the 7 sins of memory illuminates how easily our recollections can be distorted, susceptible to bias and the influence of others. But the Mandela effect hints at something deeper than individual error, perhaps a form of collective unconscious bias, where cultural narratives or common misconceptions become so ingrained they feel like truth. It asks if our memories are truly independent records, or if they are subtly shaped by a larger, unseen current, a shared dream we all unconsciously participate in, even when that dream deviates from verifiable fact. You might clearly remember the Berenstain Bears as Berenstain Bears, or that the famous line from Star Wars was Luke, "I am your father," rather than simply "No, I am your father." Perhaps you recall a specific logo or a famous geographical feature being in a different place. These small, persistent discrepancies ripple through conversations, creating a shared sense of bewilderment and a gentle questioning of what is genuinely known. What if these collective shifts in memory are not errors, but whispers from parallel timelines, faint echoes of other possibilities that brush against our own? Does it mean that our individual perceptions are less unique than we imagine, more intertwined with the collective mind? And what comfort, or unease, does it bring to know that your most certain recollections might be shared illusions? The fading image of what you thought you knew gently dissolves into the quiet expanse of the night. It leaves behind a subtle, shimmering question, a soft, almost imperceptible tremor in the landscape of your mind, reminding you that memory, like the deepest ocean, holds currents and mysteries that continually reshape the very shores of what we believe to be true. Out-of-place artifacts. Imagine sifting through ancient dust, the dry earth crumbling between your fingers, revealing fragments of lives lived long ago. You unearth a ceramic shard, then a crude tool, each speaking of the era from which it came. But then, nestled deep within a layer of rock challenging dated to millions of established years ago, shadow across our uncover something understanding of the past impossible. Induce a profound form of cognitive meticulously dissonance crafted metal sphere, or a tiny, deeply perfectly held formed paradigm spring, complex beyond the known technology of that time. Your breath catches. It impossible sits there, cool and meticulously heavy in your palm, a silent, defiant whisper against everything you thought you understood about history, about progress, about the slow, linear march of human ingenuity. This is the essence of an out-of-place artifact, or upart, an object found in a context that defies conventional historical or archaeological understanding. It's a riddle carved in stone or forged in metal, suggesting advanced knowledge or technology existed in periods where it shouldn't have, challenging established timelines of civilization, and throwing a curious shadow across our understanding of the past. Such discoveries can induce a profound form of cognitive dissonance, forcing a reevaluation of deeply held paradigms. They test our intellectual flexibility and our propensity for confirmation bias, where we tend to seek out and interpret information that confirms our existing beliefs. When an upart appears, it forces a confrontation with the limits of our current knowledge, much like Karl Popper's concept of falsifiability, where scientific theories are only robust if they can be disproven. An upart acts as a potential falsifier for established historical narratives, demanding either a reevaluation of the artifact or the timeline itself. It invites a quiet contemplation of what we consider progress and how much of our historical understanding is based on incomplete evidence. Think of the Antikythera mechanism, an ancient Greek astronomical calculator of astonishing complexity found in a shipwreck, or the Baghdad battery, an earthenware jar that some suggest could have produced electricity, discovered in Iraq and dated to the Parthian era. Even simpler objects, like meticulously cast iron pillars in ancient India showing rust resistance, hint at metallurgical skills that seem ahead of their time, leaving silent questions hanging in the air about forgotten crafts and lost knowledge. What if the flow of time isn't as linear as we perceive it? Or if pockets of advanced understanding have existed and vanished throughout history, leaving only these enigmatic echoes? Does it mean that our concept of human advancement is too narrow, too self-congratulatory? And how does it feel to hold a piece of the past that utterly refuses to fit into the story we've been told? The impossible object rests, a silent testament to a question that refuses to be answered. Its very existence is a gentle ripple in the stream of time, inviting you to imagine civilizations lost to the sands, wisdom whispered and then forgotten, and the boundless, mysterious depths of history that still await the patient eye, even as you drift into the quiet, unknowing night. Global dimming causes. You stand at your window on a clear afternoon, expecting the usual brilliance of the sun to fill the room. Instead, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift has occurred. The light feels a little less sharp, the shadows a bit softer, as if a thin, translucent veil has been drawn across the sky, muting the world's vibrancy. Its causes not a cloud, not a storm. Stand at, but you're a quiet, dulling, expecting the usual gentle brilliance of the desaturation of the sun to colors you fill the room thought were fixed. Direct almost observation, the light something once feels vividly present, melancholy of the muted light, but subtle a quiet reduction in the amount of direct sunlight reaching the Earth's surface, is a real phenomenon known as global dimming. It's not about shorter days or cloudy skies, but a decrease in solar radiation over decades, a quiet, almost invisible alteration to the very light that sustains life, a profound shift in the planet's atmospheric transparency. This but touches upon our often unconscious relationship with the environment and the decrease in solar unintended radiation over decades consequences of human activity. Almost powerful illustration of invisible systemic alteration to the very light that sustains life effects, where seemingly disparate actions can combine to create a widespread, albeit subtle, impact. While often linked to the particulate matter and aerosols emitted by human industrial processes pollutants that reflect sunlight back into space, its quiet nature can lead to a form of inattentional blindness, where a gradual, widespread change goes unnoticed because it lacks a sudden, dramatic trigger. The pioneering work of scientists like Jerry Stanhill, who first identified this trend, underscores the importance of long-term observation and the unexpected ways our actions feed back into the delicate balance of the planet's systems. It prompts a quiet reflection on the intricate interconnectedness of everything, even the very light that nourishes the world. Perhaps you've noticed that photographs from decades ago seem to have a certain crispness, a vibrant intensity of light that current ones, taken under similar conditions, subtly lack. Farmers might observe changes in crop yields that seem inexplicable by local weather patterns alone, or you might simply feel a pervasive sense that skies are less intensely blue, sunsets less dramatically fiery than you remember from childhood, a gentle, almost dreamlike softening of the world's edges. What if this dimming is a planetary sigh, a quiet exhalation of the world's discomfort, a subtle warning we are only now beginning to perceive? Does it make us question what other silent shifts are occurring all around us, unnoticed in our daily rush? And how does it feel to know that the very quality of light, a constant in human experience, can be slowly, imperceptibly altered by the collective hum of existence? The muted light of the world gently settles around you, a soft, cosmic blanket. It reminds you that even the most fundamental elements, like the sun's embrace, can carry unseen stories, whispering of delicate balances and profound, quiet changes as you drift into the deep, soft shadows of the night. Homunculus life theory. You close your eyes, imagining the very beginning of life, the spark that ignites a new being. Perhaps you picture two cells meeting, merging, beginning a complex dance of division and differentiation. But then a stranger, more whimsical idea emerges. What if, inside the initial tiny seed of life, there was already a perfectly formed miniature human, a tiny, complete being curled up, waiting to simply unfurl and grow? A tiny, perfectly rendered version of you, already complete, simply expanding in size. Disorients, there was already a perfect potential. Homunculus life theory, prevalent in a tiny, earlier enlarged Suri during thought development, 17th its th and 18th centuries. There was already posited that within the a perfectly sperm or formed mini, a homunculus, a fully formed, albeit miniature, human being, which simply enlarged during development. It's a charming, almost childlike concept, suggesting that all potential is fully realized from the very start, merely awaiting expansion. This theory, though long disproven by modern embryology, offers a fascinating glimpse into historical scientific thinking and the human tendency to simplify complex processes. It reflects a form of cognitive bias known as essentialism, where we seek an innate, unchanging essence for phenomena, rather than embracing gradual development and interaction. It stands in stark contrast to the modern understanding of epigenesis, where complex organisms develop from undifferentiated cells through a series of interactions and differentiations, a concept championed by figures like William Harvey, who emphasized the gradual formation of structure from simpler origins. The homunculus theory also subtly touches on the philosophical question of potential versus actuality. Is everything inherent from the start, or does it truly emerge through process and interaction with its environment? While scientifically debunked for biology, the underlying idea of a fully formed miniature can be seen in other areas. Sometimes, when you start a new project, you might imagine it as a complete, perfect vision, a miniature version of the final outcome, rather than seeing it as a process of gradual shaping and adaptation. Or when you look at a child, you might project their adult self onto them, seeing the full person already there, rather than appreciating the unique journey of growth and transformation that is unfolding before your eyes. What if, in a metaphorical sense, there is a homunculus within each of us, not a physical one, but a blueprint of inherent potential, waiting not to simply grow, but to unfold through choices, challenges, and quiet contemplation? Does it change how you view your own development, knowing that complexity doesn't just expand, but emerges from countless intricate interactions? And what beauty lies in the journey of becoming, rather than simply being a larger version of what was always there? The image of the tiny, perfect being gently recedes, replaced by the quiet wonder of emergence, of growth, of something new constantly becoming. It reminds you that life is a gentle, unfolding mystery, not a fixed form merely expanding, as you drift into the boundless, intricate possibilities of your own peaceful night. Baltic Sea anomaly. Widespread oceans its surface, memory, patterns in forgotten random replaced by the structures, stimuli, profound silence and crushing pressure of the depths. Your sonar screen flickers, painting a ghostly landscape of the seabed. And then a perfect circle appears, unlike any natural formation you've ever seen, too symmetrical, too distinct. It sits there, colossal disk, a silent, imposing shadow on the ocean floor, utterly out of place, defying easy explanation. A chill isn't just from the cold water, but from the unsettling question it poses, a silent echo from the unknown. This is the intrigue of the Baltic Sea anomaly, an object discovered by oceanographers on the floor of the Baltic Sea, which from sonar images appears to be a massive, circular structure. Its unusual shape and the mystery surrounding its origin have sparked widespread speculation, ranging from natural rock formations to submerged UFOs or ancient, forgotten structures. It remains a profound riddle, a silent leviathan resting in the deep. The encounter with such an anomaly immediately triggers a search for patterns and meaning, a fundamental human psychological trait. It taps into our cognitive bias for pareidolia, where we perceive familiar shapes or patterns in random stimuli, and our inherent curiosity to explain the inexplicable. While scientific skepticism, as advocated by figures like Carl Sagan, demands extraordinary evidence for extraordinary claims, the persistent ambiguity of the Baltic Sea anomaly keeps the door open to a multitude of interpretations. It forces us to confront the vastness of the unknown, the mysteries that still lie hidden beneath the waves, challenging our assumptions about what might exist, or have existed, beyond the scope of our current understanding. It invites a quiet contemplation on the limits of our knowledge and the endless secrets the Earth still holds. Think of satellite images of seemingly artificial structures in remote jungles that turn out to be natural geological formations, or the whisper of strange lights in the sky that, upon closer inspection, are merely atmospheric phenomena. The Baltic Sea anomaly is different in its scale and persistent ambiguity, yet it shares that common human tendency to seek narrative and purpose in the unusual, to project our own expectations onto the unknown. What if the ocean floor holds more secrets than we can possibly imagine, entire chapters of Earth's history written in silence, waiting to be deciphered? Does this anomaly make you feel smaller, more aware of the vastness of what remains unexplored, or does it ignite a deeper sense of wonder about the possibilities beyond our current perception? And how does it feel to know that beneath the surface of the world, there are still shapes that defy definition, waiting patiently in the dark? The silent disk rests in the watery depths, an enigma veiled in stillness. Its mystery becomes a gentle, calming presence, reminding you that not everything needs an answer, that some questions are meant to simply echo, vast and open, as you drift into the profound, unknowing depths of your own peaceful sleep. USS Cyclops loss. Imagine a vast gray ship, powerful and formidable, slicing through the ocean waves, its decks filled with hundreds of souls, each with their own story, their own destination. The sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues, and the ship sails into the night, a silent silhouette against the stars. Then nothing. No distress signal, no wreckage, no trace. Its decks filled with hundreds of souls, vessel each with their once was. Their own silence said that destination, collier screams of ship of the United Disappearance, in fiery somewhere Hughes Bermuda Triangle region, remains one of the transpired. The vanished sun without a trace in dips below the horizon mark 1918. History, passengers maritime aboard. Ship then, largest non-combat losses of life in use swallowed whole by the sea. Passengers maritime aboard mystery, nothing. No leaving behind, only a distress signal chilling void in the historical record. No such and trace event profoundly impacts our sense of control and predictability, touching upon our human need for closure. The absence of explanation can lead to what psychologists call ambiguous loss, a type of grief that lacks resolution because there's no definite answer about what happened. In the face of the unknown, the human mind often seeks patterns, even if none exist, leading to speculation and the creation of various narratives, from natural phenomena to supernatural forces. This echoes the concept of explanatory gaps, where, when faced with incomplete information, our minds fill in the blanks, sometimes with fantastical explanations. The enduring mystery of the Cyclops, like the unsolved disappearance of Amelia Earhart, reminds us of the fragility of human endeavor against the vast, indifferent power of nature, and the limits of our ability to impose order on all aspects of reality. Think of a missing person case where, despite extensive searches, no body or trace is ever found, leaving families in a perpetual state of uncertainty. Or a sudden, unexplainable failure in a complex system, where every diagnostic tool shows nothing wrong, yet the system simply ceases to function. These situations leave a lingering sense of unease, a quiet insistence that some questions simply defy the neatly packaged answers we crave. What if some disappearances are not meant to be solved, existing as enduring symbols of the unpredictable nature of existence itself? Does the idea of such a vast, inexplicable void make you feel a deeper respect for the forces beyond our control, or a quiet resignation to the limits of human knowledge? And how does it feel to contemplate a silent, watery grave, holding secrets that the world may never fully unravel? The phantom ship sails onward in the mind's eye, a silent testament to the secrets the ocean keeps. Its story, unfinished and whispered only by the waves, dissolves into the quiet murmur of the night, leaving behind a subtle echo of the vast, unfathomable depths that hold both solace and mystery, as you drift into a deep, peaceful sleep. Babushka Lady Identity. Imagine a pivotal moment in history unfolding before your eyes, captured by countless cameras, each lens seeking to record every detail. Amidst the chaos and urgency, a single figure emerges from the crowd, distinct yet elusive. She wears a simple headscarf, a babushka, her face partially obscured, yet she holds a camera, seemingly filming the event with an unusual calm. She is there, undeniably present, utterly each unknown, appeared, leaving behind only a grainy single images and figure, quiet emerges from the crowd, babushka lady persistent question. She lady, especially in the threat of assassination of partially traumatic or President John F. pivotal obscured events. Yet she holds a camera. Camera Kennedy in Dealey Plaza, her presence, most of filming the event with a missing piece in bystanders, had a vast taken puzzle cover, unusual recognition, and despite extensive investigation, identity the information creation of gaps, her theories whereabouts, and the content of her film remain to fill unknown, making her a persistent, silent witness at the heart of one of information history's gap's most scrutinized moments. Imagine enduring a mystery of the pivotal moment babushka in Lady History. Highlights our deep human need for unfolding before your eyes completeness and closure. Events. Her presence, a missing piece in a vast puzzle, feeds into our inherent tendency towards pattern recognition, and in some cases, the creation of elaborate theories to fill information gaps. Psychologically, her elusive nature taps into the Zygarnik effect, where uncompleted or interrupted tasks are remembered better than completed ones. Her identity is an unfinished task in the collective historical consciousness. Her mystery, much like the broader JFK assassination, invites a contemplation on the limits of objective observation and the inherent biases in how we interpret fragmented evidence. She stands as a silent reminder that even in the age of omnipresent cameras, some truths remain stubbornly hidden, shrouded in the chaos of the moment. Think of that one person you fleetingly saw in a crowd who sparked your curiosity, or the anonymous witness in a true crime documentary, whose face is blurred but whose presence seems significant. The Babushka Lady is the ultimate embodiment of this, an almost spectral figure who holds a potential key to a historical understanding, yet remains perpetually just out of reach, a silent, almost forgotten whisper in the annals of time. What if some truths are meant to remain obscured, existing as a testament to the inherent incompleteness of any historical record, however meticulously assembled? Does her anonymity make the event itself more haunting, or does it offer a strange kind of comfort, knowing that some aspects of reality remain stubbornly resistant to our desire for full illumination? And how does it feel to know that some of history's most vivid moments contain silent, unnamed figures who hold secrets that may never see the light? The shadowy figure of the Babushka Lady drifts into the quiet corners of memory, a timeless observer veiled by the past. Her unspoken story, like a half-remembered dream, settles gently into the stillness of the night, reminding you that even in the most public of moments, profound privacy can exist, as you drift into a deep, peaceful sleep, holding onto your own quiet mysteries. Man Iron Mask. Imagine a dark prisoner who was held in cold, various dungeon, walls echoing with the despair of including the forgotten Bastille's souls. 18th within one cell, always sits, not in covered his face ordinary chains, but forever encased in a mask of iron, clamped shut, denying his face to the world, silencing his very identity. Held in he breathes and endures, yet he is utterly stripped of who he is, his name, his past, his very humanity locked away behind an impenetrable gleaming barrier. It's a chilling thought, a profound erasure, a life reduced to a silent, metallic question. This is the haunting legend of the man in the iron mask, an unidentified prisoner who was held in various French prisons, including the Bastille, during the late 17th and early 18th centuries, always wearing a mask that covered his face. During gleaming igniting barrier centuries of speculation about who he was, it's a meticulously chilling concealed thought of life identity, metallic and power. The enforced anonymity, the very denial of a face, is a profound form of dehumanization, stripping an individual of their most basic human right, to be seen and known. This resonates with Erik Erikson's theories on identity formation, where the recognition and mirroring of others are crucial for developing a coherent sense of self. The mask serves as a physical manifestation of an existential dilemma, a forced confrontation with the question of whether identity can exist without external validation or acknowledgement. His story, famously explored by Voltaire and later Dumas, highlights how absolute power can arbitrarily erase an individual, turning them into a living paradox, a presence that is simultaneously there and not there. Think of situations where a person's identity is concealed for their protection, or, ironically, to strip them of their voice. Whistleblowers operating under anonymity, or political prisoners whose names are suppressed. The Iron Mask isn't just a historical anecdote. It's a potent symbol of forced anonymity and the profound weight of unacknowledged existence. It echoes in our digital age, too, where online personas can create a different kind of mask, offering both freedom and a strange form of detachment. What if the mask was not just a punishment, but a metaphor for the many ways we obscure parts of ourselves, or are obscured by societal roles and expectations? Does his story make you contemplate the preciousness of your own identity, the simple act of being known? And how does it feel to imagine a life lived entirely behind an unyielding barrier, a silent testament to the power of a name, a face, to define a soul? The Iron Mask gleams in the dark, a silent monument to a forgotten name. Its metallic sheen reflects the quiet, profound mystery of identity, of what it means to be seen, or to vanish into the shadows of existence. As you drift into the deep, soft quietness of your own hidden thoughts and the boundless peace of the night. Found in stones, yourself in these a vast, flat, desolate desert, entirely the distinct stretching end endless. The air is still, visible the human or silence animal profound, broken only by the whisper of the wind. Then you see them rocks, some small, some weighing hundreds of pounds, sitting on the parched earth. But what stops you are the long, distinct trails etched behind them, perfect grooves in the dry mud, as if they've glided across the surface, leaving a silent, impossible signature. There's no one around, no engine, no hand to push them, yet they have moved, a quiet, defiant ballet in the heart of nowhere. This is the captivating mystery of the racetrack playa stones, or sailing stones, found in Death Valley National Park. These large rocks appear to move across the flat, dry lakebed entirely on their own, leaving long, distinct tracks in their wake, without any visible human or animal intervention. For decades, Death Valley National Movement was in park unexplained enigma, a silent, slow-motion ballet performed by inanimate objects. The racetrack playa stones presented a beautiful scientific puzzle, challenging our intuitive understanding of cause and effect. It sparked countless theories, from the mundane to the fantastical, highlighting our inherent drive to find explanations for anomalies. This pursuit of understanding, driven by curiosity, exemplifies the scientific method in action: observing, hypothesizing, and patiently testing. The eventual breakthrough, years of patient research revealing the subtle interplay of thin ice sheets, light winds, and the specific slickness of the playa mud, underscores the power of empirical investigation and the limitations of our initial, often anthropocentric, assumptions. It's a quiet testament to the intricate, sometimes counterintuitive, ways natural forces interact, often in ways that defy immediate perception. This process mirrors aspects of problem solving where initially perplexing issues, like a cognitive bias, e.g., availability heuristic, are eventually understood through deeper analysis. Think of other natural phenomena that once seemed magical or inexplicable, like the aurora borealis or the precise migrations of birds, which are now understood through scientific principles. Or in your own life, a persistent problem that seemed to solve itself, only for you to later realize that subtle, almost imperceptible changes in your environment or routine had gradually, gently nudged it toward a resolution. The stones remind us that complex phenomena often have elegant, yet non-obvious explanations. What if the world is constantly performing these subtle, silent miracles, moving and shaping itself in ways we are only just beginning to perceive? Does the revelation of their mechanism diminish their wonder, or does it deepen your appreciation for the ingenious complexity of nature? And how does it feel to know that even the most stubborn mysteries can eventually, patiently, reveal their secrets, leaving behind a new kind of magic in the known? The silent stones trace their paths across the ancient playa, a quiet dance of earth and sky. Their journey, once cloaked in profound mystery, now whispers of subtle forces and patient revelations, dissolving into the quiet, knowing peace of the night, inviting you to rest within the endless, gentle unraveling of the world's secrets. Singing Sand's Mystery. You're walking barefoot on a vast, quiet beach, under a sky that deepens to twilight, with each gentle step not the crunch you expect, but a low, resonant hum rises from beneath your heel. It's a sound like distant music, a deep vibration that seems to come from the very ground itself, from countless individual grains of sand, each too small to make a sound on its own, yet together they sing. It's a profound, quiet mystery, this song of the sand. Individual grains of how something entirely new, something grand and resonant, can arise from the simplest components, often defying our immediate understanding of cause and effect. You try to isolate a single grain to hear its song alone, but it remains silent, a testament to the power of the collective. Often truly song of the defying our sand, greater than the sum immediate of its parts. It challenges our intuitive bias to break things down, to find a single grain's single outcome, but it remains silent. Consider the swarm intelligence observed in nature, or even the complex dynamics of human societies, where individual actions intertwine to create trends, moods, and movements far beyond any one person's intention. Think of a quiet, subtle shift in the mood of a room, where no one person has overtly changed it, yet the collective atmosphere has subtly, undeniably altered. Or the slow, almost imperceptible accumulation of small, quiet anxieties in your own mind, until suddenly, an unnamed dread seems to hum beneath the surface of your thoughts. Perhaps even the quiet whispers of social media trends, where a million small engagements coalesce into a powerful, undeniable force, often without a central orchestrator. What if the most profound truths in life aren't found in dissecting, but in simply allowing the grand, resonant harmonies to wash over you? What if the very act of seeking a singular cause prevents you from hearing the symphony that emerges from countless, quiet interactions? The quiet hum of the singing sand persists in the twilight, a gentle, rhythmic breath, inviting you to simply listen to the quiet beauty of that which cannot be fully explained, only felt, as you drift into its deep, resonant stillness. Rongorongo script. You hold an ancient wooden tablet in your hands, warm from your touch, yet impossibly old. It's covered in intricate, stylized symbols arranged with deliberate care. They speak of a vanished civilization, a language once alive, now silent. You feel the weight of untold stories, whispered histories just beyond your grasp, waiting to be unlocked, yet stubbornly opaque. This is the quiet enigma of lost knowledge, the unrecoverable past, the limits of interpretation when a key is missing. The Rongorongo script embodies a profound void in our understanding, a silent testament to a world that once was, its voice now muted, existing only as a visual echo without context. Your mind reaches out, trying to bridge the gap between image and meaning, experiencing a quiet cognitive dissonance. The human mind yearns for patterns, for coherence, sometimes even falling prey to a confirmation bias where it tries to fit fragmented information into a pre-existing narrative. Yet here, the problem of induction becomes apparent. How do you infer general rules? A complete story, from data so incomplete, so fundamentally foreign. It's like trying to understand a past relationship from only a few fragmented memories, where the true context, the emotional nuances, are forever lost. Or receiving a message through a social media post, devoid of tone or direct intent, leaving you to project your own interpretations onto its silent words. Sometimes, the most important messages are the ones that remain unread, unheard. What if some stories are meant to remain unread, their secrets guarding a wisdom that would be diminished by full comprehension? Is there value in mystery itself, in the quiet dignity of that which chooses to keep its secrets? The symbols remain, serene in their silence, an invitation not to decipher but perhaps to simply witness the quiet dignity of that which holds its own truth, as you drift into the deep, unwritten stillness. Linear or undeciphered. Imagine receiving a letter beautifully penned, its script flowing gracefully across the parchment. Yet with each exquisite stroke, you realize it's written in a language you've never seen, a script you can't grasp. The urgency in the lines, the deliberate rhythm of the characters, is palpable, the message clearly vital. Yet it washes over you, conveying only the feeling of importance, not its content. You stand on the threshold of meaning, unable to cross. This is the quiet frustration and deep fascination of an unknown message. The linear a script embodies information that exists, vibrant and full of intent, but remains utterly inaccessible. Your linguistic brain, deep masterful, unknown its pattern, a message fascination of an seeker. Gap between raw easily it can be lost when data the, and key to linear a meaning, is absent. Biases. Utterly think of oversimplify or to inaccessible fill in treeing to blanks with understand an intricate piece of art from an assumption's culture completely alien to yours. The message constructed. Gap between raw easily it can be lost when data the and key to linear a meaning is absent embodies information that exists, shape of but thought. Utterly think of oversimplify or to inaccessible fill in treeing to blanks with understand an intricate piece of art from an assumption's culture completely alien to yours, where every symbol holds a significance you cannot perceive. Or perhaps, attempting to decode vague signals from someone you care about deeply, feeling the weight of their unspoken feelings but unable to grasp their specific truth. It's the frustration of complex instructions without clear examples, or a profound truth whispered in a dream that evaporates upon waking. What do we truly lose when knowledge, once vibrant and alive, becomes forever unreadable? What kind of meaning is inherent, and what is constructed only through our ability to connect with it? What wisdom might be contained in the silent echo of an unread message? The unread words hold their breath, a testament to voices that once spoke, now echoing only in the silent spaces between the lines, inviting you to simply listen to the quiet hum of what remains unsaid, as you drift into the deep, quiet mystery of forgotten voices. The Phaistos disc true riddle. Small clay disc, perfectly circular, meticulously impressed with a stamped spiral of strange arrangement offers recurring symbols. It feels deliberately crafted, perhaps a message, perhaps a story, but one without an obvious beginning or end. Each symbol is distinct, meticulously impressed with a stamped. Arrangement offers recurring no immediate key, just an endless circular whisper of unknown purpose, turning in your mind. This is the quiet enigma of circularity, repetition, and the profound absence of a clear starting point or logical progression. The Phaistos disc embodies the puzzle of context-less information, where the form is beautifully evident, but the function, the true meaning, remains stubbornly hidden, looping back on itself. Your mind, accustomed to linear narratives and cause and effect, grapples with this endless loop. Perhaps this is the linearity quiet message, grapples with this endless loop, or to impose a narrative where none might exist. Even begin to, and the approach a profound problem when the very absence of a clear structure of the problem starting itself is a point or mystery, a recursive riddle without a clear entry point. Consider those repetitive struggles in your own life that seem to circle back to the same point, offering no obvious exit, or a piece of abstract art that offers no clear interpretation, inviting you to simply be present with its form without demanding a specific meaning. It's like being caught in endless loops of thought, revisiting the same questions without ever finding a breakthrough, just the quiet hum of persistence. Is meaning always linear? Can true understanding emerge from patterns without a fixed reference point, without a beginning or an end? What wisdom might be found in a puzzle that embraces its own mystery, defying a single solution? The disc turns silently in your mind, a quiet echo of persistent questions, inviting you to rest not in an answer, but in the gentle, endless turning of the mystery itself, as you drift into the deep, quiet rhythm of what remains beautifully, endlessly unknown. Mary King's Close. You step into a forgotten alleyway, deep beneath the bustling, vibrant city above. The air grows still, cold, carrying faint, almost imperceptible echoes of lives lived centuries ago. You feel the weight of compacted time, a sense of proximity to stories that played out in these very shadows, not as distant history, but as lingering presences, just beyond perception, a quiet hum in the ancient stones. This is the pervasive presence of the past, not as abstract history, but as an almost tangible layer beneath the present. Emotions and atmospheric. This is the psychogeography pervasive, not as abstract narratives onto history spaces T as abstract history, present a silent conversation across centuries. Mind but as attempts to lingering grapple with the concept of collective presence's memory, how the emotions and events of the past can embed themselves in a place, creating an atmospheric psychogeography. It highlights our innate human tendency to project narratives onto spaces, to feel the weight of historical trauma or the quiet joy of past celebrations, even when we weren't there. The walls seem to whisper, challenging your rational mind to simply acknowledge what is felt. Think of revisiting an old childhood home and feeling the quiet presence of your younger self in every room, though no one else is there. Or walking through ancient ruins, sensing the countless footsteps that have worn down the stone, feeling the weight of their forgotten daily lives. It's the subtle, unspoken patterns of your own family, passed down through generations, leaving echoes of old joys and quiet sorrows in your own life. Are we truly ever free from the past, or does it breathe quietly beside us, shaping the very air we inhabit? What wisdom do these ancient echoes hold, if we only learn to listen with a different kind of ear? The stone walls hum with unseen stories, a gentle reminder that every present moment is built upon countless past ones, breathing silently beside you in the timeless dark, inviting you to simply rest in the quiet, lingering presence of all that has been and all that remains. Resurrection Mary Legend. You're driving down a quiet road late at night, the only car for miles, the world hushed and dark outside your window. Then in your periphery, a figure stands by the roadside, a silhouette in white, a hitchhiker. You feel a pull, a flicker of unease, a strange sense of familiarity with something you've never truly encountered. Blurs in the vast, showing how a whispered tale can manifest as a felt reality, silent dark. This is the quiet power of persistent narrative, the way stories become real through repetition and belief. Reality and in your power of legend periphery, persistent narrative, repetition and a belief, and the white uncanny valley of the familiar unfamiliar. You feel a pull. Mind a flicker of grapples with the collective unease unconscious, concept familiarity with where your brain might subtly suggesting seek something out, or you've interpret never shared truly ambiguous archetypes, and stimuli to fit a pre-stories that encountered resonate across existing humanity story or fear. It highlights confirmation bias, where your brain might subtly seek out or interpret ambiguous stimuli to fit a pre-existing story or fear. This phenomenon speaks to folk psychology, the shared understandings and beliefs that shape our perception, showing how a whispered tale can manifest as a felt reality, a quiet presence in the mind's eye. Think of the urban legends whispered around campfires, stories that feel so true they almost manifest, or the superstitions that subtly guide your actions, even when you logically know better. It's like how a persistent rumor about someone can begin to overshadow the actual person, changing how you perceive them, simply through the repeated telling of a story, a quiet, insistent hum in the background of your thoughts. What is the true nature of truth, and how much of it is shaped by the stories we tell ourselves and each other? Do we create reality in part through our shared beliefs and narratives? What comfort and what quiet terror lies in believing in something beyond the mundane? The road stretches on, empty, yet filled with the quiet echo of every story ever told, inviting you to wonder how many of them, in their stillness, wait just around the next bend, as you drift into the deep, shimmering space between what is and what is believed. Meter visitor, leaving any a quiet other. A sudden coincidence that strange light in the sky unfolds in your life, human, supernatural, a shape glimpsed in the shadows that defies recognition. Your mind struggles to fit it into known categories, feeling the edge of what is possible fraying, leaving you with a profound sense of wonder mixed with quiet dread, a tremor of the truly unexplainable. Anomalous your mind, category something that breaks our mental models of reality. Visitor dissonance when faced leaving youth. Well, they embodies the profound information sense of unsettling wonder simply ixt with and quiet cannot be explained challenge of the unknown, highlighting the limits of human categorization when confronted with phenomena that simply refuse to conform to what we understand. Your brain experiences a profound cognitive dissonance when faced with information that simply cannot be explained by existing frameworks. It triggers an ancient fight or flight response, not necessarily to a threat, but to the very concept of the unexplained. We are wired to seek patterns, to find explanations, and the human mind will often attempt to explain away anomalies, or, conversely, fixate on them, grappling with how to integrate experiences that defy all logic, leaving a quiet, insistent question mark. Think of an inexplicable coincidence that unfolds in your life, so improbable it feels almost supernatural, or a dream that feels more real than waking life, leaving a lingering sense of another reality. It's like meeting someone whose worldview is so completely foreign to yours that it challenges every assumption you hold, leaving you to quietly rearrange your understanding of the possible. What if reality is far stranger, far more expansive, than our current understanding allows us to grasp? What humility lies in simply admitting I don't know? What quiet thrill and terror comes with expanding our perception beyond the familiar? The darkness holds its breath, a vast canvas for what remains unseen, unheard, inviting you to simply be present with the quiet possibility that everything you know might just be a whisper of what truly exists, as you drift into the boundless, silent wonder of the unknown. Flatwoods monster. You're in a quiet, rural landscape, the stars bright above stretching endlessly. Suddenly, a pulsating light descends from the sky, accompanied wide by a strange, acrid smell that stings the air. A towering, shadowed figure emerges, unlike anything you've ever imagined, its outline foreign and unsettling. Your breath catches, not stretching just from fear, but from the raw, suddenly unfiltered experience of confronting the utterly alien, a quiet jolt to your very being. Light this is the quiet encounter with descends profound the otherness, the limits of human understanding, acrid visceral mel that our perception stings the air shape fear and wonder. Monster is a powerful symbol of the accompany, unknown breaking through the mundane, and our immediate, deep-seated reaction to something that has no place in our existing categories. Your mind struggles to process such a radical departure from the familiar, often falling prey to confirmation bias, where ambiguous stimuli are interpreted through existing beliefs or fears. Fear seated its wonder reaction to outline something that has foreign and no place in our unsettling existing categories, but not quite, struggles to human. This triggers a radical departure from the familiar primal fight, prey flight, or freeze response, ambiguous not just to a stimuli our physical interpreted through threat, but to the profound cognitive challenge of categorizing and coping with something that truly has no category, leaving a quiet, persistent tremor in your awareness. Think of a sudden, overwhelming change in your life that leaves you feeling adrift, questioning everything you once knew, or meeting someone whose worldview is so completely foreign to yours that it forces you to confront the limits of your own understanding. It's the feeling of being truly out of your element, utterly disoriented in a situation where all your usual rules and coping mechanisms simply do not apply, leaving you suspended in a quiet, profound unfamiliarity. What does it truly mean to be other? And how do we reconcile the comfort of the known with the bewildering reality of the truly alien? What quiet courage does it take to face what we cannot comprehend, to simply allow it to be? The night air carries a faint, unidentifiable scent, a lingering echo of what might be out there, inviting you to rest not in knowing, but in the quiet, spacious wonder of the vast, silent dark, as you drift into the deep, uncharted territory of possibility. Sightings. Liminal of figures that sudden seem to appear at the flicker in your edge of periphery signi, a flash of red eyes in the dark, then a massive, silent shadow glides past, just above the treetops. It's too fast to fully register, too strange to explain, leaving you with a chilling sense of foreboding, a feeling that something significant, perhaps ominous, has just brushed past your world, a quiet whisper against your skin. This is the quiet premonition of disaster, the unsettling feeling of an impending shift, often embodied by strange, liminal figures that seem to appear at the edge of significant human events. Mothman embodies the eerie correlation between unexplained phenomena and profound, often tragic human upheavals, a silent herald of what is to come. It's too fast to fully register, unexplained are phenomena and leaving intuition profound. Chaos it foreboding highlights the psychological concept of hindsight bias, human upheavals, after an event, perhaps ominous. It's too fast to fully register, our psychology, where, after an event perhaps ominous, change, whisper against your skin feeling of deep unease that precedes a significant shift, or a persistent, inexplicable bad feeling about a situation that later proves warranted. It's the collective anxiety that permeates a society before an economic downturn or a period of social upheaval, a sense of an unspoken tension in the air, a quiet, vibrating tremor that something is about to give. Is there a fabric of reality we can sense but not see, a quiet current of future events that subtly ripples into the present? Are some things truly portents, or are they reflections of our own anxieties and patterns? What quiet tension exists between the idea of fate and the freedom of choice? The silent wings beat softly in the deep memory of the night, a gentle tremor of what might be felt, but never fully seen, inviting you to simply listen to the quiet whisper of things yet to unfold, as you drift into the deep, shimmering space where past, present, and future softly intertwine. Black night satellite. You gaze up at the night sky, a familiar expanse of glittering stars and orbiting objects, the quiet hum of the universe. But then, a thought emerges unsettlingly. What if something is there, ancient and silent, observing, circling just beyond the reach of our instruments, a whisper from a time we can't fathom? A quiet, stars and persistent hum of an orbiting, drifting eternally above. Hum is the quiet universe and mystery of ancient, perhaps non-human present, the profound idea of an unseen observer, or a long-lost artifact existing just beyond our current technological or conceptual grasp. The Black Night satellite embodies the deep human fascination with unexplained anomalies in the vast cosmos, and the humbling thought of what might predate us, silently enduring. Your mind searches for explanations, perhaps demonstrating confirmation bias as it seeks evidence for a pre-existing wonder about ancient civilizations or extraterrestrial life. A long-lost connections enduring circling artifact just beyond the abundant, where are they? Or evidence for a perhaps wonder about ancient they are simply there, life silently, beyond our notice, a quiet, enduring secret in the cosmic dark. Think of the feeling of being watched when you know you're alone, that subtle prickle on your skin. Or the quiet suspicion that there's more to a situation than meets the eye, an unspoken layer of complexity. It's like discovering a profound, inexplicable coincidence that makes you wonder about the hidden order of the universe, a quiet hum of something larger at play, just outside your perception. How small are we truly in the grand, silent scheme of things? What are the true limits of our perception and knowledge, of what we allow ourselves to see? What quiet awe washes over you when contemplating the vast, unknown universe and the possibility of ancient echoes in its profound silence? The distant stars continue their silent journey, and among them, perhaps, a quiet, unseen companion drifts, a timeless sentinel, inviting you to rest in the boundless, dark expanse of what remains beautifully, infinitely unknown, as you drift into the deep, quiet mystery of the endless cosmos. Over town bridge dogs. You feel a quiet pull, an inexplicable urge to step closer to the edge, where the land suddenly gives way to empty space below. It's a feeling that resonates deep within, a strand G magnet drawing you forward, even as your mind whispers caution. The air itself seems to thicken with an unseen energy, a silent call that some instincts seem to hear, while others remain oblivious. It fully but a resonance that bypasses understanding why logic, stirring something ancient and primal within your very core. A new career path that feels intuitively right despite the draw risks speaks to a curious enigma. The unexplainable pathways some are compelled to take, even towards apparent peril. Perception, layers of unreality that exist beyond our inexplicable urge to step closer to the sense's edge, rational its explanation. We often resonates assume deep within a shared reality, but magnet what if drawing you forward different beings, even those sharing our world. The air inhabit itself seems to entirely thicken with indistinct perceptual unseen energy landscapes. Touched upon to Strand, Jacob van Exchool's concept of Uxchool's concept of umwelt, suggesting that each organism perceives its own unique, subjective world, shaped by its senses and needs. Consider the moments you've found yourself drawn to something without fully understanding why. Perhaps it's a social trend, a challenge posed online, a new career path that feels intuitively right despite the risks. You might notice others following a similar impulse, a collective momentum building, each individual acting on a private, internal prompt that aligns, almost unknowingly, with the larger flow. This isn't about logic, it's about the subconscious currents that guide us, sometimes towards growth, sometimes towards an unforeseen cliff edge. What if the most profound decisions we make are less about conscious thought and more about an unseen current, a whisper from a deeper knowing? What if, in moments of genuine perplexity, the answer isn't to be found in more data, but in a quiet yielding to the possibility of something beyond immediate comprehension? The very act of questioning, of sitting with the unexplainable, can be an act of profound surrender to the vastness of existence. And as you consider this silent, magnetic draw, you might feel a gentle breath on your skin, a shiver that isn't from cold but from the quiet recognition of all that remains unseen, unheard, yet profoundly felt. What if some calls are simply meant to be answered, without a map, without a reason, just a blind trust in the direction of the unknown? Dancing mania epidemics. You feel a strange tremor begin deep within your muscles, a subtle twitch that escalates into an uncontrollable HM. It's not a choice. It's as if your body has decided to move on its own, compelled by an invisible current, a silent beat only it can hear. Your limbs become light, then heavy, propelled into a frantic, tireless motion, sweeping you into a shared frenzy with those around you, their movements mirroring your own, each person lost in a collective, involuntary dance that defies explanation. This echoes a curious historical phenomenon. Moments when groups of people were overtaken by an inexplicable, relentless urge to die, sometimes to exhaustion or collapse. It speaks to the potent, often terrifying, power of collective emotion and shared belief. Their movements mirroring your own, mass psychology, sometimes to exhaustion or collapse, lose their sense power of collective emotion and personal shared belief, responsibility, succumbing to a collective mind that can be both powerful and irrational. Think about those moments when a collective emotion takes hold, whether in a jubilant celebration or a wave of anxiety that sweeps through a community. You might see it in the swift spread of a viral trend online, where an initial spark ignites a cascade of similar actions, each person contributing to a larger, almost hypnotic pattern. Or perhaps in a highly charged public gathering, where individual emotions amplify each other, leading to behaviors that, in isolation, might seem entirely out of character. It's the subtle surrender of personal will to a greater, often unseen, tide. What does it mean when the body itself becomes a vessel for a force beyond conscious direction? How much of our individual experience is truly isolated, and how much is implicitly woven into the tapestry of collective human experience? What if the boundaries between self and other are far more porous than we usually assume, allowing emotions and impulses to flow like unseen rivers between us? And as you imagine this ceaseless motion, this surrender to an overwhelming rhythm, you might feel the quiet hum of your own inner pulse, a reminder of the delicate balance between control and release, between the individual melody and the profound, echoing chorus that binds us all. Sleepy Hollow Headless. A chill winds through the crisp autumn air, but it's not from the cold. It's a feeling of being watched, a presence just at the edge of your sight, never quite resolving into form. The rhythmic thud of hooves approaches, closer and closer, promising a rider, a figure, but as the sound peaks, what appears is not a complete silhouette but a chilling void where identity should reside. There is a body, a presence, but the very essence, the thinking, seeing, knowing part, is terrifyingly absent. The dread comes not from what is there, but from what is undeniably, horrifyingly gone. This stark image, of a form without its crucial center, speaks to a deeply unsettling paradox. The fear of the formless, the terror of an absence that implies a violation. It highlights how much of our understanding relies on completeness, on the known, and how profoundly disturbed we are by what lacks its defining characteristic. This resonates with psychological concepts of the uncanny, where something familiar is subtly altered to become unsettling. But here, it's an unsettling lack. It can bring to mind Carl Jung's concept of the shadow, representing the unacknowledged or repressed parts of ourselves, which, though present, remain unintegrated, almost headless in our conscious awareness. Consider the unsettling feeling when you encounter a rumor that spreads without a clear source, a narrative that seems to gain momentum despite lacking verifiable facts, or the anxiety that gnaws at you when facing a significant decision, yet crucial information remains missing, leaving a void where clarity should be. Sometimes, in relationships, you might sense a profound emotional detachment in another, as if a vital connection or understanding is simply absent, leaving you grappling with an incompleteness that cannot be filled. It's the discomfort of the unknown, amplified by the implication that something essential has been severed. What does it mean to confront a threat that has no clear face, no discernible logic? How do you reason with an absence? What wisdom can be found in sitting with the discomfort of incomplete information, rather than rushing to fill the void with assumptions? The very act of acknowledging what is missing, even if it remains unfilled, can be a profound step towards a deeper understanding of reality's elusive nature. And as you let this image settle, of a silent, powerful absence, you might sense the quiet space within your own mind, the thoughts that drift and form, and the profound, delicate presence of your own conscious awareness, a center that allows you to see, to know, to be. Lost Library, Alexandria. You stand in a vast, echoing hall, not one filled with books, but with a profound, aching emptiness. Dust motes dance in the slivers of light, illuminating phantom shelves where millions of scrolls should have rested. Whispers aching not of knowledge emptied preserved, but of wisdom vanished, every unread word, every forgotten thought, a silent testament to a bound, less curiosity extinguished. It's a sense of immense, irreplaceable loss, the weight of centuries of human endeavor, reduced to a hollow, haunting echo. This powerful imagery speaks to the fragility of knowledge and the immense cost of its disappearance. Information, advanced by unlike thinkers physical like Karl matter, can vanish without a trace, emphasizes the inherent leaving behind only the ghost of what was. Humility, it highlights the off. Advanced by unlike thinkers physical like Karl matter Popper, emphasizes the inherent leaving behind only the ghost of what was limitations of human knowledge, and the continuous need for critical inquiry, acknowledging that what we don't know often vastly outweighs what we do. The destruction of such a repository is a stark reminder of how easily our collective understanding can be eroded. Consider the silent, often unnoticed, loss of information in our own lives. Perhaps it's a critical file corrupted on a hard drive, a cherished memory that fades with time, or a vital skill passed down through generations that suddenly finds no new hands to carry it forward. You might observe how societal narratives can shift, how historical truths can be distorted or erased, leaving gaps in our collective understanding. It's the subtle, continuous erosion of what we once held dear, or thought we understood, leaving us with a sense of regret for the unlearned, the unremembered. What does it mean to live in a world where knowledge is so vulnerable, so easily erased by circumstance or intention? How do we truly value and safeguard the wisdom of the past, not just in tangible forms, but in the living stream of human consciousness? What is lost when the questions are forgotten, not just the answers? And as you reflect on this silent, profound absence, you might feel a gentle breath, carrying the faint scent of old paper, of ink long dried, a subtle reminder of the delicate thread that connects the past to the present, and the constant, quiet effort required to keep that thread from fraying into nothingness. Puma Punku construction. You trace your fingers along a stone surface, impossibly smooth, cut with precision so fine it feels like glass. Here, the edges meet with such perfection, not a whisper of light passes through the seam. And then you see another, colossal block, weighing many tons, intricately carved, seemingly placed with the effortless grace of a feather. Consider that. How? How was this Polony explored by Michael achieved? Impossible to sometime. Generations of hands long practiced rather than reciting turned to dust. It's a humbling encounter with a mastery that defies our easy explanations CES, and testament to skills we may have lost or never truly intuitive understanding. This profound sense of inexplicable precision and colossal effort challenges our assumptions about technological linear progression. It nudges us to consider that knowledge can be diverse, sometimes tacit and passed through generations of practice rather than explicit instruction. This echoes the idea of tacit knowledge, a concept explored by Michael Polany, suggesting that much of what we know is difficult or impossible to articulate, residing in D in skills, experiences, and intuitive understanding. It's the kind of knowing that comes from doing, from years of embodied practice, rather than from a textbook or blueprint. Think about moments when you've witnessed an artisan or craftsman at work, someone whose movements are so fluid, so intuitive, that the complex task seems effortless. Or perhaps you've stumbled upon a solution to a problem that felt less like a logical deduction and more like a sudden, intuitive knowing, a deep resonance with the material or the situation itself. It's the feeling of encountering something truly brilliant, something that bypasses your current understanding and leaves you with a quiet awe, challenging your preconceived notions of what is possible within human capability. What if the most profound forms of knowledge are not always written, but carved into stone or woven into patterns of movement and perception? What if our modern reliance on explicit instruction causes us to overlook the wisdom embedded in sheer, quiet practice? What does it truly mean to master something so completely that it appears to defy all known constraints? And as you sit with the silent, perfect cuts of stone, You might feel a faint echo of that ancient precision, a whisper that reminds you of the untapped potential within your own hands, your own intuitive knowing, waiting to be rediscovered and expressed. Olmec head movement. You gaze up at a colossal, silent face, carved from a single, immense boulder, its features strong and unyielding. The scale alone is staggering, but then you consider its journey. Dragged for miles across ancient landscapes, through swamps and rivers, by hands unknown for reasons unspoken. Immense effort, what single collective will, singular its devotion was features required to move strong in such a mass. It's a silent scale alone is monumental question, speaking of dragged for unseen labor, landscape's colossal ambition, by transcends hands unknown individual lives. This silent testament to unimaginable effort touches upon the profound human capacity for collective action and the immense power of shared purpose, even when that purpose is not fully clear to us in the present. It speaks to the psychological drivers behind monument building and large-scale projects, often transcending immediate practical needs. Monument this can be building and viewed through the large lens of scale concepts like project's collective effervescence, as transcending immediate described by Emile practical Durkheim needs, where shared rituals or tasks create a powerful sense of community and heightened emotion, uniting individuals towards a common, often symbolic, goal. Consider the large-scale projects in your own life or community, building a new school, organizing a complex event, or a family's silent, unspoken commitment to a shared future. You might recall moments when you were part of a group that achieved something far greater than any one individual could manage, driven by a quiet sense of solidarity and shared vision. It's the invisible tapestry of effort and sacrifice, where countless small actions, each seemingly insignificant on its own, combine to manifest something truly monumental. What drives humanity to undertake such immense, long-term endeavors, often for purposes that remain mysterious across centuries? What is the true weight of a legacy, and how do we measure the unseen labor that upholds it? What kind of shared vision can compel so many to move mountains, literally and figuratively, for a cause that outlives them all? And as you reflect on these silent, stone guardians, you might feel a subtle hum beneath your own feet, a reminder of the unseen forces of human intention, the collective breath that moves the world, one silent, resolute step at a time. Atlantis revisited evidence. You stand on a quiet beach, gazing out at the vast, shimmering expanse of the ocean. A whisper rides on the breeze, a faint echo of something lost, something perfect submerged beneath the waves. It's not just a myth but a persistent feeling, a longing for a vanished golden age, a city of impossible beauty and wisdom that somehow, against all odds, might have existed. A longing for a vanished golden age, might have like the existed golden age or the lost paradise land, patterns but for the woven into the ghost of a fabric of human possibility. Continue. This persistent allure of a lost, ideal civilization speaks to a profound human need for origin stories, for symbols of forgotten perfection, and for the blurring of myth and memory. It touches upon confirmation bias, where faint echoes and ambiguous evidence are interpreted to fit a deeply desired narrative of a grand past. Unconscious archetypal images, like the golden age and the whisper breeze, or the lost paradise, are universal patterns woven into the fabric of human experience, resonating across cultures and generations. Think about the moments you've idealized a past relationship, a lost opportunity, or a simpler time that perhaps never truly existed as perfectly as you recall. Or consider the enduring appeal of conspiracy theories, where fragmented details are woven into a compelling, if unproven, grand design. This is the human mind's quiet yearning for a perfect solution, a hidden truth, a comforting narrative that explains the complexities of the present by pointing to a more orderly, magnificent past. It's the search for what was, in the hope of understanding what could be. What does it mean to search for evidence of a dream, to build a world from whispers and echoes? What wisdom do we gain from believing in a perfection that may only exist in our deepest longings? What if the most profound truths are not found in tangible ruins, but in the persistent, shimmering visions that continue to haunt our collective imagination? And as you close your eyes, imagining a shimmering city beneath the waves, you might feel the quiet pull of your own inner landscape, a reflection of the enduring human capacity to dream of what was, what is, and what might yet be, in the endless dance between memory and desire. Hyperborea, ancient land. You feel a profound, quiet settle around you, as if the very air has hushed, drawing you towards a place of eternal twilight or perpetual dawn. It's a land beyond the maps, beyond the known world, bathed in a gentle, almost dreamlike light, where sorrow does not touch, and time seems to slow, then cease. A deep yearning rises within you for this distant, untouched sanctuary, a place of peace so profound it feels like a memory from before memory, a whisper of a perfect existence. This longing for a distant, mythical utopia speaks to a deep human impulse, the projection of our ideals onto an imagined, unreachable space. It embodies the desire for a fundamental escape from the struggles and imperfections of our present reality, a yearning for pure tranquility. Psychologically, this relates to concepts like Abraham Maslow's ideas on self-actualization, where the pursuit of peak experiences and an ideal state drives human striving, often manifesting as a search for a heaven on earth or a place of perfect harmony. It's the mind's quiet seeking of ultimate belonging and freedom from suffering. Consider the moments you've found yourself dreaming of a remote, peaceful retreat, a place utterly removed from the demands and anxieties of daily life. Or perhaps you've idealized a past era, imagining it as a time of simpler virtues and deeper connections. This silent yearning can manifest in our search for solace within meditation, or in the quiet spaces of nature, or even within the vivid landscapes of our own imagination. It is the persistent human quest for a promised land, whether it exists outwardly or is constructed within the inner realms of peace. What does it mean to yearn for a place that may only exist as an ideal? What insights can we gain about our present discontents by examining what we project onto our visions of perfection? What if the true journey to such a peaceful state is not across oceans, but within the vast, uncharted territories of the self? And as you drift into this image of an eternal, gentle light, you might feel a profound sense of inner calm, a quiet knowing that the most perfect sanctuaries are sometimes found not on any map, but within the stillness of your own quiet heart. Lioness, sunken kingdom. Swiftly you all hear it, claimed faint by but clear, tolling of a bell, imagery of a submerged echoing from beneath the kingdom waves. Sound aught that be should not be, a overting haunting loss and the melody from a land that is enduring no more. Vanished you sense the profound, sudden disappearance of a vibrant world, swallowed by the sea, leaving behind only whispers and a quiet, aching memory. It's the tragedy of an entire existence vanished in an instant, a poignant reminder of how swiftly all things can be claimed by forces beyond our control. This powerful imagery of a submerged kingdom speaks directly to the experience of sudden, overwhelming loss and the enduring weight of what has irrevocably vanished. A poignant, indifferent reminder of how forces of nature and swiftly time, forces beyond our this control, echoes the psychological process of grief, as illuminated by thinkers like Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, where the shock of sudden loss gives way to a profound sense of absence and the struggle to integrate what remains. Process of aching grief memory, the abrupt rupture of what was, and the quiet illuminated by ache of memory persisting where physical thinkers like Elizabeth Reality Kubler-Ross stood. Loss think about gives way to unforeseen event dramatically altered your landscape. A relationship ending abruptly, a career path suddenly closed, or a cherished place transformed by an event you couldn't control. You might feel the silent echo of laughter in a room now empty, or the ghost of a familiar touch on a hand now gone. It's the profound shift in equilibrium, the feeling of something foundational being swept away, leaving you to navigate a new reality shaped by a profound and sudden void. What does it mean to carry the memory of something that is utterly gone, knowing it can never return? How do we find meaning in the wake of such complete loss, when the very ground beneath us has shifted? What whispers of wisdom can be heard in the quiet, ceaseless tolling of bells from a world forever submerged? And as you listen to that distant, watery chime, you might feel the quiet, rhythmic ebb and flow of your own breath, a gentle reminder that even in the face of profound loss, there is a persistent current of life, carrying the echoes of what was, and the gentle promise of what might still be, even beneath the surface of sorrow. Curiosity, Agartha inner earth urge to explore the unseen You feel a faint hum beneath your feet to uncover the secrets held in the secret silent suggests not hidden solid rock, but vast, echoing chambers far below. It's a knowing deep within, that the surface world is only one thin skin, and beneath it lies a hidden realm, a sanctuary, perhaps a place of ancient wisdom or an untouched ecosystem, safe from the chaos above. This feeling stirs a profound curiosity, an urge to explore the unseen depths, to uncover the secrets held in the silent, hidden heart of the world. This sense of a world within a world speaks to the enduring allure of mystery, the human fascination with hidden knowledge, and the profound idea that reality is far more layered and complex than it appears on the surface. The psychological human drive to fascination with uncover hidden deeper knowledge truths, and the profound idea that reality is far more to find layered and complex than it meaning beyond the appears on the obvious surface. Exploration of the, or collective, suddenly unconscious as a vast, hidden reservoir of human understanding, of experience complex and problem archetypes, or perhaps ancient wisdom and you've universal, encountered someone who patterns, explored. Consider the moments when you've discovered a hidden talent within yourself, hidden reservoir of human understanding, of experience complex and problem archetypes after much contemplation. Or perhaps ancient wisdom and you've universal encountered someone who patterns, explored despite their outward appearance, holds a profound depth, a quiet wisdom that only reveals itself to those willing to look beneath the surface. It's the feeling of peeling back layers, of realizing that what seemed simple contains intricate, unexplored dimensions, suggesting that the most valuable treasures are often not found on the well-trodden paths. What secrets does the earth truly hold within its silent core? What hidden depths lie within your own being, waiting to be acknowledged and explored? What if the most profound truths are not found by gazing at the stars, but by turning inward, by listening to the faint, persistent hum of the unseen world beneath our feet and within our very souls? And as you drift into this quiet contemplation of hidden worlds, you might feel a gentle pull towards your own silent center, a profound recognition that the greatest mysteries and perhaps the deepest sanctuaries are always found just beneath the surface of what you already know. Spring-heeled Jack. Imagine a night steeped in the thick, damp fog of old London. The cobbled streets gleam with a faint, oily reflection from gas lamps, and the quiet rhythm of distant footfalls is all that breaks the heavy silence. Suddenly, a sound tears through the high-pitched shriek, followed by the frantic clatter of hooves on stone. You hear whispers from darkened alleys, stories of red, burning eyes, and a figure, impossibly tall, leaping with a strange, metallic spring over rooftops, vanishing into the night as swiftly as it appeared. A tremor runs through you, a blend of primal fear and a strange, almost electric thrill at the edge of the unknown. And the quiet rhythm presence, this elusive shadow, taps into something ancient within us, the power of collective belief. It's not just a story, it's a shared apprehension, a rumor whispered from person to person, gathering substance with each retelling until it feels as solid as the fog itself. What starts as a fleeting glimpse, perhaps a trick of the light or a misidentification, spring over can bloom into a full-blown rooftops phantom, imagination and fear. This phenomenon vanishing into the night as illustrates how swiftly as it easily our appeared minds can be swayed, how our perception, often tremo perception, constructs often reality, rather than constructs merely reality rather than observing it merely observing it. It's a subtle dance of social contagion, where emotional states and interpretations spread rapidly through a group, fueled by a deep-seated human need to make sense of the inexplicable. We see patterns even when they are faint, and our cognitive biases, like confirmation bias, lead us to interpret ambiguous information in a way that confirms our existing fears or beliefs. Think of how quickly a dramatic headline can take root, how a whisper on social media transforms into an undeniable fact, or how the anxieties of a community can coalesce around an almost mythical figure. Consider the online space. A strange story emerges, perhaps a distorted image or a fragmented video. You scroll through comments, seeing how quickly a narrative takes hold, how fear or excitement can propagate, shaping the perception of thousands, sometimes millions. A simple misunderstanding in a relationship can morph into a deep-seated suspicion, fed by past anxieties and unverified assumptions. A new trend, initially embraced by a few, can sweep through a school or workplace, becoming an unspoken rule simply because everyone else seems to be following it. What if the very things that frighten us most are reflections, not of external threats, but of our own deepest anxieties, our own fears of the unknown or the uncontrollable? What if the creatures that haunt our collective dreams are simply the echoes of our own unaddressed disquiet, given a terrifying, leaping form by the power of our shared imagination? The story of the mysterious leaper is a quiet reminder of how fluid our reality can be, how easily a shared fiction can feel more real than any objective truth. And so, the quiet mist settles once more over the city, the whispers fading into the distant hum of the night. The figure, if it ever truly existed beyond the bounds of human fear, has long since vanished. But the feeling remains, a subtle chill that lingers on the air, reminding you of the shadows that dance at the very edge of perception, forever just out of reach. Crypto's sculpture code. You stand before a massive, gleaming copper sculpture, its surface a wave of undulating metal etched with seemingly random letters and numbers. The late afternoon sun catches the curves, highlighting the intricate patterns of the seemingly nonsensical characters. It whispers of a secret, or a profound design to message hidden within its very form, a challenge issued to anyone who dares to unravel its silent language. You lean closer, feeling the cool metal, sensing the immense effort that went into its creation, and the even greater enigma of its uncracked core. Its silent awe, you lean closer, feeling, sensing the solve, effort sensing that the went into its bring creation immense effort order to that went into its chaos creation, and to find meaning in what appears to be random. Yet it also holds the profound stillness of the unsolved, a testament to the idea that some mysteries, perhaps, are designed to remain just beyond our grasp, forever inviting, never fully yielding. This persistent mystery challenges our cognitive processes. We are naturally inclined to apply heuristics, mental shortcuts, to complex problems. Yet a puzzle like this demands deep, sustained algorithmic thinking, a methodical step-by-step approach. It can also bring forth the Dunning-Kruger effect, where initial overconfidence gives way to frustration as the true depth of the problem is revealed. Our own existence of fears of the such a unknown, or the deliberately uncontrollable construct enigma, reflects concepts in cryptography, such as those explored by Alan Turing, where the strength of the system lies in its ability to resist all but the most ingenious and dedicated efforts, sometimes for an indeterminate period. Think of the unanswered text message you keep rereading, trying to decipher a tone or meaning that isn't explicitly there. Consider a complex project at work, where the initial steps seem straightforward, but the deeper you go, the more intricate and elusive the solution becomes. Or a misunderstanding in a relationship, where the true source of conflict feels like a jumble of words, unable to be untangled by simple conversation. Even the algorithms that govern our digital lives are often hidden, their workings as mysterious and powerful as any ancient inscription, their full impact only vaguely understood. What if some answers are not meant to be found, or at least not yet? Is the persistent pursuit of a solution sometimes more valuable than the solution itself? Does the enduring mystery of things create a unique kind of beauty, a quiet hum that keeps us looking, keeps us questioning, keeps us searching for the hidden patterns beneath the surface of existence? The cool copper stands silent, holding its secrets close, its letters whispering of meaning, yet offering none. The sun dips lower, casting long shadows, and the sculpture remains, a patient, unyielding question, inviting you to simply sit with the quiet hum of the uncracked, forever present in the stillness. What engravings? You hold advanced a smooth or river-strange stone in your hand, its surface cool beneath your fingertips. Expected, reconcile the familiar feel of the ancient worn by the stone passage of why water and time. Then you notice the etchings, intricate, impossibly detailed carvings that defy everything you thought you knew. Here, a human figure rides atop a dinosaur, its scales perfectly rendered. There you hold advanced a smooth surgical procedures, or river-strange stone in your hand flying machines. Its reels reconcile the familiar feel of the ancient worn by the stone passage of the fantastical, anachronistic images it bears. It is a profound clash between what you perceive with your senses and what your intellect insists cannot be true. This quiet paradox challenges the very foundations of accepted knowledge, suggesting a fluidity to history we rarely consider. It introduces the disquieting idea that the past might not be a fixed, linear story, but a narrative that is continually being questioned, rewritten, or even imagined. Images it here. Dissonance, imagined rendered the insists mental, cannot be true discomfort of holding two conflicting beliefs simultaneously. Our brains naturally seek to resolve this tension, often by dismissing the new information or by reinterpreting it to fit existing frameworks. This is why Karl Popper's concept of falsifiability is so crucial to the scientific method. It demands that theories be open to being proven wrong, constantly challenged by new evidence, rather than defended as unassailable truths. Yet for many, the established narrative offers a psychological safety net, a stable ground in an otherwise chaotic world. Consider the experience of encountering contradictory news reports, both claiming to be the definitive truth, forcing you to sift through layers of information to find your own uncertain ground. Or when a long-held family story, a cherished piece of your personal history, is suddenly contradicted by a forgotten document or a newly discovered photograph. Even on social media, you might witness how a passionate belief, despite overwhelming evidence, is defended with fierce tenacity, simply because it aligns with a deeply personal worldview. What if the past is not a solid, unchanging monument, but a living, breathing story that we continually tell ourselves, shaped by each new discovery, each new interpretation? How much of what you truly know is unshakable, and how much is simply a comfortable agreement, a shared narrative we've all adopted? Does the possibility of an impossible past open up a different future? The smooth, cool stone rests in your hand, a silent, ancient enigma. Its carved figures seem to whisper of forgotten futures or imagined pasts, fading gently into the quiet hum of uncertainty, leaving only the profound space of possibility. Hauntingly Fairies photos. You gaze upon an old, sepia-toned photograph. The edges are soft with age, the paper slightly curled. In the foreground, two young girls, innocent and smiling, stand amidst a leafy, sun-dappled garden. And there, fluttering unmistakably among the blossoms, are tiny, ethereal beings with delicate wings and luminous forms. Longing for magic, childlike stand wonder at the amidst a leafy possibility of enchantment. Yet, charm, a subtle, our tiny stir believed forms, this phenomenon touches upon belief perseverance. This quiet image embodies a profound human desire, the tendency to cling to yearning for wonder, for contradictory something beyond the evidence mundane, for the belief that particularly when those magic might beliefs are still exist, just out of sight. It reveals how readily we can be charmed, how our hearts might lean towards a beautiful illusion, even when our minds sense a slight tremor in the fabric of reality. It's a testament to the power of narrative, the way a captivating story, particularly one that promises enchantment, can override objective truth and simple observation. This phenomenon touches upon belief perseverance, the tendency to cling to initial beliefs even in the face of contradictory evidence, particularly when those beliefs are emotionally resonant. It highlights motivated reasoning, where our desire for a certain outcome, in this case, the existence of magic, subtly influences our interpretation of facts. Our minds are incredibly adept at filling in gaps, at creating a coherent picture from fragmented or ambiguous information, a concept explored in Gestalt psychology. The very fact that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, a highly intelligent and discerning man, ardently believed in the photographs, speaks volumes about the persuasive power of a comforting narrative over cold, hard logic. Consider how easily you might be swayed by a compelling online video, even if parts of it feel a little too perfect. Think about believing in a comforting lie from a loved one, not because you truly think it's factual, but because the alternative is too painful to bear. Remember a time you romanticized a past relationship, glossing over its flaws to preserve a beautiful memory. Or how an enduring myth, a story passed down through generations, continues to hold sway, its power residing not in its factual accuracy, but in its emotional resonance and its ability to offer solace or meaning. Do we sometimes need magic, or at least the idea of it, to make sense of a world that often feels harsh and indifferent? Is a beautiful, comforting illusion, even if ultimately untrue, sometimes more valuable to the human spirit than a stark, unadorned reality? Where does imagination end and deception begin? And does it even matter if the belief brings joy? The sepia-toned image softly fades, the tiny winged figures seeming to flutter for a moment longer in your mind. A quiet sense of wonder lingers, like the soft flutter of unseen wings in the still air, a gentle reminder that sometimes the simple act of believing is its own profound truth. Lead masks deaths. You find yourself standing in a desolate, overgrown field, the wind rustling through tall, dry grasses. The air is still, heavy with an inexplicable quiet. Before you, two figures lie side by side, perfectly still. They wear strange, crudely fashioned lead masks, obscuring their faces entirely. There are no signs of struggle, no obvious wounds, no explanation for their final, enigmatic pose, only silence and an overwhelming sense of profound, unsettling calm. The scene offers no answers, only a cold, chilling ambiguity that settles deep in your bones. This profound mystery, devoid of conventional clues, speaks to the limits of our understanding, the moments when logic and reason simply fall away, leaving only an open question. It introduces the chilling idea that some events may resist all attempts at rational explanation, existing simply as an unsolved void, a quiet, final act that defies all attempts at narrative closure. Our minds are inherently pattern-seeking, a phenomenon known as epiphania, where we tend to see connections or meaning in random or meaningless data. In the face of such a baffling scenario, this tendency goes into overdrive, desperately searching for a motive, a cause, a final resolution. Yet this particular enigma stubbornly resists, highlighting the limitations of forensic investigation and the profound psychological impact of the utterly unknown. It challenges our fundamental human need for closure, forcing us to confront the uncomfortable truth that some questions may never be answered, some stories never fully told. It quietly echoes ideas about the body and its mysteries, concepts that even advanced science can sometimes only observe, not explain. Consider a long-standing, unresolved conflict in your own life, a relationship that simply faded, leaving only a lingering sense of unaddressed questions. Think of those moments of sudden, unexplainable change, a job offer that vanished, a decision that shifted without warning, leaving you grasping for a cause. Even the quiet, unspoken nuances within a deep friendship or partnership can remain forever hidden, the true motivations or feelings never fully revealed. And of course, the ultimate mystery of death itself, particularly when it arrives without apparent reason, leaving only silence in its wake. How comfortable are you with not knowing, with allowing a question to simply exist without resolution? What if some endings are not meant to have a clear narrative, a satisfying explanation? Does the absence of an answer sometimes speak more profoundly than any solution could? The field remains still, bathed in the fading light. The lead masks are heavy with their secrets, absorbing the silence of the night, slowly blurring into the deepening darkness. Only the profound, open space of the unanswered remains, inviting you to rest inside its quiet mystery. Context speaks to our natural allure of the unknown inclination, the creating a seemingly mysterious, absurd, predictable urban symphony. Your gaze drifts downward, idly tracing the cracks in the asphalt, when suddenly something catches your eye. Embedded in the hardened tar, a small, crudely fashioned tile. Its surface is rough, the letters within it etched by hand, stark and unsettling. Toynbee idea, 2001. Resurrect dead on planet Jupiter. A jolt of unsettling wonder runs through you. Who placed it there? What profound, obscure message is it attempting to convey? And why, of all places on a busy street corner, for random passers-by to stumble upon? This strange, anonymous artifact introduces the profound idea of communication without sender, a message without an obvious context, yet undeniably present. It speaks to the allure of the unknown, the search for meaning in the seemingly absurd, and the quiet, stubborn persistence of a singular, possibly obsessive vision. Mark dead to on make one's planet voice heard, even if that voice is muffled by cryptic language and reaches only a few. Such an enigma compels us to engage in attribution theory, our natural inclination to infer the causes of behavior, in this case, the mysterious creator's motivations. It hints at the psychology of obsession or fixation, a mind so consumed by a particular idea that it seeks to broadcast it in the most unusual of ways. Yet, because the artist remains unknown, we are left to project our own interpretations onto the work. It makes us question the societal impulse to categorize and explain everything unusual, contrasting it with the quiet defiance of art that simply is, without explanation or justification. Consider the anonymous online comment that deeply resonates with you, its author unknown, yet its sentiment profoundly understood. Think of the urban art you might pass every day, painted on a wall, its meaning open to individual interpretation, its creator desiring only to provoke thought. Remember a strange, cryptic message found in an old book, a piece of someone else's past you can never fully grasp, or a personal project you've worked on, poured your heart into, with no clear audience or expectation of recognition, simply because the act of creation itself was enough. What if your deepest, most profound message is understood by no one else, yet still holds immense importance to you, the creator? Is meaning inherent in the object itself, or is it created solely by the observer, by the quiet act of noticing and pondering? Does the act of communicating matter more than the recipient's comprehension? The hard concrete beneath your feet holds its silent, stubborn message. The words on the tile remain, a quiet whisper of a cosmic dream, a grand, solitary vision that endures, unseen yet undeniably present. It fades gently into the background of the city's hum, leaving only the profound space of its quiet, enduring enigma. Poveglia Island haunting. You stand on a small, overgrown island, the air thick and heavy, not with mist, but with the palpable memory of suffering. Beneath your feet, the earth feels cold, as if it remembers the countless bodies buried beneath. The skeletal remains of a lazaretto and an asylum crumble against a sky that feels perpetually bruised. Every breath you take feels like an echo of lost voices, a quiet terror woven into the very fabric of the place. The trees seem to twist in silent agony, and the lapping of the water against the oar sounds like a mournful lament. This quiet place embodies the profound weight of history, the lingering echo of collective trauma, and the unsettling idea that places themselves can hold memory. It suggests a thin veil between past and present, a space where human suffering, intensely experienced, imprints itself onto the very landscape remaining, long after the individuals have vanished. It asks what stories the silent stones tell, and if we are truly free from the echoes of what has come before. Concepts of lapping of the collective memory, waiter against the intensely emotional vents, can residue of imprints past itself onto the very events can persist landscape, sense of the place. Individuals have it lingering speaks to echo the of vanished collective psychological trauma, impact of repeated distress stories, thee and the wise the silent owns idea tell that stones tell, suggesting that intense emotional states can somehow resonate through an environment. While not scientifically proven, the human experience of feeling a place, of sensing its history, is a powerful one. We project our own discomfort and understanding of human suffering onto these spaces, creating a narrative of haunting where psychological distress is almost literally projected onto the environment itself, creating a shared perception of unease. Consider returning to an old family home after many years, and how certain rooms or objects still evoke a precise feeling, a quiet echo of past joys or sorrows. Think of visiting a place where a significant, difficult event once occurred, and how the atmosphere still seems to hold a charge, a subtle tension. Even after a difficult conversation, the lingering feelings can seem to hang in the air, a haunting of the present moment. Old objects, too, often feel imbued with silent stories, carrying the weight of their former owners, inviting you to sense, rather than rationally know, their past. What stories do these silent stones, these crumbling walls, truly tell if you quiet your own mind enough to listen? Are we ever truly free from the echoes of the past, or do they subtly shape our present, guiding our unspoken fears and our quiet longings? Does the past simply dissipate, or does it settle gently around us, a continuous presence? The island's silence deepens, heavy and profound, embracing the quiet rhythm of your own breath. The past, a gentle, invisible mist, settles around you, finally at rest, yet undeniably present in the quiet hum of memory. Isles only a gaping keepers. Stands on a it remote, wave vulnerability order of human restored battered island existence against the vast. Something is stark against the profoundly churning gree of the Amisour Sea. Day and night its powerful beam sweeps across the dark water, a steadfast beacon of warning and hope. But inside the light still turns, a mechanical marvel, yet the keepers are gone. Vanished. Yet bidding the wind keepers are gone, carries no answers, only the endless roar of the sea against the rocky cliffs. An emptiness hangs in the air, chilling you more profoundly than any fear, for it is the absence of explanation itself that is most unnerving. This profound, inexplicable disappearance embodies the quiet dread of the unknown, the unsettling limits of human explanation when faced with the inexplicable. Disquieting idea that some this kind of stories enduring simply have mystery no ending, resolution, only a complete gaerative narrative void where answers should be. It highlights the vulnerability of human existence against the vast, indifferent power of nature, and the chilling silence that can swallow all trace of presence. Disquieting idea that some this kind of stories enduring simply have mystery, no ending, touches upon our innate human need for closure. Only a complete gaerative narrative, a sense of order restored, when faced with an uncanny situation of familiar setting, where something is profoundly amiss, our minds desperately search for a rational explanation, yet find none. It speaks to the limits of rationality itself, reminding us that not everything can be neatly categorized or understood. The isolation of the lighthouse keepers also amplifies the psychological impact of their vanishing, hinting at the vastness of the sublime in nature, both terrifying and awe-inspiring, which can simply consume without leaving a trace. Consider a sudden, unexplained departure in your own life, your friend who simply stopped communicating, a dream that faded without resolution, leaving only a quiet, lingering question. Think of the silence that settles after a difficult, unspoken disagreement, where true feelings are never aired, and the unresolved hangs heavy. Remember the gaps in your own memory, those moments that simply refuse to be recalled, leaving blank spaces where experiences should be. Or the things you can never truly know about another person, no matter how close you are, the hidden depths that remain forever beyond your grasp. What if some stories are simply not meant to have a clear ending, a definitive explanation? How do you sit with the profound emptiness of what is missing, the questions that will never be answered, the knowledge that some truths will remain forever veiled? Does the absence of an explanation sometimes speak more powerfully than any answer could? The distant, rhythmic beam of the lighthouse sweeps across the dark, turbulent water, illuminating only the vast, silent question of what remains untold. The wind howls its mournful tune, and you are left with the quiet, profound stillness of the unexplained, inviting you to rest inside its timeless mystery. Gordian knot legend. Before you lies a colossal, ancient knot, its fibers worn smooth by the passage of countless hands and the breath of ages. Threads of every hue and thickness are woven so tightly, so intricately, that no beginning or end can be found. It symbolizes an impossible problem, a challenge that seems to defy all logic, all patience, all conventional effort. You reach out, tracing its bewildering tangles, feeling the immense weight of an insurmountable task, a puzzle designed to confound the most brilliant minds. It sits before you, a silent monument to intractable difficulty. This quiet legend embodies the very nature of problems, how we approach them, the value of conventional versus unconventional solutions, and the subtle illusion of complexity. It introduces the idea that sometimes the true solution lies not in tireless effort within the given parameters, but in a radical shift of perspective, a willingness to redefine the problem itself. It hints at the profound difference between sheer effort and sudden insight. A difficulty, which difficulty often radical rely on shift of perspective systematic, algorithms, redefine. Power of hints at the profound, the cognitive value of difference between sheer reframing and effort and conventional versus lateral sudden insight thinking, unconventional solutions, free from, and the subtle illusion established of complexity patterns. We often suffer from functional fixedness, a psychological bias where we become so accustomed to viewing an object or problem in a particular way that we cannot see alternative uses or solutions, as famously demonstrated by Dunker's candle problem. The legend gently suggests that the most elegant solution might not be found by delving deeper into the existing complexity, but by stepping entirely outside of it, by seeing the knot as a different kind of challenge altogether. Consider a long-standing conflict in your own life, a disagreement that feels like an endless loop, impossible to resolve with conventional conversation. Think of a stubborn technical issue at work that resists every logical fix, until a simple, unconventional approach suddenly makes it clear. Remember a personal habit you've tried to break through sheer willpower, only to find the solution lies in a completely different, unexpected shift in routine. Or a career path that feels blocked and unyielding, until you realize the true obstacle is your own preconceived notion of what is possible. What if the answer to your most complex challenge isn't about meticulously untangling, but about seeing the problem in an entirely new light, from a different angle? Are you sometimes too close to the intricate knot, too focused on the individual threads, to see the elegant, decisive stroke that could cut through it all? Does true wisdom lie in knowing when to discard the rules? The imagined tangle of threads hangs still and intricate in the quiet space, slowly blurring into the deep darkness. A quiet whisper reminds you that sometimes the simplest, most direct path, born of a different kind of seeing, is also the most profound. It fades, leaving only the soft hum of possibility in the stillness. Simulation, hypothesis, reality. You reach out to touch a leaf, vibrant green, veined and delicate. You feel the cool, slightly rough texture against your fingertips, smell damp earth clinging to its surface. A bird chirps nearby, its song a perfect, resonant melody in the quiet afternoon. Every sensation is rich, immediate, undeniably real. And for a fleeting moment, a thought whispers, as light as a breeze, is this real? Or is it code, a perfect rendering, a meticulously crafted illusion designed to feel indistinguishable from truth? The very air around you seems to shimmer with a subtle, profound uncertainty. Fundamental fabric of our this quiet existence, a whisper, introduces the profound idea of the simulation hypothesis. That our reality, with all its vivid detail and intricate laws, might be an elaborate construct, a digital universe generated by a higher intelligence. A perfect diminish the beauty or rendering immediacy of your experience, but rather adds a layer of existential wonder, forcing you to question the very nature of perception versus ultimate truth. It challenges the limits of what we can ever truly know about the fundamental fabric of our existence. This concept delves deep into epistemology, the study of knowledge itself, and skirts the edges of solipsism, the philosophical idea that only one's own mind is sure to exist. It echoes ancient philosophical questions, such as Plato's allegory of the cave, where prisoners mistake shadows for reality, or Descartes' famous cogito, ergo sum I think. Therefore I am, a foundational assertion of one's own existence in the face of radical doubt. It posits that our sensory input, while compelling, might only be a meticulously designed interface, a curated stream of information, rather than a direct window into an objective, fundamental reality. Consider the moment you feel profoundly detached during a dream, yet within the dream, every sensation is undeniably real. Think of the uncanny valley effect in sophisticated CGI, where a digital creation looks almost human, yet something subtly, unnervingly off prevents full immersion. Recall the profound immersion you can experience in a virtual reality environment, where your senses are so convinced that you instinctively duck to avoid an imagined obstacle. Own most direct memory's path it happened, edited by the passage of time and emotion. If the stillness reality you inhabit is a simulation, does it diminish the vibrant green of the leaf, the warmth of the sun, the melody of the bird? Does it change your purpose, your passions, your connection to others? What is it, ultimately, that truly makes you feel alive, regardless of the nature of the stage you find yourself upon? The quiet hum of existence surrounds you, the subtle shimmer of light on every surface. The leaf remains cool and veined under your touch, its beauty undimmed by the gentle question. You simply are, within the grand, unfolding mystery of whatever this moment truly is, resting in its profound, open-ended stillness.